We are live at 5. It's really not 5. It's 1:30 Central Time. Brenda, we're just going to be letting people come in the door, the virtual door that is. And I know Terrence is on his way back right now from Pixel City. And we're going to get started pretty soon. Our first speaker today is going to be Kevin Wilson, but we've got some time before then. So start joining. Feel free to share it from whatever page you are in. We're going to just be kind of chilling with you guys for about 15-20 minutes until we get the party started. Bren is getting some messages right now. What are people asking? Where to go?
Yep, where to go. You guys can anybody, if somebody asked you, they can go over to the Becoming the Best You Facebook group, or you can go on over to Terrence Leftridge YouTube or mine. Anthony, you got one out there too?
Yeah, the Be the Change USA YouTube as well. I see a couple people have jumped on. Once you guys get here, please, we had 12 people watching already. Go ahead and put in the comments where you are watching from. Audie Chambers, what's going on? Let's see, what else do we have? So we've got, how many speakers do we have today? We've got
a lot.
6, 7, 8, somewhere around 12 speakers, 13 speakers this evening, from now to this evening, and then tomorrow as well. Feel free to come in and out. We do have some times for a little bit of breaks. We'll play commercials. You'll know when that's coming. But to start the day, we've got Kevin Wilson, Chuck Doyle, Eric Wilson, not related to Kevin Wilson, I don't think.
No, not related.
Are they related?
No, they're not related.
They can go to Ancestry.com and find out. Oh, look, we've got, let's see what we got here. We've got Audie. We've got Storm. And hey, what's going on, Elena? Good seeing you. Kathleen French, Angie J, Michelle D, Angela Arabi. We got Mississippi, Toronto, Fairland, Indiana, all in the house. Terrence is in the back room. He'll be coming up shortly. So again, today, Eric Wilson, then Andrew Nam, James Griffin, Tracy Randolph, Lotus Richer, Pat Lebez.
Lotus is tomorrow now. We have
yep. Terrence is in that spot, right?
Yep.
T. Boone Pickens, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Terrence. You can pronounce it Terrence if you're into the French thing. Let's see. David Pat Lebez, Tina Marie, David Solomon, Jeff Markinet Jr. Tonight will be just a little gap for dinner from 6:10 to 6:30-ish, where we'll just hang out with you, and maybe I'll tell some dad jokes while we're here. Who knows?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Bring it. Sarah Mingus, Charles Prinzen, Coach Chuck. I'll be speaking this evening at 7:25. Regina Platt, the stepologist, at 7:50. Isabel Black, Snoop Izzy is, and then Rhonda LeBig will wrap it up. We'll be done around 9 o'clock this evening. Lot going on. Rhode Island, that's a good one. Any of my old streetlights. Audie, I thought your name looked familiar. Okay, one of the streetlights. I was thinking about putting it on the Streetlights Facebook page. Audie, if you want, feel free to share it on that page and tell people to come join. On one of the comments. Maybe I'll do it on one of the breaks. But we would love to have more people in here. We've got 10, which is a great start. I've got my coffee, and actually for the Streetlights, I'm drinking out of my Streetlights mug right there.
Ooh, how about that?
Unite, don't fight, be a streetlight, because only you can be the change you wish to see in the world. Cheers. Delicious.
And for you guys that are just now getting on, go on over to comechangeyourlife.com and see what events are coming up. See what's out there, because we've got some in-person stuff coming up in October. We have some specials going on with that right now. You're going to get it for $250 if you use the code BTBY. They're regularly $429, $430. So there you go. Go on over and grab those tickets. We've got some amazing people, some stars, some celebrities actually going to be there.
Yeah, and then we have Patch Adams tomorrow as well. He'll be speaking tomorrow on here. Again, all this is free, so make sure you're sharing it out. Terrence speaks tomorrow. Maud, we've got the whole crew. We got Jessica Motter, Tommy Morgan, Stacy, Dr. Rick Fulton. I mean, we've got Dr. Marie Cosgrove. We've got a great lineup both days, so make sure you are joining for all of this. So we'll be starting soon enough, though. We got our first speaker coming up, Kevin Wilson, who will be entering the back room, hopefully in the next couple minutes. What else we got? Let's see.
I got people signing on now on the website, so they are looking for the link. I'm sending it to them right now.
Excellent. Yep. What's going on, Julie? Yeah, so Cash, we've just been waiting for those of you that are Streetlights that are getting those new emails. Brenda, we had Cash wanted to do a blog. We talked about it. it's getting close to him being out within the next 6 months. And I put up on social media that he was going to start a blog, and we've had 600 email requests in 2 days to email subscriptions. So people want to hear what he's got to say. Now we just got to get their tablets back up and working again, and then we'll be good to go. So it was sent at night. That is correct. That was the time that I sent the test message. iCats. If Elena, if you are not receiving it and you've done, I'm pretty sure you've done all the stuff, check your junk box. Don't do that in front of people. That gets a little bit awkward.
Leave it to Anthony. So we are going to talk about you guys becoming the best you, the best version of yourself. And, you know, I don't care if you've got the perfect life. You can always be better. You can be a better friend. You can be a better parent, a better child, a better employee, a better boss, just a better person. What are you doing right now with your life that makes you better? Because let me tell you, when you are living a quality life, now your life is important. Not that it's not before, but when you're living a quality life and you are living in your purpose, you're happy. What do you got to say about happiness, Anthony? Because happiness is key for a lot of things.
It's the pursuit. I'm a pursuit of happiness person. You got to find happiness in places that, you know, everybody's happy when things go good and things go well. You got to be able to find happiness in the little parts of life. And I just went rodeoing with Kelly up north, and we had some struggles. 4 now blown tires, and sometimes you're stuck in the middle of nowhere. But ultimately, it's like the way I looked at it with her. And it's interesting. Money doesn't mean much because people will look at different levels and think that they don't have what they wish they had. And it's like we're looking at from the outside looking. I'm looking from the outside looking in, and I see this situation where things aren't going well, but at the same time, we're walking to her $70,000 truck that tows an $80,000 trailer.
Right.
And it has 4 beautiful horses that, yes, are a pain in the butt. Somebody hear screeching in the background?
Yes, I hear it too. And somebody just said it in the comment. I just checked mine.
I'm kind of hearing it too. Okay, it's very light. I'm going to mute me real quick.
It's you.
Interesting.
Yep. When you unmuted, it came.
So it's back up again?
Yep.
I'll switch microphones. But yeah, so I will just say that you always have more than you think you do, and if you can recognize that, that's huge. So Brenda, go tell people why I switched microphones. Tell people why you wanted to do this virtual, and then what's coming up in September, or yes, October.
Mm-hmm. We like to do these virtuals for 2 reasons. First one and foremost is we want to make it affordable for everybody to get the information that they need to make a change in their life. So if you're unhappy or you're stuck or you don't know what direction you're going, or you just need a little bit of courage or somebody to tell you what's going on with a little help, that's why we want to do this. And we make them free so that you can get this information. And the second reason why we do the virtual is we also give new speakers a chance. So we do have a couple new speakers. We believe in letting people live in their purpose. And if you want to be a speaker, we have a class for you that you can take. And then we have platforms that will let you come on board and become a speaker. So the main reason is for you. BTBY is for you. It is to help you get unstuck. We have people that are going to teach you systems that they have in place that have worked for them, proven systems. And I see we have Kevin in the background, so he's going to be coming up soon. And this man right here, I can't give it away, but Anthony or whoever, I think Terrence is introducing him. He's got this thing that he did. He set this plan that he wanted to become a millionaire in so many years, and then he executed that plan and he made it happen. So who wouldn't want that kind of life, right? We have another guy that's going to be talking tomorrow, and he kind of says the same thing. If you don't have a plan, where are you going to go? And then if you have that plan, you have to execute it. And that's going to be Todd Saylor. He's going to be teaching us how to do some things as well. So this information is going to be out there for you. You can go back and rewatch the links if you missed some of them. Text me, email me, send me a message at thingsbybren.com, and I can tell you about what time spot they'll be at. And I'd love to have you get on board and watch. And there is the man, Terrence Leffridge.
T. Boone Pickens.
Hey, it's an unstoppable day. What'd I miss?
Well, it looks like we're missing your body. You're just like a floating head down there.
Well, it's Bob bobblehead day at BTBY. So get your free bobblehead if you sign up for one of our exclusive events this weekend only for $250. You not only get a ticket to our October event, but you get a bobblehead free from me.
Love it. So I just learned a lesson about why that screeching was happening, and this is a good. We'll start the day with lessons. So what it was, so I have too much plugged into the device that's where my lights were, too many things plugged in, which was causing a high-pitched noise that I could barely hear. I'm sure if there's any dogs here, they'd be super upset. Let's translate this to life. That's a warning sign. That little screech right there is probably letting me know that there is an overload of power, that if I probably let it go too long, it would catch fire. So in your own life, how many things are you getting warning signs on to go, maybe I need to look into that further? Because if you let it go too long enough, not only is it potential fire, but you're also making people's lives miserable around you. Like I was piercing all of your ears, not even knowing that it was from me. So there is your dose of tutelage for the morning from me. I'm really loud. Now people are saying I'm too loud. Sweet heavens to Betsy. I can't do anything right today.
It's what I say all the time. Every time we do an event, there's something that happens either in the world of technology or just in the physical world that test our desire to be the best versions of ourselves, that test our will to be unstoppable. But each and every time we rise to the occasion, we figure out what the glitch is, we get it set, we tone down, and we turn it into a message for you guys. So hopefully you guys have your pens and your paper. I always keep mine with me because, as you know, what I've always said, note takers are money makers.
That's
and
right.
Not only are you money makers, you're change makers. And that over the next 2 days, that's what we want to do. We want to create a change inside of you. Now, if your change needs to be going from bad to good, we're here for you. If your change is for you to go from good to better, we're here for you as well. And if your change, the change that you're looking for as we enter the fourth quarter of 2022 is to go from better to the best version of yourself towards the end of 2022, we are here for you right now. So here's what I want you guys to do, because we are interactive. I want you to put in the chat as you sit here right now. Would you say you're good? Would you say you're better than you were? Or would you say you're at the best that you've ever been? And we're going to be looking for those comments. So put them in the chat. Are you good? Are you better? Are you the best version of yourself as you sit here right now? And then we're going to see how you evolve over these next 20 some odd hours that our smiling faces are going to be with you guys. Did you guys know it's going to be about 20 hours?
This is almost like the Real Men Speak weekend when I burned through a computer in Michigan, Detroit, Michigan.
Yes,
let's not do that. But you know, Terrence, isn't
without
there
the motorhome. Say that again.
Isn't there a saying that you say about being...
Oh, you know, it's a saying. I didn't come up with it. Someone way smarter than me, but I manifested from, because you know, good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good becomes our better and our better becomes our best. If you're here today, you're looking to be better than you were yesterday and even the day before, and you're showing up with the best you possible, just like Anthony, Brenda, and I are. We're showing up with our best, and we hope to get better as we go throughout this event. So we got all the formalities out of the way. What do we need to do next? I know we've got our first speaker in the wings, ready to get this thing started. How are we looking?
Pretty good. We got a couple things to play before we get started. Probably we can throw those up there, and then we'll come back and come get it popping. I feel like we've got a couple things you were talking about. Obviously, the event in person in St. Louis in October, which you can see that scrolling across the bottom. But since Terrence is here, he's got a whole reason of why to possibly join the BTBS, which is becoming the best speaker you can be. So how about we give that a quick hit? You mind, Terrence, to see your pretty little face up there again?
All right, we can do that. Let's see what happens.
Hey, it is an unstoppable day. You know, preachers preach, teachers teach, and speakers speak. And whether I am speaking from my office doing videos like this virtually, or whether I am speaking at resorts doing retreats, whether I am speaking at family events, or whether I am speaking in front of large audiences. Speakers speak, and that's what we do. But depending on those situations, you may not have the confidence, you may not have the skills, or you may not have those necessary tools to be able to speak effectively in each one of those different arenas. Well, we've got you covered here at the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. Yes, Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. We have an 8-week speaker course where we will help you get the tools, the tips, and the strategies to not only become a better speaker, but to learn the business of speaking so that you can be effective in all those different arenas that I just told you about. I'm blessed to be able to be a speaker. I'm blessed to be able to be an MC, but I didn't learn those skills overnight. I had to get the training. I had to get the strategies. I had to get the tools to make me a more effective speaker. And we want to share those tools with you as well. So if you are a new speaker, if you are a new author, or if you're a new entrepreneur and you're looking to add speakers into your toolkit to make you a more effective entrepreneur, speaker, or author, then we invite you to come on over to www.btbspeakers.com www.btbspeakers.com and sign up for our next course, which is starting soon. Who knows, in 8 weeks, you could become the best speaker that you were created to be.
I want to know who Audie thinks was a cheerleader.
Yeah, I want to know too.
Audie, if you can. Somebody thinks you're handsome. I see the Facebook user. They did not register, so we don't know who it is. So you have what is known as a secret admirer. I'm hoping it's your wife.
Well, it probably is not her, but you know, are you sure that's not for you? Because he didn't say who, and you know, you've got the mustache that only a star could wear, so it could be you.
I was actually thinking about wearing a cowboy hat today. I was considering it. I felt like the little coach. Oh, it's Coach Chuck. What's going on, Coach Chuck?
Hey, Coach, how are you? You guys, he's one of the phenomenal speakers that's going to be on later today. And just one of those things that you can also see live and in person if you join us in October in St. Louis. So go ahead. You see it scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. Go on over and register now for your ticket to the October event. Special this weekend only. These 2 days during the event, you can get your ticket for the low free, not absolutely free, but almost free price of $250 by using the code BTBY. You know, I'm getting so excited that, you know, for the value that they're going to get, Anthony, this price is phenomenal. Don't you agree?
Yeah, so the great part about this price, and it sounds like for the low price, I mean, whatever. But the whole thing on this is you are going to get food. It's in St. Louis. You get the room. You get all the. This is essentially the cost of what our cost is for the tickets. What Brenda's cost is for the tickets. We're only doing it this weekend because we would love to get a solid 50, 60 people actually there, and then after that, the prices do go up to $430 because again, there's a little bit of profit in there, but in that $250, that is pretty much what it costs to get you in there. And we just want to make sure people have that opportunity, get the food, have a great time, network. There's something very different about a virtual event than what virtual events are great, but being in person is night and day difference. T, I know it's about time you're going to introduce Kevin, but because this is overcoming challenges, becoming the best you can be, and you're going to talk about it when you speak, but if you can give a 30-second, what does overcoming challenges mean to you?
Overcoming challenges. Well, you've seen it live and in action just this afternoon. Overcoming challenges. Technology is one of those challenges that many of us have to overcome. Either it's overcoming the fear of learning it or overcoming the nuances that come along with mastering it. And the beautiful thing about overcoming challenges, especially for me personally, Anthony, anytime I've overcome a challenge, two things come out of it. Number one, the joy of actually overcoming it. And then number two, the memory that it creates, because there's always going to be challenges in your life. If you haven't had a challenge yet, well, as my grandmother used to say, just keep on living. One is coming. There is an obstacle waiting for you to challenge you to see if you can overcome it. But here's the good thing. If you've got the memory of when you've overcome a challenge before, when that new challenge comes your way, you've got the memory of you did it before, you can do it again. And that's the beauty of overcoming, not just going through, but overcoming a challenge. It gives that muscle memory to know that you can do it again and again and again as you become the best version of yourself. I know that's about 45 seconds.
No, that was good. It was actually 2 minutes and 32 seconds. I'm just kidding.
Well, then I was good.
All right, I'm gonna let Terrence. You got the first intro. Once you intro Kevin, once you get him ready to go, I'll go ahead and throw him up on the screen. He's waiting backstage. T for the first intro and the beginning of the day, ladies and gentlemen in the room watching. Again, feel free to interact, engage. We'll talk about some of the stuff at the end that we see in the comments. Love you all, and T, it's on you.
Well. Hey. Thank you so much, Anthony Russo. And welcome you guys officially to the Becoming the Best You virtual conference. We've got some phenomenal speakers that are going to hear that are not only going to ignite your thoughts, but they're going to motivate your actions. And we couldn't pick a better person to start off than one of our masters. Yeah, he's a 6th degree black belt in the Dillman Karate method. But he's also a master in finances. So he can help you build your finances. And if you don't do what he say, he can kick your ass. I'm sorry, that wasn't on his bio, but you get what I mean. It's none other than our good friend, Kevin Wilson. Kevin was born and lives in Kansas. He's a loving father. He's a loving husband to his wife, Lita. And he has 2 children, Calvin and Clara. Now, he's a business owner. He's just celebrating his 25th year in having his karate academy. And he has authored 3 books. He's a self-made millionaire, and he's passionate about sharing his wealth building strategies to individuals, groups, and companies. And ladies and gentlemen, he is the greatest guy you will ever want to meet, down to earth, willing to help, and always looking forward to sharing his knowledge to help you become the best version of yourself. So without further ado, let's welcome to the BTBY Virtual stage, Mr. Kevin Wilson.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, Kevin. How are you, my friend?
I was crossing my fingers with that technology growth because sometimes we got a funny relationship with technology on this end. So I'm glad to be here. Good to see you, Terrence. Such a tremendous honor to be here today. I'm so looking forward to October. And, I like what you said. This gives people an opportunity to meet some of the speakers, to look at how they're growing, to reach out to different audiences. And I just can't thank you enough for allowing me on this platform here today.
Well, you are more than welcome. And we know you've got some great information. So the stage is yours.
I appreciate it. Well, my name is Kevin Wilson. It's funny because sometimes people think of me as the finance guy. I get called that a lot. But the funny thing is I wasn't always the finance guy. It really came through some of those challenges that Terrence was talking about, some of that opportunity to grow. Yes, I've got a martial arts school. We are celebrating 25 years. That's a great accomplishment. I've had some other businesses as well. But one thing I started to identify in my business ownership was that as much as I was doing to make sure that my businesses were successful, particularly from a financial point of view, my degrees in business, and I put a lot of those strategies in place to make sure that the companies were successful. But what I realized at one point was that I was not doing that for myself. I was not setting myself and my family up to be successful when it came to finances. And on that path to becoming the best me, I decided I needed to make that change. So it was, I was 30 years old, and I told my wife, I was a couple years into this this kind of bigger business that I've done before, and I told my wife, I just went up to her and I said, the sad thing is I found out we're broke. And she goes, I thought business was going good. And I said, well, it is, but that's the business. But we're broke. I said, we have a net worth of negative $14,000, and I want to change that. So I asked her to be on this path of growth with me, to set out to have a net worth of $1 million or more in 10 years time. And notice I said 10 years is not like overnight rich thing. Those things really don't exist out there. But I told her, I said, let's put forward this plan and do this. And she agreed. And by the time I was 40 years old, we had a net worth of over $1 million. So the strategies we had put into place had worked. And next year I will be 50 years old, and we're hoping to hit that multi-million-dollar mark. We'll see. But I really did that, and I share that because it's not really about the money. See, what we really found out was we were looking at money like we just wanted to try to get as much of it as we could. And when we have a lot of money, sometimes we don't do the smartest things with it. I know plenty of people that make a lot of money that are just as broke as the average person. But the reality is that we realized it was really designed to serve as a tool in what I call our pie of importance. And if you're taking notes, I like the concept. Note takers are money makers. I firmly believe that there's a strong connection between the mind and the pen. So take notes. If you have notes, draw a big circle on your paper and just kind of divide it like a piece of pie. And what I want you to do is you can write a few things out. If you don't have paper, that's okay. Just visualize it. But think about what is most important to you in your life right now. There's probably a few things, but what's really most important? And don't forget those things that we oftentimes take for granted as well. But what really is most important to you? And see, finance is a piece of that pie, but finance is it's the tool that we use to help serve those other things, right? I know for myself, my family's a big one, my health. We have things that are important in our lives that we want to use money as a tool to serve. And when we start having that relationship with money, it really starts to change our successes with it, because we quit doing what I call chasing the 10%. Just if I just have 10% more this, 10% more that, 10% more this, you never reach that because you're always chasing it. So if we back up, make some plans, make some strategies, it took us from a negative net worth to millionaires. And I believe it can work for anybody. You mentioned in the intro that I've written some books. I had to share with you this because this is funny. So years ago, I wrote a book. I've got it here. It's not a plug. I just want to share with you a story about my wife, and you'll see why this is relevant. I wrote this book called Woman Talk, The Encrypted Language Women Never Wanted Men to Know. And the reason I bring that up, because you'll see in here, I have a picture of myself and my wife, and I actually dedicated the book to her. Now, even though I did that, she still has not read it. She has not read the book. I don't know if she ever will. I'm sure she's afraid of what's in there. It's just a funny ha-ha look at the differences between the sexes. Believe me, I poke way more fun at the men than the women because I am a man. So, but she has never read it. So I had an interesting experience. We got our kids involved in music at a young age, and my wife and I had never had music. So we decided we would try to do it right along with them. Now, you talk about getting out of your comfort zone and growth. This was just a magnitude of uncomfortable experiences, but a lot of growth happened in those experiences. And one that led to a co-authored book with our piano teacher that her and I wrote. And I'll tell you, my wife read it, and I'll get to that here in just a second, but I want to share with you, for those that aren't familiar with the book, it's called Difficulty Demon. It's called Difficulty Demon. And the reason I share it is because it's really about that human experience. We discovered this. I teach martial arts. She teaches music, two very different things. But we realize there's so many similarities in what we do as far as the learning process. And the learning process has to do with the demons that we occur along the way in our lives. And in the book, we have this hallway, and at the beginning of the hallway, it's analogous with life, essentially. We're born at the beginning of the hallway. At the end of the hallway is our inevitable death, which we're all going to experience it someday. But along the way, we have these doors. And these doors are things like our demon of anxiety, our demon of worth, our demon of guilt, our demon of control, pessimism. These things are just part of the human experience. And in the book, our character goes through and opens these doors and has these just huge growth moments and these takeaway tools that the character learns behind each door. But in life, sometimes we're kind of too afraid to open those doors. We're afraid of what's on the other side. And see, there's technology that's fine. It's just, we're busy. That always happens. See, I tried to unplug it earlier, but so anyway, the character goes through the story, and in life we get afraid to open those doors. But what we essentially do is realize that at the end of our hallway, if we turn around and look back, if we haven't opened up any of these doors, all we've essentially done is arrive safely at death. And we really missed the point. We never know how much we could grow. They're persistent. I'm going to let it keep ringing so the answering machine can get it. Sorry about that, guys. But here is the thing. We don't open the doors, but our character did, and we go through it. My wife, she read the book, and I have to tell you, it really had a profound effect on her life. And believe me, because I wrote it and she said it, she has a hard time giving me props sometimes. I don't know how many of you out there are married. Sometimes that's difficult. But she really thought it was profound, and she really got to put into practice shortly after she'd read it, one of the demons that was just rearing his head at her, and that was the demon of guilt. Because we had gone down to a spring break to visit some friends, and we took our dog with us. And our friends that we were visiting had dogs. We had a little Chinese crested, and our friends had some larger dogs. So they just communicated that these dogs probably shouldn't, correspond at all. We should probably keep them apart. So we did everything we could to make sure that happened. Well, there was one morning where there was some miscommunication, and our dog, my wife had let our dog out while the other dogs were still in the house. And one of our friend's dogs had attacked our dog and killed the dog right in front of our eyes. It was very traumatic for us. Our children were there. It was really a pretty horrific experience. And I told my wife, I said, I'm going to let you know, she's feeling terrible. Our friends felt terrible. The kids were traumatized. But my wife felt like she was the one that let the dog out. So she was trying to take all that blame for the situation, which wasn't the case. But, I told her this is when that demon of guilt's really going to punch your clock. It's really going to try to get your attention and really make you feel bad. But in the book, we talk about, we have these tool takeaways, and really in everything that we do in life on how it affects us, even with that demon of guilt, we have the power to choose. We have the power to choose our level of guilt. And sometimes it's appropriate, and sometimes it's not. But we have to take, we talk about in the book, like taking guilt on like vitamins. Vitamins are designed to sustain us. If we don't process those vitamins and take them every single day, and we save them up for 20 years, if we take all those vitamins on year 20, it's going to kill us, literally. Not only that, if we didn't take those vitamins, didn't process that guilt on a day-to-day basis like we should, then we're not gathering from the nutrients those vitamins are supposed to provide. So we have to learn to manage those things on becoming the best us. You mentioned it. There's going to be challenges. There's always challenges. Those are called growth opportunities. In fact, demon number 10 is the demon of growth. It's the culmination of the entire experience of this thing that we call life. And we should embrace those challenges and get comfortable with the fact that we're going to make mistakes along the way. We are working. I love what you said, our better and our best. But here's the thing. We're always working on becoming the best us, or we should be. We talk in the book about how we should be on the path to perfection, but we have to understand and realize that we'll never attain it. And we have to be okay with that. In fact, in that same chapter, I don't know how many of you, I've got my spot in the house. I got my chair, I got my spot. I don't know how many of you have it. But for those of you that haven't seen the show, my family just calls me Sheldon, from the Big Bang Theory. I have my spot, don't take my spot. We all have that spot where we feel comfortable in our homes. And in the book, in that same chapter, the character comes in and sits down in like the most comfortable chair possible. I mean, this thing is just perfect. It just fits the character perfect. It's got this pumped in classical music. Just this chair starts rocking the character back and forth. The character feels like they could spend eternity in that chair and feel very comfortable. The character describes it almost like being back in the womb, right? Safe, comfortable. And it wasn't until a lot of time had passed until the character realized that there's actually other things in this room. And the character looks out and realizes there's another chair. There's another chair out there. But it's weird because it's behind all these obstacles. All these obstacles, there's water hazards and sand traps and rock climbing and all this stuff that it looks like it would be impossible to even get to that chair. And the character even wonders, why would I get to that chair in the first place? Because the character looks at it, sees it's like this hardwood chair. It's small, it looks extremely uncomfortable. And the character's thinking, it's perfect here. Why would I even have any interest in that chair whatsoever? Except the character realizes there's one unique quality about that chair, and that is it looks brand new. It looks like it's never been used. And the character realizes that perhaps I should have some interest in what this chair is all about. So the character stands up from the comfortable chair, and it's a difficult standing up. Sometimes that simple act is one of the most difficult things we can do. It's just that first step. Anything that we do, that first step, it's always the hardest one, right? I do these diamond push-ups in my workout, and I don't know what it is, but my very first one, I can barely do, but then I can knock out like 9 or 10 after that. I don't know what it is, but that first one is always hard. But our character stands up, and we even have the acronym on the back of the book, STAND, stop the atrophy of never doing. Stop the atrophy of never doing, which is something that plagues us all a lot. We get paralyzed by our demons, and the demon of fear isn't even in the book because guess what? The demon of fear is in every single room, every single chapter of all of our lives. So we have to figure out how to collaborate with those concepts instead of compete with them to learn how we can be the best us. But the character stands up, walks towards that chair, traverses all these things. It's difficult, but not as difficult as they thought from the comfortable seat. As they get closer to the chair, they realize every time they think they're almost there, the chair moves just a little bit further away, until the character finally realizes that they're not going to reach that chair. That is the chair of perfection. We thought the other one was the chair of perfection, but that chair is the chair of perfection because it is making us as perfect as we can be in the pursuit of it. And that's what becoming the best you is all about, being on the pursuit of what's most important in your life, what's most important things in that pie of importance that you are serving to be the best you, whatever it is. When it comes to finances, I had several people that saw what I was doing early on and wrote out all kinds of stuff that talked about, your four-wall economy, controlling what you can control, and the psychology of money, and how to calculate net worth and saving and investing strategies, all these different things that we did in order to accomplish what we accomplished. And I started sharing it with others, and it was effortless because I love it. Because let's be real, that pie of importance, this is the thing that I'm passionate about, because I have a degree in business, and I realized the reason that I was broke personally was because I never had any personal finance education in my school, not elementary school, middle school, high school, a college degree in business, no personal finance education whatsoever. Yet I was dropped into this socioeconomic society and expected to fend for myself without any education on it. I don't understand. So that is why I'm so passionate about making that change in others, to arm them with the tools, at least to put them on the path to perfection. We're never going to attain it, but we're a lot closer than we would be had we not had the information and not been on that path. So that is why I'm passionate about what I do when we get there. So my question is simple. When we're on the path to becoming the best you, the best us, I ask these questions, and I ask them with people that I work with. What books are you currently reading to become the best you, right? Obviously, I've got a few books here behind me. These are some of mine. I never spend money on books. I invest money in books. And I can promise you, every single book that I have, I spent a lot less money on it than I did my cheapest college textbook. And some of them are just life changers on things that I can choose to be better at in my own life, whether it be parenting, whether it be health, whether it be finances, whether it be how to be a better husband. There's all kinds of information out there that we can invest money in. So what books are you investing your time and money in to do that? Also, I have to ask, what school or course or program or coach or mentor are you investing in to help you meet your goals on whatever it is, whether you're bodybuilding, whether you're trying to do finance stuff, whether you're trying to be a better spouse? Who are you collaborating with to make that happen? And here's a big one. Who are you investing your time with? And I choose that very carefully. Again, not spending time with. I heard somebody, I don't even remember who said it. I heard somebody say it one time. I don't spend time with people. I invest time with people. I've tried to use that every time since I've heard that, because it's easy to spend time with anybody. It's harder to find groups of people to invest time with that are invested in themselves and you to become the better you. Because let's face it, too many times we like to sit in that comfortable chair and just sway back and forth and let that rhythm just rock us to sleep and be comfortable. Being uncomfortable is hard, but movement side to side is not movement forward. And if you want forward movement in your life, discomfort is going to come. Believe me. But just like Terrence said, the accomplishment that we feel after the fact is just, there's no better reward, in my opinion. There's no better reward. So what are you also doing to become the best you? Now, here's another verbiage thing I like. Lots of times people tell me things that they're going to do, and I flip that on. What you're telling me, things that you're going to do, you're telling me of things that you are not currently doing. I'm guilty of saying it myself sometimes, things I'm going to do, but I try to eliminate as much as possible. What are we doing, not going to do? Because if you're going to do something, we're just advertising the stuff that we're currently not doing. So we have to make sure that we take the stand, stop the atrophy of never doing, takes action. That first step is always the hardest, but just take that first step, get uncomfortable, dive in, right? Don't dip your toe in the water, dive in on whatever it is that you want to do to become the best you. And here's what I truly believe, because I believe the stuff that I did, I even have a thing in my course to talk about. It's simple, but not easy. We did simple things. Some of them are uncomfortable. Some of them are difficult, but they're simple things. And I truly believe that if I did it, I believe anybody could do it. Anybody can do it, because they're just strategies you do. And once you get to do them, you're just taking that momentum and going forward, and habits build on top of habits. And it just propels you in the right direction to create what I call wealth for yourself. Not richness, because people think a lot of money is going to solve their problems. I'm sure you've all heard more money, more problems, right? It's really true. We're figuring out how to become wealthy, to create a level of financial independence that allows us to have options to serve the things that are important to us in our life. And if we treat money that way, then we're going to have much better success, be much happier, but be much more well-rounded and be wealthy. And last but not least, I had coined the term, what I call being self-flesh. And I did that because sometimes people feel guilty when they choose to work on themselves. And I understand that concept. I really do. But here's the thing. You have a responsibility to work on yourself. We are all selfish, has a negative connotation. If you say somebody's selfish, you think something bad about it. But that's why I coined the term self-flesh, to give you permission to work on you in a non-negative way, but only by realizing that through being at your best, are you now able to be better service to other people. So at the end of the day, nobody's responsible for you except for you. So we have to make sure that we're being selfish and propelling ourselves to be the best that we can be. So I'm Kevin Wilson. I'm looking forward to meeting some of you live and in person in October. Terrence, I appreciate the time, and I'm so excited. Appreciate you, man.
All right, let's give it up for Kevin Wilson dropping the nuggets here on the Becoming the Best You conference. Kevin, I love that. And I love every time you talk about it, because you really break finance down in a down-to-earth way, and how you use your stories to really bring it back to what's important, which what you do in your house, what you do within those four walls. That's really, really important. But I really want to give you a couple of more seconds to really drive home that ideal of selfish, because if we're not like that with our own finances, then we can't build that kind of momentum that allows us to be helpful with other people in our community like you do. So drill down on the importance of that again.
I wish I actually have a full out like a dictionary format definition for this word. I wish I had it in front of me, because I won't do it justice. But it is really important in my opinion, because I've spoken too many times to people that are givers, and they want to give and they want to help, but are just not taking care of them, and they're struggling, whether it be finances or other areas of their life. But that's what I've finally learned is we really do. We have to take care of us first. One thing I on that topic, I read something that just really went against the grain of my fiber as a father. And that was, it said, if there's a man and a woman and 2 kids, and you're like out in the wilderness and you have one meal in front of you, who eats it? Yeah. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, split it between my kids. I'm thinking my kids first. And the challenge, he said, no, the father eats it so that he can go out and get more food for the rest of the family, so that the kids eat it and then you all die. You need to go out, get that food for yourself so that you can get food for everybody later on. And that was maybe an early onset of my idea, that selfless concept, and knowing we have to be able to provide for those things, those people, and those things that are important to us in our lives. So
that's a super interesting, nuanced way to look at the airline mass philosophy. So it's just
exactly what I was about to say.
I've used that before. Exactly right. It's the same thing. Yeah, it makes sense when you break it down like that. It makes sense. But we have a funny thing that happens in our mind, when we're do our day to day. But we have to give ourselves that permission to put our mask on first. We really do.
Absolutely.
I love it. So, Kevin, if they wanted to have a deeper conversation with you about life, about finances, or how they can get your books, how can they get in contact with you?
You're probably the simplest thing. I got a few different mediums out there, but the simplest thing is just go to difficultydemon.com. That's the website for my book, and I've got multiple contact stuff there. But yeah, I'd love to hear anybody struggling with any of those demons in their lives. The book, as I said, I sold my wife. That's the hardest sale in the world. So, it really is some powerful stuff.
All right. Well, go to difficultydemon.com to get more information from Kevin, to set up a time where you can talk to him more about everything that he's doing. And Kevin, as always, we really are grateful that you took a little bit of time out of your day to join us here at the Becoming the Best You conference. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, Kevin.
All right, you guys.
I feel like it's a dog whistle on this side. Like when I thought I fixed it, and then apparently it's still got the same little buzzy buzz. I can't even hear it.
Yeah. Well, we heard it, and you're just going from your good to your better phase. So the next time you come on, you'll be better than this time. Oh, hopefully. Yeah.
Right. What's funny is in our group chat, you guys said feedback. I'm like, feedback on what? We got to. We're getting feedback from Evan right now. What? Oh, that's good stuff.
Yes, indeed. So hopefully you are enjoying yourself. Remember that you can always, while you are watching us here now virtually, you can always go ahead and sign up to see us live and in person at our October event. So we want you to remember to go on over to that's the wrong one. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com and join us in October in St. Louis for the in-person Becoming the Best You conference. We've got a special going on that is only available during these 2 days here of the conference. It's our conference special where you can get your ticket for the low price of $250. Just put in the code BTBY when you go to the link to register. And so we look forward to not only seeing you here virtually, but we look forward to seeing you in October in St. Louis. All right, Anthony, you ready for our next speaker?
I am. I'm going to go ahead and give him the introduction he deserves. I'll let you bring him up when I get it done. T, thank you for that. And our next speaker, here's what we got. We got a Mr. Chuck Doyle, a.k.a. Coffee Cup Chuck. He's the co-owner of Luminous Technologies. It's actually a Kansas City-based electric and lighting company, the founder of TAMIC, which is actually known as the American Mastermind Investment Club, and the host of Positive Talks podcast segment, Monday through Friday blog called The First Cup KC. He's got an associate's degree in business and science marketing from Everest University and an ATM certificate at Toastmasters International Professional Speech School. A lot of you guys know about that. And currently he is on his way to be a top motivational speaker and social media speaker. We are honored to have him here. Ladies and gentlemen, Coffee Cup Chuck.
What up, ladies and gentlemen? How you guys doing today?
Hey,
Great.
Jack, how are you, sir?
Man, all right. Can you guys hear me well?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Well, we thank
All
you
right,
so much
well,
for being here with us, and we know you've got a powerful message for us, so we are going to turn
Yes,
the
I
stage
do.
over to you, my friend.
Hello, everybody. Hello. All right. So I'm going to start it off with a journey. On our journeys to becoming a better you are always going to encounter obstacles. So those obstacles, they can be small, they can be big. Today, I'm going to give you a story. And that story, I hope you get a better understanding of why it doesn't matter the size of your obstacle. What really matters is, guess what? How you continue through it. You got to stay consistent in the stuff you do. If you're not consistent, you tend to fail more. Well, about a month ago, I'll say a month and a half ago, my wife and I, along with my daughter, her husband, 4 of our grandchildren, and 2 of our animals, we took a trip. Spokane Creek campgrounds in South Dakota, Keystone to be exact. This was a beautiful campground, and the people there were very, very nice. We took this trip though because we wanted to bring awareness to our grandchildren that, when people get together with the common goal of doing something great things can happen. And I know you guys are looking at this first slide. This slide right here is a picture of us standing in front of Mount Rushmore. So we took this trip up to Mount Rushmore, and man, like I said, it blew me away to just finally get to stand in front of this monument. The grandkids, they loved it. I mean, this was a good lesson for them. But this wasn't the lesson we all walked away. This ain't the lesson we walked away with. What we walked away with was something greater than that, overcoming obstacles. So we didn't just go to South Dakota to see the mountain. We also went because we wanted to experience somewhere different than where we were. And we wanted the kids to kind of like nature walk and see mountain items. We were hoping to see the bighorn rams. We didn't see any, but the crazy thing about this trip is we decided to take the naturalist thing you could do, a hike. And this is where the story gets deep, because that lesson we thought we were teaching those kids about Mount Rushmore, it was outweighed by Cain and Ray. Yes, Cain and Ray. Cain and Ray is our 5-year-old grandson. He's a little overweight. He's the one you see in the front there throwing up the L for Luminous Technologies. You see my grandkids, they love the company and they love to see their grandfather get over all of his obstacles. So this one would be a good one for little old Cain and Ray. You see, being overweight, it becomes an ability, a disability. And he can't move like the other grandkids you see. So he tries harder and harder than the other ones to get things accomplished. Well, we were going to take this hike, but before we take this hike, we had to at least make sure that this is something that Cain and Ray was going to be able to do. Like I said, this was going to be a hard hike. He agreed. He said, I want to do just like the other kids. Another thing about Cain and Ray is he might be big, but he's active. He's very active. I'm going to tell you how active he is. He loves Michael Jackson. And what does Michael Jackson like to do? Michael Jackson likes to dance, kind of like Izzy. Everybody know who Izzy is. He likes to dance, so he does stay busy. He does stay moving. He can move, but he just can't get rid of the weight as fast as he's gaining it. But he was going to learn something valuable today. So this mountain, to him. It's called the American Flag Trail. It's about 1.5 miles up and 1.5 miles down. And as you can see on this picture, it's kind of like a foot wide dirt trail, kind of rocky. So we already knew from the beginning that this climb was going to be a difficult climb. But hey, we were going to help him. So we started up this mountain. About 300 feet into the mountain, we hit our first obstacle. That obstacle was a 5 to 6 foot slated piece of rock. Had little divots in it to where you can actually get over it. But to Kane and Ray, this was a very, very tough looking thing to get by. I can't do it, Daddy. I can't do it, Daddy. I can't do it. His dad looked at him and said, yeah, you can, because I'm going to help you and I'm here and we're going to get through it. So let's go. He continued with his I can't do it antics, but he got over the obstacle. Back on the trail. Everybody else was kind of like, a little farther up than we were. I kind of tried to stay back behind a little bit just to help out in case I had to. But I didn't want to get in the middle of this father and dad moment. So I kind of let him handle his situation with his son. Well, about 100 yards up in front of the first obstacle, there was another one. And this one was even harder than the first one. As you all know, Kane and Ray, he started with those antics again. I can't do it. I can't do it, Daddy. I can't. I'm tired. My legs are hurting. All the excuses. But his daddy was there and he told him, listen, son, I got you. Keep moving forward. Let's go. Despite all the crying, he kept moving. Now we're halfway up the mountain. And I'm at this point, I'm kind of like, I want to catch up with everybody else. But at the same time, I know this mountain is going to get a little bit tougher to climb. So I hung back. We got halfway up the mountain. Kane and Ray comes to his hardest obstacle. And this was a very hard obstacle because it was a lot of rock, a lot of maneuvering. You had to really think your way through this one. But his daddy was there. And his daddy had his back. But Kane and Ray, he didn't want to go further. So he fell to the ground and started crying as hard as he could. Daddy, I can't do it. This is just too much. It's too much. I can't do it. Well, his daddy sat down next to him, drew his legs up, put his hands around his knees. I was kind of like standing behind a bush. I didn't want him to see me. I just wanted to see how he was going to handle this because despite the climb, I knew this kid was hurt. I knew this was a very, very hard thing for him to do. This was an obstacle. A lot of people would look at this hill, this 1.5 mile hike hill, like it's just basically a hill. But to him, this was Mount Everest. So he cried. But his daddy told him, look, son, dry your eyes, wipe your face. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to look down that hill. I want you to look down. And what I want you to do is I want you to tell me what you said at the bottom of the hill. And he said, Daddy, I said, I can't do it, Daddy. And I can't. He said, well, what you doing, son? Look, we halfway there. So I want you to do me a favor. I want you to get up. His daddy stood up. I'm still behind this bush watching this. And I'm like in tears right now because this is it. This is the moment. This is the whole reason for the trip. This was it. If anything else didn't matter on this trip, this was the moment. Kane and Ray got up. I can't, Daddy, I can't. But they continued up the hill. They got to the top of the hill where the flag was. Kane and Ray had the biggest smile on his face. I mean, this kid was happy and accomplished. He had just gotten over all of the obstacles that came in front of him. He had help, but he still did it. And they stood there and took a picture with that flag waving above him. That's a tale that can last a lifetime for that kid. That day, that kid found out that no matter what, he can get through anything as long as he keep moving in a direction that's going to get him to where he want to go. If you take anything from this message that I'm telling you today, if you take anything from this story, I want you to take this. We go through a lot. But check this out. In order to become the best version of you, in order to become this new version, you first got to get over the obstacle of the current version. Kane and Ray had to climb down that hill, y'all. And when he climbed down that hill, it was I can't, all the way down, just like he did up. But guess what? For the rest of that trip, he walked with his chest out because he knew he accomplished something that he put his mind to, and he didn't give up. Become the best version of you. To become the best version that you can of yourself. It's your choice. It's your option. And you can do it. A lot of people don't understand. Look, we're here today. We're right here today, standing in front, accomplished. We've done everything we've been through, everything we've already been through, and we're here today. So do me a favor, y'all. When you come across those obstacles, don't let them overcome you. Become the best version of yourself. My name's Chuck Doyle, aka Coffee Cup Chuck, and thank you guys for listening.
Coffee Cup Chuck. Hey, Chuck, how do I sound a little better? Am I less feedbacky? Is this better?
I don't hear that wild, loud whistle that I heard before. Okay,
good. Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but we fixed it. We got a new mic. We're all set up. Chuck,
nice.
Great job. Have you ever heard it reminds me of the fable of the football field where the guy carries him on his back and he's saying, I can't go any further. He goes, there's no way that I can carry somebody on my back for 10 yards. The next thing you know, he goes all 100 yards.
Yes, I seen that video. Blindfolded, right?
Blindfolded. Because long as you don't know we are so afraid of what's ahead of us, not realizing that we have the fortitude, we have the ability to do it. How long ago was that trip?
This was about a month and a half ago. Wow. I think we headed out. It was like June. No, it was July. I don't think it was even that long ago. It was June 28th. That's right. It was right before Nope. It was July 28th. So it was recent.
What's great is, I know you've been getting into motivational speaking and speaking more and more. The ability to find stories like that in your own life, they pop up. Yeah. They are always there. The way that you can look at life, the way life hands what's seeming like a regular day to you, and how it hands to you a story that you can actually motivate people and give information to and spread that kind of love and messaging. It's fantastic.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It just blew me away because I see the emotion, and the dad himself, Anthony, man, the dad himself, he gave me a bigger understanding of how much of a dad he is just by being able to experience that. And I'm glad I didn't interrupt it, because some people just interrupt things, but that kid, he will always grow up and remember that story. So, and I hope everyone else, remembers it, because it's something to walk away with. It really is.
Absolutely. There's some great parallels there. The parallel of the father and the son, not to get too spiritual, but we all know that sometimes we are afraid to do things because we don't have a foundation behind us. We don't have someone there to catch us if we fall. But the fact that you were able to tell us that wonderful story and then illustrated in the pictures of that his father was always behind him and always encouraging him to move forward. And he was able to do it, even though he did it kicking and screaming. He still knew that his father was behind him to catch him if he fell. And when you become the best version of yourself, it's a lot easier for you to do when you know that there is someone or something there to support you and to literally catch you if you fall and to pick you back up so that you can keep moving forward. So thank you for sharing that with me. I don't have my coffee cup, but I have my coffee mug, and I was all up in that story. So thank you.
I got a bunch of them. So
love it.
Hey,
So Chuck, how can they get in contact?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was, you and I, we've done too many of these together. You were going to ask the same thing I was. Go ahead, T.
All right. So Chuck, if they want to have a closer connection with you, if they want to learn more about what you're doing and how they can fill their coffee cup, how can they get in contact with you?
So I'm on all social media sites. TikTok, I'm kind of growing my TikTok right now. I'm on Facebook, Instagram. Every Monday through Friday, I post a coffee cup with a message behind it. Hey, go on there, subscribe to the YouTube channel where I got the podcast going. I got some great interviewees on there, great stories that you can grow off of. And if they want to get a little more information, just hit the email. And that's the first cup at thefirstcupkc@gmail.com.
Fantastic. We will ask you to throw that in the comments after you leave the stage so that they can get in contact with you. But let's give it up, you guys, for Coffee Cup Chuck Doyle in the building.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, man.
All
Great
right.
job, my dude.
Thank you, man.
Thank
Take it
you
easy.
so much. So yeah, we are rocking and rolling, Anthony. That was a great presentation, don't you think?
No, I dug it. Yeah, I love when you can take even 10 or 15 minutes and just take one story and essentially the lessons learned throughout. That's the way that when I engage with a certain speaker, it's typically based on that instead of like it's kind of like Dave Chappelle in comedy is the best way to describe it. Chappelle just takes a whole story and makes it one comedy routine, whereas you could do that with motivation as well. And I think he did a great job with it.
Absolutely. So you ready for our next speaker?
I'm ready. I'm the smooth, buttery sounds of the next voice coming up. I got to make sure I don't fall asleep because he is sultry with his speaking.
Well, we'll have to make sure that we cut him off quickly because we don't want him to take our MC job because that's just how good he is. You guys, welcoming to the stage our next speaker here at BTBY is none other than the dynamic leader himself, Eric Wilson Sr. You got to make sure you say the senior. He is an impactful storyteller. He's a mentor. He's a father. He is a husband. He's a grandfather, as well as a great grandfather. But more importantly, he is an author and an inspirational speaker. He is the founder and the CEO of Men with Mantles Ministry that he established in 2015. And he, along with his lovely wife, his boo thing, Arlene, they're co-authors in 2 anthologies. One is The Masters of Marriage, a relational devotional for couples curated by Wes and Nisha Stringfellow, pastors at the Heart Life Ministries. And he's also a part of You Are Unstoppable, It's Never Too Late, curated by some guy who you might know a little bit about, some MC that's on the BTBY stage right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be me. Yeah. So they are in this powerful book letting you know it's never too late to be more, have more, and to do more. But Eric's mission is to inspire young men all over the world that have been fatherless, letting them know that's not the end of the road, but just a crossroad. Being fatherless, Eric wants to teach young men to speak and awaken the man within them to be who they are designed to be and created to be. Now, he's going to been through a lot, but he knows that there are more adversities to come, and you can overcome those adversities if you just take a little bit of the nuggets that he's going to be sharing with you today. So let's welcome to the stage none other than the melodic tones of Mr. Eric Wilson Sr. Hey, Eric, how are you?
How are you? How are you? It's a pleasure being here with the BTBY.
Look at you looking as clean as for health. Look out, look out, look out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are glad that you are here. Eric is also one of our members that was part of the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy that we just did earlier this year. So what you are about to hear is the culmination of our 8-week course, as well as his other training that he's had along the way. So if you are interested in being as good as this gentleman that you're about to hear right now, then we got some information for you on the other side. But without further ado, we're going to turn the virtual stage over to you, Eric Wilson Sr.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, Terrence, and everyone that is here with our speakers today. We have a very, very phenomenal panel. But I would like to go ahead and get an understanding on giving you what you need to succeed. And this is going to say, I want to ask you a question. How many of you here today understand the thought of you being a superhero? Think on that for a little bit. I know we look at different cartoons, we look at different Marvel movies and things on that nature, and we look at superheroes as having supernatural strength. With that supernatural strength, we look at all of the things that they're able to accomplish, but they weren't able to accomplish that in the beginning until they learned how to form and to dictate the supernatural that they have. But I want to let you know, you have that supernatural also. It just has to be cultivated. And today I want to give you some details on how to cultivate that. As Terrence said, my ministry is Men with Mantles. Now, we're not talking about the mantle that the board on top of your fireplace, but we're talking about a sleeveless cloak that you see some superheroes wear. And what that cloak represents is the supernatural that you have within you, and it keeps it covered until it needs to come out. So let's talk about you being supernatural, and let's talk about you being that superhero. Now, we know physically we cannot stand on the highest building and jump off and fly away, but that's physically. Let's start talking about the mental state. And in order to do that, I want to take you back. I want to take you back to where I was an adolescent, a child. And I want to give you some transparent details that cultivated me to be the loving man, loving husband of a wonderful woman, Arlene Collins Wilson, that I am today. Now, when I started out as a youth, when I came out my mother's womb, I was fatherless. Didn't see my father, didn't lay eyes on my father, ever. The first time I saw a picture of my father was when I was 15, and my father passed away. But because of the anger, the frustration, and the pain that I had, my mother asked me if I wanted to go to the funeral. And I didn't answer, but the pain did. And it said, no, if he couldn't be here, I don't need to be there. So I let that pain just engross inside of me and start to eat at me. As long as it took for me to start learning that a father is an intricate detail in that family. Now, ladies, I'm not singling out the men. I am talking to you also because you have to go through a difficult time also when there's no father in the home. But the concept that I want to give to you today is that you have a superhero inside of you. Now, by me being angry, frustrated, and full of fight and vigor, I could look at a person as I got older and knew what hate really was. I hated kids that had their fathers and was able to see and go to events with their father because I didn't have one. I knew nothing about the children. I knew nothing about the fathers. I knew nothing about their households. But just because I was angry and bitter inside, I hated them. And that wasn't right. So it took me into my adolescent years, and in my early 20s, I started to wonder why things kept going so wrong for me. As I look back, I think that they were going wrong because I caused them to go wrong by my anger, the bitterness that I showed towards people. And yes, I was a liar, because every day that I would put a smile on my face and tell jokes about myself, to down myself before somebody else could do it, I lied to myself and I lied to them. But today I don't do that anymore, because I've learned how to cultivate my own heart with love. But it took for me to get on my knees and to talk to the Lord about who I really am. In my early 20s, I didn't have children yet. But because I was coming out of that time frame when I was so angry and bitter and transitioning into someone that loved more than they hated, I needed a higher calling to understand what love truly is, what I had to give up, and what I had to accomplish. What I had to give up is that selfish, self-centered part of me that I just did not want to have anymore, which was hateful, vindictive, and I would smile and make jokes and everything to lie about the true feelings I had inside. But coming to my early 20s, I got on my knees and I asked the Lord, if you can teach me how to be a father, I will go ahead and treat my own children, not the way my father did, but the way you treated your children. I don't know what went on in my mother's house before I was born that my father left. But I put all of that pain on me and said, because I was born, that's why they split up. But now I know it wasn't me. And the darkness that I have is gone, never to be realized again. So in my 20s, I started putting on my cloak, which is my mantle. Just like you see me in a suit coat, it's my mantle. I don't dress this way to impress you. I dress this way to impress myself on what I'm going to become. As men, we have to be able to cultivate our lives so that we can be better men for our wives, for our girlfriends, for our children, and for those around us that don't even know us, but need something from us. As a father, you're the priest of your home. When there's an issue, a situation, or something that people cannot understand, you put that cloak on and you have the answers. There's other times when you say, okay, I'm the king of my castle. What does that truly mean? That does not mean that you dictate what the family is supposed to be. But you sit back, you listen at the family, and you make adjusted calls to understand that not only are you doing it for yourself, but you're doing it for them also. There's always love in that supernatural. And that's where men with mantles come in. You are being a blessing because you've been blessed. You give that blessing to others as you receive it. And men, it's time out for doing it alone. We cannot do it alone anymore. I beg to differ. We have to have people in our circle that are smarter than us, that are more apprehensive in what they've done, and that are going to give it freely. So now you can learn more than you know. That's what makes us great men. Now you're strong, you're mighty, you can withstand whatever adversity, but we as men have feelings too. So how can we be fearless if it comes down to doing it yourself? Everything that we do, we're educated, we're smart, we're confident. But that means nothing if you tear down your house and you belittle your children and you dog out your wife and you don't give them the proper nutrients they need to grow and learn how to put their own cloak on. So Men with Mantles helps you with that. It gives you understanding on who you are, whose you are, and what you're about to come into. It creates an independence that not only you have, but you teach your family. As I was in my youth stage, I was angry, bitter, and frustrated all the time. And what did I get? Whatsoever you sow, that you shall also reap. That means whatever you give, you will get in return in abundance. I was always in trouble, doing the wrong thing at the wrong place at the wrong time. But as soon as I put my cloak on and I put that super on my natural, I was able to take myself from having blessings that are negative and come out with blessings that are positive. Every time we look at the cloak that we have on, we have to look at the way that we're doing things in this earth. So I challenge you today. I challenge you to look at yourself. Look at the way that you're doing things. And then those ways that you feel that you're downfall, look for something in someone else that you see that will cultivate what you have inside. Go up to them and talk to them. Be friendly. Show yourself friendly, and you will keep friends. So my name is Eric Wilson, and I am blessed to understand who you are and teach you how to put your super on your natural so that you can be the best superhero that God has called you to be. Thank you very much for having me and letting me speak.
Man, oh man, oh man. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know what?
Yes.
You spoke so eloquently and so well, Eric, that you
Yes.
have probably broken the internet.
Oh man, come on, man.
That's just how good you were. We are definitely enjoying what you had to say, and your message is one that really transcends generations. You know,
Yes.
I love your story, and I love how your growing up affected you, but how you didn't let it keep you in that same situation. And now you have gone full circle and you're helping others to not walk on that same path as well. So we appreciate you for doing that. We appreciate you for not taking my job with the melodious voice while you were doing it. You know, I got to go freshen up my goatee because now you look here, you went to the barber and everything. Look at all kidding aside. So if people want to get more information about your ministry, That's exactly what it is. Men with mantles. How can they get in contact with you?
Well, you can reach me on Facebook, and that is facebook.com/ewilson 3345. Or you can go on Instagram at ewilson3345. Or you can go ahead and do my email, which is ericwilsonsenior@gmail.com.
All right. So you guys make sure you get that information. Eric, we're going to ask you to jump on into the comment section once you are done and put that information there so that they can easily get in contact with you. But ladies and gentlemen, this has been the melodious voice of Eric Wilson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Look, you got people just commenting. Eric Wilson Sr. fly and intentional as always. Yes, yes, yes. You bless some people. You got people out here shouting amen. You got Pastor Wilson up in the house. And yes, he was definitely dressed for success. Hey, Anthony, you got any questions or comments for our friend Eric?
Yeah, when you were 12 years old, was your voice that deep, or was this just is this like a practice thing?
No, I just went through puberty, so that's why it's so deep.
Well, no, that was great. I mean, we obviously worked together when you were one of our students. Actually, do we have a testimonial from him? We could probably play that while we're trying to make sure we get all this back up on all the other pages. And you already said where people can find you and all the different stuff. Actually, you know what? While you're here, what was one of the takeaways you had from? Because again, you're a night and day different speaker from day one to day now. What was one of the biggest takeaways for you that kind of gave you the confidence, or what made you kind of a change to be the speaker that you are right now?
My confidence level. When you believe in yourself, you're able to accomplish anything. But when you condemn yourself and you put yourself down before anybody gives you any feedback, then you're already down in yourself and you're destined for being demolished.
Yeah.
So going through your program gave me the confidence that I do have something to say, and I need to say it.
I love that. Yeah, it is practice. It's repetition.
Yes.
Comedians say the same thing. Speakers say that. It is literally feeling confident in your own skin to do something that most people are terrified for. I believe as though, aside from the fear of fall or fear of death, speaking in front of people is the second biggest fear. So it is something, and the ability to create a different feeling, a different sense. It's a huge ability to have impact on people. Are people still having issues with my mic? No.
Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear me just fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. We've dropped down to 0. So you had a bunch of people watching. So we're going to go ahead and throw a commercial up, and then we are going to try to fix why we've lost some of the Facebook feeds. We got James in the background. Andy, I know you're next. So give us a split second. I'm going to go ahead and throw up one of these commercials, and we will be right back.
Hey, it's Izzy, the Intentional Healer. I just want to jump on and just give a shout out to the Becoming the Best You Speaker series. That was an amazing series that I just went through. It was 8 weeks. And when I say in that 8 weeks, probably what I took away the most, because, okay, I want to say this. It was my second speaker's class. So for me, I was building on some other awesome things I had learned. But what stood out for me, what stood out to me the most and what has helped me the most, and I have used it ever since, every speech that I'm putting together, and that is the great Terrence, the Unstoppable, said, never tell a story without making a point, and never make a point without telling a story. So that is on my checklist now, because before that I was just rambling on, and I had a point somewhere. But with the help of the Becoming the Best You Speaker series, I now can put together a nice speech. So I highly recommend the Becoming the Best You Speaker series. Join now.
All right, we have, let me drop Eric off. Hold on. So I think we've got, no, I had one added back on. So we got this on the Be the Change channel. We've got it on Terrence's. All the YouTubes are working. Looks like Facebook doesn't like us. I actually should, I think I re-added it. Let me re-add the Becoming the Best You page, get that up and running.
Yeah, I'm re-adding it now.
I already did the in and out, I think. So it should be, it looks like it's going right now. I believe as though it's showing that it's going.
Yeah, then I'm gonna try to get one more on there so we can, because we were having troubles with, I wasn't seeing the YouTube one either. So
all the YouTubes look like it's working. So now we've just got people are coming back into the Becoming the Best You Facebook. We'll give it a second. We'll do, let's see, we're gonna do one more ad. It should be a couple short ones, and we will be right back. And Andy, just give us about 1 or 2 minutes. We want to make sure everybody's got a chance to see what you got to say. So we'll be right back. All right, I want to make sure, I think Terrence putting one more up. I believe he's always got it. Whenever you want to come up, Terrence, go for it. I want to make sure we get Eric's information in there for everybody. I know that a little quick. So T, go ahead and give a little chit chat, what you think, if we got everything fixed, and then we'll go to our next speaker in just a second. I'm working on Eric's stuff.
Looks like we've got it. I can see people jumping in on Facebook. I also threw it up on my personal page just to test it. So if you guys are watching from the personal page, come on in and show some love. As we said, the whole title of today is Becoming the Best You, Overcoming Challenges. And if there isn't a challenge that you haven't overcome in your life, then take it from us. We know about overcoming challenges, especially the technology. Okay, we've got people saying, I'm here. We've got people saying, hey, guys. We're having people say, hi, Anthony. Hi, Terrence. So they are seeing us. So looks like this is coming back in. So we'll just keep monitoring it just to make sure. Technology is one of those challenges that you will have to overcome and continue to master.
I've been using this for a long time. That was a new one for me to drop two different streams during the show. But I want to make sure you guys get Eric's information. So if you want to email him, it's Eric Wilson Senior Speaks @gmail.com. We also have his Instagram, ewilson3345. And last but not least, ewilson3345 on Facebook, facebook.com/ewilson. So now you got it all. Eric, Mr. Wilson Sr., great job. And I think we're ready for Andy or Andrew. I don't know why I keep calling him. I think it's because, his thing says Andy. The sheet says Andrew.
I think you're just so ready. You're just so ready to say that thing that you say.
Mr. Nam. Mr. Nam. Vietnam. Okay. I love the last name. I do. All right. So we'll go ahead and move to our next speaker. We're pretty much, even with that little technical difficulty, we're pretty dang close to being on time. Yeah, we're only about 5 minutes off. So let's go ahead and get started. T, are you good with me taking it from here?
Absolutely.
And then you've got his PowerPoints. All right. Our next speaker during his second year of college decided to drop out of college and pursue His dream of entrepreneurship, started his first business pursuing his passion of the Fast and the Furious, big fan of those movies as well, selling automotive parts out of his bedroom in his parents' townhome. If you fast forward 5 years, his business became a 5,000 square foot full service facility and was known to be one of the best in the trade. At the turn of the century, which, if you do the math, that was a little over 20 years ago, his wife and him decided to turn a new leaf, sold the business, moved to another country to start a new life, where we started another automotive business. They started another automotive business at the time, which was more wholesale than retail. He's been through a lot. It actually did a little wear and tear on his health, and he is here to tell everybody that he wants to inspire them that they can recover their own health. If he did it, so can you. And to stop using your age as an excuse, give the body what it needs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Nam.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be on today's event. I think this is such a great way to inspire people to be the best you. And, for me, being the best you, I really think it starts with, being, having your health. Like, no matter what you want to do in life, who you want to be, where you want to go, whatever your dreams and goals are, maybe you want to enjoy living life. Maybe you want to grow your business. Maybe you want to be financially free, to watch your children grow, to play with your grandchildren. It really all starts with one thing, and that's your health. And today we're talking about overcoming challenges. And I just want to share a little bit about my story, about the challenges that I needed to overcome and what I learned from those challenges. And I hope that, what I learned and going to share with you today is going to start your journey to get things going on your health. So just a short story for me, like when I was 18 on my graduating year, I got into a major car accident driving to my girlfriend's house. I got T-boned by a one-ton truck on my driver's side, rushing, they ran a red light. Anyways, that fractured my back and broke all sorts of bones and stuff like that. Fast forward 10, 20 years later, working in the automotive trade, which is one of my passions, Fast and Furious. We made cars go faster before there were, even the movie. Anyways, that really broke down my body really quickly. And in my 30s, it got to the point that, I could barely get out of bed. I could barely stand for long periods of time. I was miserable to be around with. I had all these digestive problems. And I found that, my wife needed to take care of me more than that we're equal partners. I almost felt like she was taking care of my grandfather, which was me during the time. And I was in my 30s. And, I asked all my doctors, all my specialists, and all they can give me was prescription pain medication and basically say, hey, Andrew, this is going to be your life, get used to it. And it can only get worse. And, it was just a turning point on my 43rd birthday. I looked at my life and it was just not something I accepted. And I just knew there just got to be a better way. I knew there was going to be a better way for my wife and everything. So, first of all, I just want to tell people, don't blame, your health on anything. We need to take charge of our health. You don't blame it that you're too old. You don't have the energy. You can't think clearly. Right. You have to think about who's really taking control of your life, right? Who's responsible for your life. And, I think it comes down to, you need to own up to the fact that where your life is right now, it's no one's fault but your own. You are where you want to be, even though subliminally you may not want to be there, but, you are there because of things that you've done in your lifestyle. You have to stop blaming your genes, your slow metabolism. Stop blaming your parents, and really stop blaming your doctor for your current health. You have control of your thoughts, the food you put in your body, the toxins that enter your body, and, the exercises or lack of exercises you do each day. So, you really can't depend on someone else for your health. And if you don't own up to the fact, of not taking care of yourself, like owning up the fact that your health is your journey, take a look at your past life. Is like, how's that working for you? Is that where you want to continue to be? Can I have the next slide, please? Yes, there you go. Thank you. So, one of the things that I get I tell to a lot of people is like, you may be financially free, and it's great because, money gives you the ability to do so many things. but it does not give you the ability to pay someone to do the push-ups for you. If there was, and you can get fit that way, I would love to pay someone to do push-ups for me and I get the muscles, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Or pay someone and hire them to eat as healthy as possible and your body magically becomes healthier. Wouldn't that be cool, right? You know, what we choose to put into our body is either going to feed our bodies to boost our health and our vitality, or it's really going to slowly poison our body, leading us down a path towards chronic diseases. And, you know, when I'm talking about chronic diseases, you know, I'm talking about like type 2 diabetes, I'm talking about Alzheimer's, you know, heart conditions, you know, and perhaps even cancer. And these diseases, they don't happen overnight. They happen over decades, and, you know, they're from bad lifestyle choice decisions. And from here, you can see, you know, everyone wants the silver bullet or the magic pill. I get asked that question all the time. Is like, what can I do? Is there a fountain of youth? There's no such thing. You know, I'm really sorry to tell you, there's just really no such thing for something like that to happen. You know, medications, they don't really make you healthier. You know, they're really there just to address, to mask the symptoms, you know, to cover up all the symptoms that you may be having. And it doesn't solve the underlying problem. And, you know, that's a big problem, because when people are taking medication, one medication will give a side effect, and then they need to give you another one to give to mask that side effect. And after a while, you got a whole handful of medications. And let me ask you out there for the audience, like, if you're taking medication, like, how many different types of medications are you taking right now? And, you know, I'm not dishing doctors. I love doctors. I have my best friends as doctors, and they are amazing at doing what they do. They are great at keeping you alive, you know, as long as possible. They're great when you get in a car accident. You know, they're great when you need to do surgeries, but they're just not really good for helping you achieve optimal health. And, you know, that's one of the things that you need to do, is that you need to take charge of your life. You can't rely on your doctor for taking charge of your health, because they're just there to help you live a longer time, but they're not there. It's not their responsibility as to what you do for your lifestyles. Can I have the next slide, please? So just how healthy or unhealthy are you? You know, just because you're not in a wheelchair or you're not bedridden, it doesn't mean that you are at optimal health, right? When you go see the doctor and you get your lab panels, you know, you hear all the time that everything looks normal, right? But what does normal mean? Normal means that everything is good. It means that you are in the 95% of the population that is not dying, or they're not in optimal health. And for me, I think for us to really enjoy life, you know, to be the best you can be, we want to be in that last 5%, in that top 5%, where we are having optimal health. And, you know, to have optimal health, you need to, you know, have someone guide you to make the right choices, to help you become stronger, you're healthier, you know, to be more energetic, more vibrant, and, you know, more importantly, to not only act younger, but you feel younger, both mentally and physically. And on top of that, you know, in most cases, you actually look younger, you know, and that's really my passion. I really like to inspire people to start thinking of age is just a number. Don't use that as an excuse. You know, age is a disease, the way I look at it. And, you know, we don't need to use age as an excuse for the bad, you know, health decisions that we have. Can I have the next slide, please? So it comes down to this, you know, this slide is about measuring your metrics, and it's really no different than when you're going to school. Do you remember going to school when you had to write those university exams, right? You know, the SATs and stuff like that. And depending on your score, you're either going to go to a lower ranked school or a higher ranked school, right? And, you know, your health is the same way, right? You know, there are certain vital metrics that you can keep track of that is really keeping track of which way your health is going in any one time, you know, and this became so much more important over the last 2 years, over the pandemic, for people to realize, to see, you know, is something going on inside me? You know, you can track your resting heart rate, you know, your sleeping heart rate, you know, your working out heart rate, your blood pressure, and, you know, for women, you know, your menstruation cycles. That is so important to track. And if there's any abnormalities in those numbers, something is going on. Your body's really telling you that something's not quite right. And then you can use those to track if you're moving forward or backwards for your health. And the other thing that, I really want to talk about is you're very unique, right? And our bodies are unique in a certain way that we're created to burn two types of fuel. You can burn sugar, you can burn fat. And the problem is our bodies have lost the ability to burn fat because of all the constant food that we're eating. And there are many ways to test that. And, those are some of the things that, we can talk about, but not enough time to talk about it here. So, but like I said, as a unique individual, we're all bio individuals, and what works for one person may not work for another, right? And, our genetics are different, our lifestyles are different, the way we're brought up are different, right? And, that meaning our body's going to be different. So the exercise and nutrition choices that one person may choose that works for them may not work for you. So it comes down to this slide here, mindset. And, I think mindset is really important because being healthy has to be a must for you. You're going to have to be willing to take that very first leap, that leap of faith that you can do it. After that first leap, it's just taking small steps, like climbing up one step at a time, up a staircase till you reach the top, which would be like the penthouse, right? Your level for optimal health and fitness. Let me ask you this. Are you ready to take that leap of faith and put in the work? Which comes to our next slide. And, in any one time, we really can turn back our health one way or the other. If you look at this tree, one side of it is super healthy. The other side is dying away, right? And because our bodies have the natural ability to heal itself and regenerate when it has the right fuels, and you're getting rid of all these toxins, all these poisons that are coming into our lives, or in some cases that our parents had in their lives that was passed on to us. And, the biggest problem nowadays for health is not the lack of exercise or you're not eating healthy enough. I think a lot of people has got a pretty good idea that, the biggest problem is the toxins that's being introduced into our lives, that's being introduced in the water. As you see in the picture, the pesticides, it's being sprayed on all the foods that we eat. And, these pesticides, all these toxins, they're just very toxic. They're all heavy metals, and they're really poisoning us from the inside out. And the biggest thing is we don't know about it, right? In order to get well, you first need to get rid of all these toxins from your body. It doesn't matter if you're going to be on a juice fast. It doesn't matter if you're changing to a vegan diet, or it doesn't matter if you're burning more calories by working out. If you don't get rid of those toxins, your health is just not going to turn around. Can I have the next slide? So it really comes down to being the best you. You must really overcome the challenge of feeling like you're a victim, leaving your health in someone else's hand to monitor, your doctor, your wife. Like, for me, my wife was taking care of me, right? And, I could have listened earlier, but, I let her take care of me like for 15 years, like I was a senior. And, that's not something that we want in our life. We don't want our loved ones, burdened with our bad health choices. Right. So, what I want to leave with is if you really want to live a long life, with a strong and healthy body, you really want to watch your children grow, to watch your grandchildren grow, to, more importantly, to have the energy and ability to play with your grandchildren. You must be determined to make changes now. And it starts with just the first leap of faith towards achieving optimal goal. And from there, it's just little steps by step. As long as you're making small changes, we can help you there. And whatever, you need to do, I'm there to help you to get along the way. I'm here to inspire you that I'm 52 this year. I'm healthier now than when I'm in 30s. I'm happier now. I'm smiling more now. It's just that energy is infectious when people see how healthy and how vibrant you are. And I really want everyone to have that ability to live a healthy and long life, to be able to support the people around them. And, if you don't have your health first, how can you take care of the health of your family? How can you grow your business? Being the best of the best you can be really is talking about health. And, that's really about my presentation today. That's my goal is just really try to inspire everyone. My name's Andy Nam. I'm a functional nutrition longevity coach. And that's what my specialty is helping you live a longer life while enjoying life and not watching your life go by.
Andy, great job. So would you prefer Andy or Andrew?
It's funny, my legal name is Andrew, but like all my friends call me Andy, and Andy makes me feel younger. So I prefer to be Andy. Right?
I love it. Well, one of the questions I have, I want to follow up because I'm big into natural health as well. My mom was a chiropractor and I was raised that way as a, naturopath health, holistic health. A lot of people, obviously, especially with COVID and what's been going around the world, what is the first, if people were like, I want to take control of my health, you gave a whole bunch of things to start thinking of. And I know you work with people and I'm sure you work one-on-one with them. What would be the first thing you would tell people to change or start doing?
I think the first thing I would tell people to start doing is just be a little bit more mindful of how they're feeling after they eat something. Like a lot of people, a lot of people, they'll eat something and they may get a headache, they may feel lightheaded, or they get energy and then they crash. A lot of these things is your body telling you, well, hey, maybe that's not a food that you really want. And, I tell with a lot of people that says, I'm hungry all the time. If you're hungry all the time, that means that you're not feeding the nutrients your body is looking for. Like if you're, for say, low in vitamin C, continuing to eat French fries is not going to boost that vitamin C. And you're going to continue being hungry because your body's asking for something that you're not feeding it.
Yeah, so I'm allergic to a lot of foods. I was raised, I had hypoglycemia when I was growing up, and things changed. And it's just a different way of interacting with food and realizing, like listening to your body. And and that's the other thing is everybody is different. And you mentioned juice cleanses, you mentioned different ways. It's not a one size fits all. It truly is listening to your body. And I love juice cleanses. I feel great afterwards. I also do intermittent fasting because I know that if I were to eat it at 11 a.m., I get sleepy, I get tired, and I'm not functioning. Some people can't go without food. Listen to your body and start eating better things. I think that's what I took from what you said and kind of the way I live my life.
That is so awesome.
Well, it was awesome having you, Andy. I know the biggest question I got for you now, what does that say? I've been using a food journal for this exact reason. Minerals very important. Depleted on so many things. And we were, I don't know your opinion on this. We were set up for COVID to be very destructive to us because we have been so unhealthy for so long with all the different foods and the way we treat our bodies that if you want the best defense for the next, and would you agree? I'll ask you, Andy, the best defense for the next pandemic, would you say is to really, truly listen to your body and take care of your body?
For sure. I think that is the biggest thing. If you look at, that statistics, the people that are being affected the most with the worst side effects, or maybe, unfortunately passing away, it's because they have 2 or 3 chronic conditions, right? They weren't healthy to start with. While if you had a strong body, you can fight off basically anything, right? And, I think the best advice for everyone right now, it doesn't matter if it's the next flu and the next pandemic, whatever, just go outside, get some vitamin D. Vitamin D is awesome for you to boost your immune system. And I think none of us are getting enough, getting out there enough to enjoy life,
Agreed. Last question I got for you. Where can everybody find you if they want to look you up, work with you? How does that work?
For sure. They can find me at focalacademy.com. That's FOCO academy.com. My email is, Andy@focalacademy.com, or, you can find us on Facebook, Facebook / The Foolish Couple.
Say that, the / the what?
The Foolish Couple.
Foolish Couple. Got it. Yep. Awesome.
The Foolish Couple. Yes.
T, you got anything for Andy?
No, I just want to say that it was a great eye-opening presentation. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And, you know, we're going to call you Andy, so you're not 52, you're actually 25 again. So thank you for helping us to become the best version of ourselves by just learning to listen to our bodies. You know, there's a phrase out there that says, eat to live instead of living to eat. And I think you said that in your presentation very well. Thank you so much, Andy. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for letting the opportunity for the amazing show.
Thank you, Andy.
Absolutely. That's
Take it easy,
Andy Nam, you guys, here on Becoming the Best You. So are you guys having a good time? Are you enjoying
I'm having a great time, Terrence. I am having a great time.
Hell yeah. Well, you know what? You could have a great time in person if you guys just decided to come on and join us at the BTBY in-person event. You know, Anthony, I hear we got a special going on right now over these next 2 days. Tell them a little bit about that.
If you go ahead and register right now at comechangeyourlife.com, you get to have a signed photo of me in my mustache. No, that's not. I'm getting that's not correct. Sorry.
We didn't put
you get a deal of 200
there yet. Yeah. That's only the VIPs.
Yes, that is a whole special situation. But you'll get to meet us in person. It's $250 just during this event. We might extend it through Sunday at the very, very latest, but the tickets are $429 after that. We're doing it essentially the cost it is to us, so we can start getting the people that are investing their time with us in this virtual event to have a much better price. And I look forward to meeting everybody, as I know Terrence does, in September. I'm going to go ahead and throw up Andy's stuff on the bottom because he just threw that out there. So if you want to check him out on Facebook, here it is. And if you want to go ahead and throw that up there. And then if you want to, sorry, I'm doing things with my left hand. It's very awkward for me. If you want to email Andy, here it is. Coming in hot. There it is. That's the email right there. Andy at thefoolishcouple.com. And last but not least, we have got his website, FOCO Academy. And I love the name Foolish Couple. And that's going up right there.
You know what? It just resonates for some reason.
Yep. Excellent. So there it is. That's where you can find Andy. All right, ladies and gents, Terrence has got the next person. And we're only a couple minutes behind, so we're looking great after that technical issue. T, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. And you know what? We are bringing to the stage another member of the BTBS Speaker Academy. Yeah, that's the Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be Academy. This young man is larger than love. I didn't say larger than life, larger than love. He's an author. He's an empowerment coach, a transformational speaker, internet podcast host, an energy worker, and a professional catalyst of change. Yes, this is our friend James Griffin, and he is the founder and owner of Love Larger LLC, whose mission is to empower heart-led individuals and leaders to increase their love awareness so that they can go from living in fear to blissful freedom. Isn't that a beautiful, positive ideal? Can you imagine having that, going from fear to blissful freedom? Well, he's going to help you with that today. He talks on the importance of connecting your inner power, living from the heart, and how those actions will serve as the foundation that will allow one to truly flourish and become the best version of themselves. You know what? He is a dynamic young speaker, and he is definitely someone that if you don't know, you should know. And we're going to introduce him to you right now. Welcome to the stage, our next speaker, Mr. James Trey Griffin. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, James. Go ahead, say something else one more time. I want to make sure we got you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Sounds
How
good.
are you, sir?
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. I am amazing. It's a beautiful day.
Hey, yes, it's an unstoppable day, and we're so glad that you are able to take some time out of your day to impart some knowledge to our audience here at the BTBY Virtual Conference. So without further ado, we're going to give the stage to you. This is James Trey Griffin.
If I trip, I'm grateful I didn't fall. If I fall, I'm grateful I didn't hurt myself. And if I hurt myself, I'm grateful that I can heal. You see, there's always something that we can be grateful for. You see, as long as we have 2 feet planted firmly on the ground, we are always one step away from falling on our faces. We are always one step away from falling on our behinds. But see, it's not about the fall. The most important part is about how we get up, how we choose to bring ourselves off the ground. You see, there's 3 maxims that I live by in my life. Love is the blueprint. 2, choice is our power. And 3, life is a school. Life is a gymnasium. Life is a battlefield. I don't know about y'all, but these last few years, life has been a battlefield for a lot of us, right? Filled with traps, filled with mines, quicksand, pitfalls. But we fall, but we have the power to choose how we get up. Are we choosing to respond or react? Are we choosing to respond in love, or are we choosing to respond in fear? See, that's the power that we hold. You see, I'm reading a book right now. It's called Man's Search for His Ultimate Meaning. It's by Viktor Frankl. See, Viktor Frankl was a Jew that was in the concentration camps during World War II. See, he went through insurmountable challenges and suffering, and he came out alive. And one thing that he learned was that man's greatest freedom is his ability to choose his attitude despite external circumstances, to choose his own way. You see, if you can't change the situation outside of himself, he has the power to change himself, to change how he reacts. You see, my name is James Trey Griffin with Love Larger, and I want to ask you guys, how many people are changing how they react? How many people are choosing to respond in love despite external circumstances, despite being hit with a grenade of anxiety, falling into a mine of hopelessness, feeling trapped in quicksand of despair? Because life is there to teach you, but also to challenge you. Are you willing to rise up out of the pit? Are you willing to face yourself despite what is being thrown at you? See, that's what I learned. That's where I'm at right now. I know right now we are in a process where we are all letting go of a lot. We are all letting go of what no longer serves us. We find ourselves in the trenches of our own reality. And when we are on the battlefield, we have to have some tools. We have to have our weapons. We have to strap up and prepare ourselves to make our way. How are you strapped up right now? What tools do you have at your disposal? You see, one tool that I like, one tool that really keeps me grounded, it keeps me calibrated, is my compass. Good old handy compass, pointed towards my north node. See, your compass is going to lead you towards your vision. What is your vision? So your compass is also your inner GPS, your God positioning system. You see, God always is always going to position you where you need to be at. And you may not like what you're seeing. But see, the challenge is to hold the vision of where you want to be despite what is in front of you. Despite being in the pit, you have to hold that vision. And see, the compass is also associated with your heart. Your heart is where your beliefs, your values lie. What are you believing about life? See, is life happening to you? Are you a victim of your circumstances, or is life happening for you? Is life happening through you? Is everything serving you? Is that the mentality that you hold despite what may be happening in your immediate vicinity? See, that's the challenge we all have to rise up to, is having our compass lead us towards where we need to be, connecting with our hearts and trusting and surrendering to the process that we're going through, knowing that we're not alone in this process. If I can see the faces, if I can see the hands of somebody, anybody who has had their life rocked in the last 6 months, who has had to let go or move or go through a change in the last 6 months, everybody's hand will be up right now. We are not alone in this process. But it's up to us. It's up to us to be responsible for our actions. It's up to us to take that step along the path, to pull out our compass and make sure we're still on the path that we set out to be. You see, the weapons that I like to have on my side and strapped up is called the AAA effect. Awareness, acceptance, and action. Being aware that external circumstances is going to happen, that we can't control what happens in our life, that we have no control over what may transpire, but we always can cultivate a greater control over how we respond. Are we reacting off of unconscious programming, unconscious trauma, or are we intentionally responding with love, based off our GPS, based off our compass, based off our vision of where we want to be? I don't know about y'all, but my vision is to become the best version of myself. That is where I'm heading. That's what is leading me. You see, I have a story. About 2 years ago, I found myself in a place where I wasn't satisfied with where I was at. I was coming out of a depression. I was lost and trying to find my way, trying to find myself, back to me. See, I went through many different avenues and it was no luck. See, I found myself in Orlando, Florida, in this place called Soul Quest, where I was partaking in a plant medicine ceremony. It's called ayahuasca. And I don't know if you guys know about ayahuasca, but it is a plant medicine that's brewed, and it comes from the South Americas. And they bring it up and they take it from the barks and the roots of the trees and they make a little tea. And I was there and it was a weekend excursion. Bonfire in the middle. We're staying outside, laying on my cot. I'm frightened. I'm scared of what I'm about to face. I drink the tea. I go in, and let me tell you, it's psychoactive. So this is another form of therapy, another form of healing that's not as popular in the West, but it's what my GPS was leading me towards. My compass was leading me towards this experience. So when I'm taking it, I'm telling you, I was the saddest I've been in my life and the happiest I've been in my life within a 36-hour time frame. See, I took this tea, and the first night, it was an ego death. I was crying, snot coming out my nose, no control, but I was facing myself. I was in the pit. I was in the pit. You see, for so long, I was not aware, ignoring and rejecting and pretending like the wounds I have acquired during my battles during life were not there. And yet, when I was in that experience, they all came rushing forward. See, it opened my heart, and I had to face myself. There was no hiding. And in order for me to get out that pit, I had to face and accept and love myself. And see, the message I got from that experience was all feelings matter. The message I got from that experience is that we have to feel everything. Everything. You see, that is a part of being a human, part of the human experience that we came to live. It's to hold the capacity to feel not only the good feelings, but the bad feelings. You see, emotions in itself is energy in motion. When energy is associated with water, right? So take that. So if water is not moving, it becomes stagnant. What happens with stagnant water? It turns into a swamp. And what happens with swamps? They attract mosquitoes into your life. Mosquitoes are over there sucking your blood. So in our energy field, I'm a Reiki practitioner, so I deal with energy on a daily basis. And in our energy fields, we all have swamps covering it, attracting mosquitoes. And one way to burst open and allow that water to allow your emotions to freely run through you is to sit and allow them and to do your best to accept them, to love them. Be aware that in order to let go of guilt, you have to go through the feeling of why you feel guilty in the first place, instead of distracting yourself with whatever is at your disposal. That's the challenge. If I trip, I'm grateful I didn't fall. If I fall, I'm grateful I didn't hurt myself. And if I hurt myself, I'm grateful that I can heal. See, we're all in the process of healing. We're all in the process of recalibrating our compass and putting ourselves on the path towards becoming our best version of ourselves. But we have to choose. We have to be responsible. Our power relies in our choice. Are we responding out of fear? Are we responding out of anxiety? Are we responding out of guilt? Are we responding out of shame? Or are we responding out of love? Are we responding out of compassion, realizing that we're here for a reason? How is this serving me? How is this situation serving me? See, that's the mentality we have to cultivate. For a long time, we're all like, we're a victim of our circumstances, but no longer do you have to be a victim. No longer do you have to be somebody that is taking the harsh end. So my goal is to, outside of being aware of your internal territory, being aware of, yes, I'm wounded, and admitting that to yourself, and then going through the process and saying, yes, it's time for me to heal. It's time for me to accept and love the best way I can what has happened and transpired through my life. And that's a process in itself. It's a process. It takes time to get to that situation. But in the meantime, it serves you to see life through a lens of gratitude. And see, when it's hard for us to see or be grateful for what is externally happening in our lives, we can always be grateful for what's happening within. See, that's a little trick, a little test that I use. Is basically to meditate. Close your eyes. It's called an inner smile meditation. It's when you close your eyes, you take deep breaths, and you bring a smile to your organs, because they're always there working 24/7. And through that meditation, it puts you in the attitude of gratitude. Now you can look at what's happening in your life. So with that, just want to end it with, you always have the power of choice. Love is the blueprint, and life is a battlefield. But don't let it overtake you. Overcome. Respond with love. Thank you.
Great job, James. Love it.
Absolutely. Love is the blueprint. Life is the battlefield. I mean, that is just poetic justice right there. So, James, thank you so much for for spending some time with us. How can they get in contact with you if they want to learn more about what you do as a Reiki practitioner, if they want to book you for speaking at their next event? How can they get in contact with you?
Well, they can email me at james@lovelargernow.com. They can find me on Facebook at James Trey Griffin. And also they can Instagram me at lovelargernow.
You say James at lovelarger.com?
James@lovelargernow.com.
Got it.
Lovelargernow.com. Absolutely. And James, we're going to ask you once you go off just to make sure you check what we put in the feed, and then you can also put that information in the comments so that people can get in contact with you. You guys, this is a phenomenal young man. Every time I hear him, I am mesmerized by his presentations. And the good thing about it is he's only going to get better, y'all. He is definitely becoming the best version of himself as a speaker, and you definitely want to see him on the rise. Thank you so much, James, for being here, and we look forward to hearing more from you real soon, okay?
Thank you.
Take it easy, James.
All right, take it easy.
Absolutely. Now, you guys, James is just one of the great people that went through our Speaker Academy, and if you like what you heard from him, then just stick and stay. You want to be a part of the next class that's coming soon with the Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be Mastermind group. We are accepting applications now. You can have your face in the place. You get to be trained by par excellence speakers, Anthony Russo, and a somewhat good speaker by the name of Terrence Leffridge. You might know him as Mr. Unstoppable, plus a team of great behind-the-scene specialists that will help you not only learn how to speak, but learn the business of speaking, because it doesn't end at your presentation. It begins at your presentation. All right. Ready for our next speaker, Anthony?
Well, I want to see what James had. You said you were going to hear from him soon enough. Let's see what James had to say about the Becoming the Best Speaker class.
All right. Well, we're a little behind, but let's let them see what's going on. You got it? Go ahead. Press that virtual.
How you doing? My name is James Griffin, and I attended the Becoming the Best You Speaker class hosted by Brenda Ringwood and Terrence Leffridge, Anthony Russo, and I can say that class was amazing. That class provided me with flavor. I was trying to find my voice, and that class provided space for me to find exactly how I can communicate my message in a way that hits the hearts of the people. So I recommend that class to anybody who's looking to find their voice, who's looking to find their flavor.
All right. Got it.
Yeah. You know what? That kid is great. And if you're looking to find your voice, find your flavor, like James found his voice and his flavor, then just go on over. Sign up right now. Classes are starting soon. We want to help you become the best speaker you can be. So go on over to btbspeaker.com. All right. Now, are you ready for our next speaker? Anthony.
I thought you were going to ask if we were ready for some football, which it's getting close to that time. Anyways, guys. Would you say fantasy draft?
Fantasy draft. Yeah.
I don't do fantasy drafts. Huh.
I thought you did everything in fantasy. I'm sorry.
I don't even have time to go to the bathroom. All right, let's go ahead and go to our next speaker. I'm excited to introduce her. Tracy Randolph is coming up next. She is a mom, breast cancer survivor, certified health coach, personal trainer, best-selling international author, speaker, as you're about to see, and she's got a passion for health, nutrition, fitness, and overall holistic wellness. which came from her own struggles with breast cancer. She perceives having cancer as one of the most amazing events that happened in her life, leading her to find her purpose towards others and helping others find their optimal health. And she, as a health coach, was a mission to help women leaders become lean, fit, and forever feeling sexy by resetting that mindset to transform the body. And as I said, international author, 4-time author, ladies and gentlemen, Tracy Randolph.
Hey, how are you? That was a great introduction. Thank you so much for that.
Well, the floor is yours. I am excited to hear you speak, Tracy, and have fun.
Thank you so much. All right, listen, everybody. I am so glad to be here. Thank you for this opportunity, to Brenda, to Terrence, to Anthony. This is amazing. The speakers have been amazing. So I want to talk to you. I want to say, don't judge a book by its cover. And I know that sounds cliche, but listen, cars, mansions, yachts, private jets, bling jewelry, an hourglass figure, six-pack abs, and millions. You may see success measured on social media or reality TV by these images, but how do you measure success for yourself? If these images are your goals, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But how would you like to look and feel when you attain these goals? Imagine this. The Porsche is in the garage collecting dust because you aren't well enough to drive it. That jet is fueled up and ready to take off to a destination of your choice, but you're unable to fly because you're ill. Your bank accounts are full with the financial resources to do whatever you desire, but you don't have the mental or the emotional or the physical capacity to utilize it. Would you still consider yourself successful? Now let's turn that page. Anthony was just talking about football, so think about Tom Brady for a moment. One of football's greatest quarterbacks. He's 45 years young, still playing football by choice. Besides the obvious physical fitness drills he has to endure in football, he is also on an anti-inflammatory diet. Now listen, his diet is free of sugar, gluten, dairy, soy, alcohol, processed foods, and some others. But Brady claims that his diet boosts his energy, prevents bone injuries, enhances his athletic performance, and increases his recovery time. He credits his diet as part of his success. Taking care of his body affords him the choice of longevity in a career that on average players retire at the age of 35. He is now 10 years past that average age. So let's turn that page again. When interviewed right before her 99th birthday, Betty White attributed her health and staying healthy to being active. And wellness, if you may not know this, but wellness is active. You have to move. You have to get out there and do in order for you to be well. She said that treating herself to some of the things she liked, such as vodka and hot dogs, not so healthy, but that was her time to indulge when she desired. She said having a sense of humor and staying busy doing what she loved is what kept her healthy and vibrant at the age of 99. She continued working up until the day she transitioned. And even in the final chapter, she was living a life of health and success on her own terms. Now let's go to the next page. Remember not to judge a book by its cover. Anthony gave you my bio. When I was a corporate executive, I considered myself successful. I had the financial resources to do what I desired. I was taking care of my son, his necessities and his wants, paying bills, shopping, which I loved, traveling, which I loved, and I was able to help my family. With that success, though, came stressful deadlines, demands of my time, and my body. I wasn't living a life meaningful with purpose and fulfillment. I was living by society's definition of success. I thought being skinny meant being healthy because I was skinny all my life, but boy, was I wrong. In the earlier chapters of my life, I ate what I wanted and never gained a pound. My food was loaded with butter and sugar and fat. Definitely not Tom Brady's diet, right? I exercised when the mood hit me, and I worked long, stressful hours. And to add to that stress, I became pregnant and almost instantly became a single mom. Now, listen, that's another book entirely. However, my point in telling you all of this is that I wasn't focused on taking care of me. I was focused on work, and I was focused on my son, and I was focused on my family. But I wasn't focused on taking care of me. I didn't even think I needed to be concerned with taking care of myself because remember, I thought skinny meant being healthy. But that wasn't the case. So those deadlines and those demands and that lack of healthy habits that I had ultimately led me to a breast cancer diagnosis, which forced me to change my lifestyle and how I viewed health and wellness. I began researching the importance of a healthy diet and exercise and its short-term and long-term effects on my health, along with fostering a healthy mindset to assist in my transition. But I still couldn't believe that I wasn't healthy because, again, I thought skinny meant being healthy. And I was really going crazy trying to figure out what made this happen. But it really ultimately came down to my lifestyle. And I didn't want this to be my final chapter, for sure. So as I was doing my research, I started to change my life. And I started to live kind of like Betty White, but also combining that with that Tom Brady method as well. So I changed my measurement of success. Today, having the ability to do what I love, but even better yet, feeling good doing it. I am 51 years young and I feel better than I did when I was in my 20s. And I have to tell you, because of my regimen now, being able to eat healthy and exercise, my body looks better than it did at the age of 20 as well. This is now how I measure success. I began building my mind and my body and my spirit to have the energy, the strength, the clarity, the stamina, the endurance to live a meaningful, fulfilled, purposeful, and healthy life. That's what I now call success. So remember that wellness is active. In order for you to be at your best and live your best life, that's what this is all about, and be healthy and successful in doing it, you have to incorporate some things into your routine. So listen, I want you to consider having a morning ritual, one that gives you peace and clarity to start your day. Because if you heard the young man James before this, he was talking about the mindset, and so did Andy for that matter. So you need a morning ritual. You want to make sure that you're getting up to do something that gives you that clarity and that peace before you get moving. So that could be prayer, meditation, listening to music, reading a book, and working out. Make sure that you exercise. But the other thing I want you to do is change your diet. Much like Tom Brady. Now, I know that his diet sounds pretty strict, but if you can incorporate that 80 to 90% of the time, you'll have that room to indulge like Betty White did. So drink your water, eat healthy, whole foods. If you don't know what the ingredients are, I would say don't get it. All right. And live your life to the fullest, unapologetically, just like Betty White. I mean, look at her final chapter was at 99 years old, and she was still active and still in her right mind and still working. I want you to do what fills your heart with joy and laughter, because that also helps with the mindset. And then I want you to take everything in your life and I want you to look at it as a positive and not a negative. Even if it's in a challenge, try to find the blessing in all situations, because it really is for your improvement, for your learning, for you to get better. So listen, if you're not done writing your story, If you can write the pages and add to your story, I want you to give yourself the ability to continue to turn the pages and thrive until you get to that final chapter. So if I can leave you with anything about your life and you living that successful lifestyle that you want, even if you want those mansions and those private jets, you want the cars, whatever that may be, you need to live healthy to be able to enjoy all the things that you want. So think about how you measure success. Make sure that you are living in a healthy body so that you can enjoy the life that you desire and live a life of fulfillment and meaning for you.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, guys. This is Tracy Randolph here on the Becoming the Best You conference. And Tracy, we're hearing a common theme amongst our speakers today, becoming the best version of yourself from a health standpoint. And you mentioned something about asking us how we measure success. So how do you measure success in your own life and in your own health journey now after going through some of the things that you talked about?
Now, really waking up in the morning, honestly, right? Being able to wake up and feel good, having energy and just endurance. And that's really important to me. I have a 15-year-old son who keeps me busy. So being able to keep up with him is a great thing. So that's success for me now. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's great. You know, I got a chance to see you a couple of months ago doing your MC thing at the Power of We Symposium. And yes, you were looking good, feeling good, and definitely living your best life. And so we're thankful that you took some time out today to come share that with us on the Becoming the Best You conference. Now, I want you to tell us how we can get in contact with you if we want to get more information about the things you've talked about today, or if we want to book you for another speaking engagement at another event.
Absolutely. Well, you can reach me at my email is tracyr@theresetglobal.com, or I am on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn as Tracy Randolph or the Reset Coach.
Well, thank you so much. This is the Reset Coach. Anthony, did you want to add anything before we let the Reset Coach go relax?
No, I love the I mean I loved hers and Andy's. I like the idea because we talk a lot about becoming strong in mind and how to start changing our life, getting unstuck, all of that. And I think that one of the biggest areas we neglect is our health. And that was a big change I made earlier this year was I'm like, I'm about to turn 40. I got to get back in shape. And I remember, maybe I'll say it later, but I heard somebody speaking that I respect, and they're like, I wouldn't go to war with any of you right now. And I was like, oh man, I got to drop some LBs. And it really is just the idea. And it's not just about dropping weight. It's about the idea of clearing your mind and getting that space and putting your body in an optimal position. And a lot of times, if we don't take care of this temple, we're not ready to take on the task that our brain is going to try to do to overcome challenges. So I loved your messaging. I think it's perfect. I think it's fitting, and it strengthens our mind.
Thanks so much. I appreciate
Corey
that.
Fox says, developing optimal personal existence. That's how you live a dope life. I think he got some of our training. Okay, but
I
yes.
like that. I like that.
Yes, absolutely. So we're going to give
That
Corey
sounds
credit
like a
for that.
speech.
Yeah. We'll give him credit for it 3 times and then it's ours. But thank you so much, Tracy. We appreciate you. We're going to ask you to once you leave the stage to go ahead and just make sure we got your information correct in the comments so people can get in contact with you. And again, thank you for being a part of Becoming the Best You.
Thank you. Thank you so
Good
much.
job.
Thank you both.
Take it easy. All right.
I think we're calling an audible. We got the football theme again. Calling an audible, flag on the play. We have our heavy hitter. We have our own version of Tom Brady in the building, except she looks a whole lot better than Tom. And we are going to let her take the stage as our audible today on the BTBY, because that's just how we roll. We keep it spicy, we keep it juicy, and we keep you on your toes. So we're going to turn it over to Anthony to introduce our next speaker.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're going to have somebody go a little early, it's going to be the joyful boomer. Why not? We've got Pat LeBez in the building, lifetime advocate, lifelong advocate for seniors that many call, as I just said, the joyful boomer. She's an award-winning international best-selling author, actress, producer, and speaker who works with older adults to restore, repurpose, and redefine retirement with joy through the arts. With her broad experience in health and human services, she combines her professional life experiences with her love for performing, and she is the founder of the Third Act Encore. I think you guys can assume what that means, and I'm sure she'll talk about it. She's a regional director of Global Women Club New York. Her career began in Hawaii over 30 years ago, and in her 60s, she is back in the business after a brain tumor. Yes, and I'm sure she'll talk about that as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, she's been on a lot of TV shows. Pat LeBez. It's good. Can you unmute yourself, Pat? Hold on, let me see if I can do it. Yeah, I'm going to have you hit it. There'll be a little button right above. If you go to your picture, we'll have you click. It's got you muted your mic in the back room. You're all good.
There you go.
There it is, Pat. All right.
Wouldn't it?
How's it going, joyful boomer?
Hey, yeah, joyful boomer. I'm also a late boomer, by the way. You know, everything. I had my first child at over 40, and now in my 60s, I'm starting all over again. And the beat goes on. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll let you play your beat now. The floor is yours, Pat. Looking forward to hearing you speak. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, been through a lot. I think you reach a point in life when the older you get, the more challenges you've lived through, right? Now, there's a simple and foolproof way to find out if hope and potential happiness are in our future. And that's really been known to mankind for thousands of years. So I just kind of want to remind me, I like to do it every now and then, because sometimes we get into these dark moments, right? So what I do, just raise your hand up high, take that hand over your heart, and feel it beating. As long as you feel it beating, you know it's not over yet. So no matter how dark things may seem to be, that beat just reminds us that the universe is waiting for our comeback. So, you know, let's face it, life isn't always very pretty, and, you know, things happen. And sometimes our dreams come to a screeching halt, right? So 10 years ago, I got a call from my sister. I was very close to her, and we had plans of getting together for Christmas and all of that. But instead, she called saying, "Are you sitting down?" And she was complaining about not being able to eat a whole lot, but she was busy with work and all of that. So I kept telling her to better get checked out. And she couldn't eat over Thanksgiving, and work travel schedules kind of kept getting in the way. You know, we get busy with our lives. And this time, however, she landed at the hospital. So prognosis, stage 4 pancreatic cancer. That was a silent killer. And stage 2 breast cancer. And so totally unrelated, highly unusual. And she was told 1 to 3 months to live. Get your affairs in order. So that's how I ended up on the East Coast. Doctors didn't know about my sister. She's got that fighting spirit, you know. So she would go to her chemo. We went to both traditional ways, but she would go through the infusion centers and she'd tell everybody, "I'm going to the spa." It's all a mindset. And her chemo treatments ended up being having a cocktail. In fact, one of her coworkers was a little bit upset that she was, you know, having a cocktail when she couldn't attend a meeting because they were having this business meeting. But that was her. She never said I had cancer. She'd say, "Well, the sea fairy kind of came to visit," you know. And I learned a lot from her and how you process things. And she just kept going on and on. The beat goes on. And the doctor said she's our miracle girl. So she beat the odds. And 2 years later, we were given a window of opportunity. Her pancreatic cancer was in remission. And so we were told, you have a mastectomy and address the breast cancer. Great. Let's do whatever we can. 30 days, 30-day checkup. Doctor said, terrific. You're doing well. You're healing well. So we thought, we're in good hands. Thank God. One day I woke up, all of a sudden, I wasn't able to move. And I was in pain, got myself to the doctors, and I was told that you have a brain tumor. Now, I'm dealing with my sister, dealing with pancreatic cancer, breast cancer, who had actually lost a brother a few years earlier to brain cancer as well. So I think there was an easy way out to just kind of resign yourself to and prepare yourself for what seemed to be the inevitable. But the beat goes on, and I was told you need to have surgery. We don't know if it's benign or malignant, and the only way we'll know is to have surgery. At that time, my husband was also dealing with health issues with the back problem surgery. My 15-year-old daughter was undergoing, physical therapy. I had 3 patients in my hands. I have been in long-term care administration for years, and I was just afraid of surgery. So I opted to go holistically. For me, a lot of it was just faith at that point. And I just, I said, well, I'm not afraid to die. It's okay. I'm just going to do my best doing this. So we went on. I also had 6 degenerative discs, a lot of health problems, right? I decided to just I had no time. I had to get busy taking care of folks. My daughter was about to graduate high school and didn't really pay attention at that point to what we were dealing with. I think health is the greatest wealth, right? So you're just kind of living each day, trying to make sure that you're doing the best you can, make peace with as much as you can. And we just went on. I have my quarterly MRIs and all of that, and proceeded just to go on with life as best I could. 2 years later, unfortunately, my sister passed away, and she wanted to be surrounded at that point with Hawaiian music, gospel music. And when I was playing the song, it was a Hawaiian song, "Let Me Walk Through Paradise with You, Lord. Take my hand and lead the way." That's when she took her last breath at that point. And somehow that just kind of really touched me and changed my whole idea of where I want to go. I don't want to give up. She fought till the end, until the beat stopped. My heart was still beating. I still had a family to take care of, a lot more to go on. And so looking at over, I kind of decided it was time to say, why not? Why not? I'd started volunteering. That's my best therapy for me, because when you look outside of yourself, you realize things could be better, but things could also be worse, always. And there are many, many folks out there that could use help, to you feel like you're just one person, but to that one person, you may be the world, right? There's that saying, to the world, you may be one person, but to that one person, you may be the world. So I always like to look at other people and see how I can help. And so in volunteering, I decided to go with, because I've been dealing so much with long-term care, a lot of losses, and I just felt like I needed to be creative. There was that hunger in me to do something else. So I volunteered for a film lab. And they said, you're helping us so much. Why don't you go ahead and put in your headshot? Now I was pushing 60 at that point. I said, no, I'm not planning on getting back into this. I just want to help. But as fate would have it, okay, I did it. Next thing I know, I'm being offered to audition, and I do a short film. That led into other things. The moment I started opening up and said, well, when these opportunities are being presented, why not? Maybe this is a gift. And I think that's the other thing, is to stop questioning and beating ourselves, which I had a tendency to do. And so it's carpe diem, seize the day. When I started doing that, it was pretty amazing. Fast forward into my 60s. Yeah, I'm back on TV. Had done some shows like Blue Bloods and New Amsterdam. Did stage, even got into singing with a group of folks. More than even myself, I actually love supporting others who are trying to pursue their dreams. So I got into producing. Produce a short film, in honor of not just my sister, but friends of hers that really inspired me and others. And it's really interesting. Again, it's also following that intuition. There are many things. You ever think of something you've always wanted to do, but put it aside? And why don't you start to think about those things and what can I do today? And I decided to do a short film, so 17-minute film. And lo and behold, when we had the screening, it actually won awards, a Audience Choice Award at a film festival. Even with that, the friend of mine that inspired me to do that said, did you talk to your sister about doing this? And I never did. Actually, he said, you already, joy must have gotten to you. And I said, what do you mean? He says, no, she wanted me to talk to you 10 years ago. I had no idea. I was just inspired to tell the story. And here it was, and now we're looking at doing a feature film of that project. Really quite beautiful. And then I got into writing. And again, that was also terrific therapy. The beat goes on. And what I'm saying is, this is all happening in my mid-60s, right? And they say the first act of life is when we learn the skills to navigate through life. The second act is when we focus on our career, family, kids. And the third act is really the pursuit of wisdom, self-actualization, and leaving some kind of a legacy. And I'd actually saw a study recently that said that folks in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s are actually living in the most productive stage of their lives. So that's great for me. I feel like I am. I'm busier than ever. So my thing is just, when Third Act Encore was born, it was because I'd spent years working with seniors. And beyond what we call beyond ADLs, beyond your activities of daily living, beyond your bathing, your dressing, your eating, your walking, the soul needs to be fed, a mind, body, and soul. I try to reconnect folks to say, never give up. There are things that you can still do. Because you reach a stage in life, especially when you're dealing with a lot of changes in your body, your health, isolation. We're all spread out. You've got the sandwich generation dealing with aging parents, your own careers, and raising kids. It's tough. And the older generation oftentimes, feels lost and isolated and all of that. How do we reconnect? How do we ignite the passion? How do we find new purpose? And it's amazing what you can do no matter what stage you're in life. And so that's what Third Act Encore is about, is coming back and having another act, right? That's perhaps equally, if not even better than first, second act of life. And the Global Woman just opened up as well. I was in England, in London recently. And when I was exposed to that and saw all of these women all over the world, entrepreneurs, executives, coaches, advocates, entertainers, you name it, all with a common goal of enriching and empowering women. I thought that's a good thing to be heard, to not just what they say, we're empowering locally and connecting globally. It's a wonderful thing, especially now that we have Zoom and all of these virtual platforms that we can connect all over the world. So that's what I'm doing in my third act. It's wonderful. And that brain tumor that disappeared a few years ago, I found out is back. So again, I just remind myself to place your hand on your heart. And as long as you're feeling that beat, the beat goes on, we still have a lot to give. We all do. I do, so do you. So thank you for having me.
And the beat goes on. Let's give it up for Pat LeBez here on the Becoming the Best You conference. Pat, you said a lot there in a little bit of time, and that's how we know you're a great speaker, because they make the biggest impact with the least amount of words. But I love that whole ideal of the third act, because for many of us, if truth be told, if we're honest with ourselves, we think of our childhood and we think of our adulthood, 1 and 2. That's it. We don't think about that actual third act, where when wisdom catches up with age, when what you know in your mind actually catches up with how old you actually are, and that's when you really begin to live. And I love how you brought that home and how you shared that message. How invigorating has it been for you to now be able to embrace your third act?
It's wonderful. I think back, and I went through this whole thing where, especially when you've been out of the corporate world and, you feel like, oh, it's what I know that was back then is irrelevant today. Kind of been through that. And I started volunteering. I'd volunteered for AARP, and I used to volunteer for hospice. And I started thinking back. There are so many stories that need to be told. And as we age, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, especially depending on our family dynamics and how isolated we might be, we start diminishing our own value. Like, okay, we've had our heyday. That was then. This is now, right? And I realized those stories just need to be told. And I used to, even 20 years ago, I used to interview my seniors. And I'd ask them, do you have anything you want to share with your family? And they would. And it was amazing how many stories families would come to me and said, I never knew that. I never knew that. And so that's part of my third act encore, is I try to do that, with the book, and to allow them, because sometimes we just have to be reminded of some of those stories. And it's really living in the moment for me. I always say, with a flick of a switch, right? Life can change or down. I've been up and down. You just, so I tend to just kind of go with the flow. So.
Well, you are flowing quite well. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and sharing your journey with us. I think it was very impactful, as I said earlier, and you are one of our living legacies. And we are so glad that we were able to spend some time at the virtual feat of such wisdom that you gave us today. Anthony, anything you want to share with Pat before we let her go?
So you've been you've been doing a lot of on part of your third act is being on a few different shows. You've been on Blue Bloods,
New Amsterdam. She mentioned.
We Crashed with Anne Hathaway and Jared Leto. Got a feature film that's coming up soon. I've done 5 short films. One is coming up next month.
Well, my question becomes with that is that's pretty cool experiences. People would obviously love to know more about it. What has been your favorite experience, if you could think of something in your third act of life? What has been your favorite experience on any of those shows? Meeting somebody, working with somebody, what would it be?
Well, it's funny because for somebody who's in the industry, I don't watch a whole lot of shows, quite honestly. And so with that feature film that I did, I had no idea, to me, okay, I'm just happy. It was actually with Kit Harington. And I was kind of embarrassed as I've never watched Game of Thrones. So I said, I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were.
I wasn't a Game of Thrones watcher either. So
it was so funny because I was talking to my daughter in London. I said, you might know this guy is from England. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was till he was in a Marvel movie. Well, you know what? The beautiful thing about that is he didn't know who you were either. So
yes,
there you go. There you go. So he met greatness as well.
Nice if I were to ask you a comparison, I don't know how many scenes you might have done with Mr. Tom Selleck. Does my mustache compare with Tom Selleck's mustache?
There you go. Actually, the scene that I had with him was in a monitor, so it wasn't even
Dang it!
My scene was Donnie Wahlberg. So
oh, there you go.
Good. Looks good. Yeah,
then my mustache wins.
And that started way back in the 30 years ago. That was the original Magnum PI was where I started.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then Richard Chamberlain with Island Sun, William Conrad with with Jake and the Fat Man. That's where it all started. But I kind of just
some of the greats, some of the legends.
Well, I try to live up to them every day.
Well, that's what happens when you become the best version of yourself. So we thank you for that. We already mentioned that they could go check you out at the thirdactencore.com. But where else, if they want to get a closer relationship with you, if they want to hear more of these wonderful stories that you have, how can they reach out to you directly, Pat?
I'm a juggler, right? I'm a juggler. Yeah, I'm on Facebook. I don't do much else of social media because I'm a little, but Pat LeBez at Gmail.
Easy enough.
All right. That works for us.
I love it.
Let's give it up again for Pat LeBez. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. T, how you feeling? Do you need to go? How about you go get some water and back? What do you say? You go take a second, take a deep breath.
I'll take a second. Yeah. You want to do a commercial or?
Let me throw a commercial up real quick. I'll do a 1-minute commercial. What do you say? Let's see. Well, Dean's coming up.
We saw Izzy. We saw James. Let's see. Maybe Stacy.
Stacy? Let's do a little Stacy.
Hi, I'm Stacy Laban with Laban Life by Design. I'm a recent graduate of the course Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be. Thanks to the amazing coaches, Anthony and Terrence, as well as the support team of Maud and Brenda, I got through those 8 weeks and feel very rewarded and confident with what I learned and what I took in from this opportunity. We learned each week through homework assignments how we can craft our own message, find our own rhythm, and get really focused and detailed on how we want to present those. We were gifted with wonderful feedback, suggestions, and different ideas on how to put together a speech, how we can learn to expand that idea or shrink it depending on the audience. We also learned the business end of being a professional speaker, the marketing, the networking, the relationship building, the timing, the branding, all of the things that go on behind the scenes to becoming a professional speaker. If you're on the fence about this course, don't be. You get incredible value for the price. I took so much from this course, I can confidently say I'm ready to walk out and step out onto a stage today, which I was not able to do 8 weeks ago. And I credit it completely to this class and the people that put this together. So thank you.
Well, that was awesome. Stacy was one of our favorite students. We had, 12 of them. So they're all one of our favorite students. But if you would like to check it out, go to BTBspeaker.com. I always like to add the S because we do the Becoming the Best You. Very confusing. But you can see the ad email address, or you can see the website address right below. You can see it on the bottom of the screen. We have got a fantastic speaker coming up next. You've seen him pretty much all day in any of the events we've ever done with Jeff Martinet Jr., or any of the things you've seen on Be the Change in the past, Real Men Speak. Terrence Leffridge is a voice. He is a joy. He is somebody that is always bringing an extra level of entertainment on a level that I can't always bring, because if I did it, it would just look cheesy. When he does it, it just makes sense because he always has that next level of energy. So I want to do a proper introduction for Terrence. Terrence is the unstoppable coach, or Mr. Unstoppable. We call him the unstoppable coach. Terrence Leffridge has had a desire to help people, empower people, and entertain people his whole entire life, and he does an amazing job of that. He is at his best when he is in front of an audience, even if it's digital or in person. His intent is to always leave people better than before they met him. He utilizes internet to do this day and age, but I finally got to meet this gentleman in person, and he is larger than life with his personality and his ability to carry a crowd. The Unstoppable Story Show with Terrence Leffridge is on his internet broadcast, and that's how he entertains, coaches, and teaches people. And he uses this as a platform to expose his guests to a larger audience, and as a result, increase their circle, influence, and generate leads. Ladies and gentlemen, Terrence, Mr. Unstoppable, the unstoppable coach, Terrence Leffridge. T-Bone. Where'd you go? Oh, look.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. Hey, it is an unstoppable day. Thank you, my brother, Anthony Russo. Give him a round of applause. He is doing a great job. We call him our super producer for a reason, because he can do it in front of the camera, and he keeps us on point behind the camera so that we can continue to move forward in our purpose, which is helping you become the best version of you. And now, for the little time that I have before you as a speaker, I want to talk a little bit about purpose. I want to talk a little bit about becoming the best version of you. And I want to talk about how you have to leave your past behind in order to walk in that purpose to become the best version of you. So hopefully, as you know, I say, you got your pen and your paper, because note takers are change makers, and change makers ultimately become money makers. So if you're looking to make a change and make some money at the same time, then you might want to get that pen, because the hand is the digital recorder for the mind. Now, I want to take you and talk to you a little bit about moving from past to purpose. And as I attempt to share my screen, we're going to hope that technology does what it is supposed to do. Bam! There you go. So, as you know, I'm affectionately called Mr. Unstoppable, the unstoppable coach. I am a host of the Unstoppable Story Show, where we talk to ordinary people with unstoppable stories, an international speaker. And as you can see, I'm playing the role of MC today. But I've also co-authored some books. The latest of the book is called You Are Unstoppable, It's Never Too Late. And how apropos that I went right after the phenomenal Pat LaBelle, because she was talking about the third act. And many of us don't believe that we ever get a third act. You know, we may get a second chance, but do we get a third act? For many of us, we think that our past and our present, where we are right now, is just as good as it's going to get. It can't get any better than that. So why even think about a third act? And because we're stuck in our past, and because we sometimes have that feeling that this is the best it's ever going to be, we stay stuck right here and we never find our purpose. You know, I remember Les Brown saying to me one time that the richest place on earth is the cemetery. And I said, why, Les? And he said, that's because that's where dreams have gone to die. Dreams of who you were going to be, dreams of who you wanted to become, dreams of things that had not yet come to pass. And you thought because of your finances or because of your age or because of your situation that it was too late for you to start walking in that purpose. And the past was the best it was going to be. There's a song out there called Leave the Past Behind. It was an old song, but it was so relevant because it forced us to recognize that if we wanted to move forward, we'd have to leave that past behind. I had trouble leaving my past behind. As a matter of fact, my past had stopped me, had me stuck in my tracks. You've heard the story before. I was fired twice from good paying government jobs. Fear had me left walking, not in my purpose, but walking like a hamster on a wheel, around in circles over and over again. Other people's expectations had me depressed, down, and disgusted because I wasn't able to live up to their expectations. I lived in a house full of powerful, phenomenal women, from my mother to my aunt to my grandmother, and they all raised me at some point in my life. I remember my grandmother, she loved John Wayne because he was an actor and he stood tall in all his movies, and he even had the nickname Duke. So she looked at me and she looked at him, and she looked at me and she looked at him, and she gave me the nickname Duke. So now here I am at 5 years old, having to live up to a larger than life character by the name of Duke, aka John Wayne. And then as I continued to grow, my aunt, she had just graduated from law school, and she had this ideal that she was going to be a Supreme Court justice. And she said, baby, you too can be a Supreme Court justice one day. You could be the next Thurgood Marshall. And at that time, Thurgood Marshall was the only Supreme Court justice, the only African-American Supreme Court justice. So now not only was I a larger than life actor that I had to live up to, now I was going to be the next Black Supreme Court justice to sit on the bench in the highest court in the land. Talk about expectations. Those expectations, if you can't live up to somebody else's expectation, then that can stop you in your tracks. But I'm here to tell you that your expectations is more important than the expectations that other people place on you. Write it. Your expectations are more important than other people's expectations placed on you. And since I couldn't live up to those expectations, I became complacent. I became content. I was content in those good government jobs. I was content with that good government salary that paid for my first house. I was content with that salary that paid for me to get married to my wife that now I celebrate 20 years of marriage with. I was content with that good government job that at the age of 40, yeah, I know I don't look it. I know you can put it in the comments, but at the age of 40, which was many moons ago now, I got my midlife crisis car, my Jaguar. Yes, I was leaning to the side with the dice in the mirror. Boom, boom. I was doing it, but I was content because I felt at that moment that this was the best that it was ever going to be in my life. So I didn't think about becoming the best version of myself because I thought I was already there. And so since I thought I was already there was no accountability. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody found themselves content and complacent in their own life because they thought this was as best as it was ever going to be? Well, stick and stay. We're going to help you move out of that because I had to learn that becoming the best version of yourself was a process, and it doesn't end when you turn 25. It doesn't end when you turn 30. It doesn't even end when you turn 40. Doesn't even end when you turn 50. And as Pat said, it doesn't end even in your 60s, because there's always that third act. And there's a process for you moving from your past into your purpose. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you may not have found your purpose yet because maybe you haven't lived long enough. Maybe you haven't gone through enough obstacles yet. Maybe you haven't found yourself at that point of failure. Anthony can tell you about that. He is the failure strategist. He can tell you about failing and failing and failing, but we'll save that for him. But I failed. I failed in wanting to do more and be more and have more. Why? Because I didn't know the process. The process, as I learned now in life, is what you see on the screen. The process is 4 little things. Those 4 little things are start, fail, learn, succeed. Let me say it again so you can write it down. Start, fail, learn, succeed. It's so good, I made a song out of it. Start, fail, learn, succeed. Yeah, start, fail, learn, succeed. Because, like the process, life is a process. In life, you get what you start with. In life, you also get what you finish. And many times we start things in life, but we don't finish. We talk about return on our investment, but where there is no investment, there is no return if you don't finish. But the one reason that many of us don't finish, why we don't move into our purpose, is because we're afraid to start. We're afraid to start finding what that purpose is. I was complacent in my good government job because it was taking care of all my basic needs. But as I sat at that job, many days I could feel in the pit of my stomach that there was something more that I needed to do. There was something more that I was assigned to do by the Creator. There was something more to me living my best life. But fear kept me stuck. Fear of, well, what if I lose this job? What if I leave this job? How am I going to support my family? How am I going to pay the car note on that dream car? How am I going to be able to take care of my wife if I start something different from where I already am? Ladies and gentlemen, they say that success is on the other side of fear, but fear is a big old door with a big old lock that can keep you from getting to your success unless you start. And then the second part of the process is that you've got to be ready and willing to fail. Yes, you've got to be willing to fail. Anyone you talk to that considers themselves a success right now can tell you not of just one failure in their life, but multiple failures of many, many, many failures. There is a common household product that is in millions of homes right now, and I talk about this a lot, that people use unknowingly and they take it for granted. It's underneath your kitchen cabinet right now. I bet you can find it after I get through talking. But this household product did not come to bear after the first test. It did not come to bear after even the 10th test. It did not even come to bear after the 100th test. They had to test the formula for this household product that is used by millions over 400 times. They tested this product so many times that once they got the perfect combination of all the chemicals and they meshed together and they became the degreaser that we use over and over a day in our daily lives to clean our stoves and to clean our greasy pots, they gave the name 409 because it took 409 failures for them to get to the right product. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to go through failures 409 times to get to your success? Are you willing to go over 409 obstacles to find your purpose? Well, if the answer is yes, I want you to put that all in the comment. I want to see yes a couple of times in the comments, because I know that there are some people there that are ready to become the best version of themselves, and they're ready to go through the process. They're ready to start right now. You're ready to fail as many times as it takes for you to fall into your purpose and to help others find their purpose. The third thing you have to recognize is that after you fail, what did you learn from that failure? After they failed trial and trial and trial again in the 409 process, they learned that they needed to take this chemical out, or they needed to add a little more of this chemical, or they needed to have the right heat temperature, or they needed to have the right combination going at the right time in order to get to the product that we use and love today. What are you learning from your failures? You know, when you learn to ride a bike, you've also had to learn how to fall and how to get back up. It's in learning how to fall and get back up that you achieve that success in riding that bike. Same thing. Sometimes when I first got my driver's license, I had a couple of crashes, but I learned from those crashes places not to go and things not to do while you're driving in order to not crash. And it made me a better driver. Speaking, I've been speaking now since 2009, but when I did that first speech in 2009, I was not as eloquent as you see me here today. As a matter of fact, I was afraid to speak in front of a camera for the longest time, but I had to learn from failing at doing it. Whatever your purpose is in life, you've got to start somewhere in order to get there. And then you've got to be willing to fail along the way and learn from those failures. It's not that you are a failure, it's just that you've learned something new. That's how you do it. Someone said to me, in learning something new, it's not difficult, it's just different. It's that mind shift, it's that change. It may be difficult at first, but if you continue to learn how to do it over and over and over again with repetition, then you will learn, and then you will get to the fourth part, the complete circle, where now you will become a success. Will you have moved from that past of complacency and competency into a land of success and fulfillment, now walking boldly in your purpose? You hear me call myself Mr. Unstoppable, and I have an affirmation every morning that when I wake up that says it's an unstoppable day. You see me say it on the shows, you see me write it in my emails. I use that affirmation everywhere. Why? Because that is my success mantra. That is my declaration of war to the universe that says no matter what comes my way each and every day, I've already declared that it's going to be an unstoppable day. Now, does that mean we're not going to have internet glitches? Of course not. Does that mean we're not going to have issues with paying rent or bills? Of course not. Does that mean that the car is not going to break down, or that you may lose someone you love unexpectedly? No. But when you carry that level of success, when you carry that process that says start, fail, learn, succeed, you recognize that no matter what happens to you each day, if you follow the process, you can move from your past and successfully walk into your purpose each and every day, moving from a good person to a better person to the best version of you possible. It's possible, ladies and gentlemen. It's just following the process. Are you ready to follow the process? If you've been following us over the last year and a half, you know it's been a process to helping you go from good to better to best. We started out motivating you way back in November with a virtual conference just like this. And then we brought you together in person in February, and we gave you speakers, and we gave you training, and we gave you breakout groups, and we gave you an experience to show you that if people like you and me can become the best versions of ourselves, then other people can as well. And we're bringing you right back to the circle again, repeating the process so that you can ingrain it in yourself, that if you just stick and stay with us and you follow the process, you can move from your past that kept you in complacency and kept you stuck into boldly walking in your purpose. Now, let me leave you with this. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Perhaps you're watching this broadcast for the first time. Perhaps you didn't know anything about becoming the best you before right now. And now you're ready to become the best version of yourself. Maybe you want to become the best speaker. I don't know. We got something for you. Maybe you want to be the best personal development person that you can be. We got something for you. Maybe you want to be on this platform next time. We got something for you as well. All we ask you to do is to take the first step and recognize that good, better, best. You can't let it rest till your good becomes your better and your better becomes your best. If you're ready to move from your past and start walking into your purpose and becoming the best version of yourself, the best you can be, then you're in the right place at the right time. Stick and stay throughout the rest of this day and tomorrow, and we guarantee that you will leave here better than when you showed up, because you have decided to become the best you possible. I'm Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge. Hey, you can reach out to me throughout this broadcast. Just put a comment in there. We'll shout you out. We'll reach out to you. If you want to work with us, we'll be more than willing to give you all the information necessary to help you become the best version of you. And with that, I turn it back over to my brother on the microphone, the one, the only, well, not my brother, my sister, the professor. She's about to give me a grade. Let's turn it back over to our host, Brenda Wood. Hey, Brenda, how are you?
You know, you said something in there, so I had to tell Anthony to put me up here because you said that you let fear rule your kingdom. And you know what I got to say about that, right? That's right.
Wear your crown. Yes.
Who's ruling your kingdom? Not doubt, not fear. You rule your kingdom. And if you're letting anybody else do it, then you're never going to live your purpose. Kick it to the curb. Put that crown on. Rule your kingdom.
Yes.
That's all I was going to say. You know,
he, and I don't mind.
You got a crown and I run a ranch.
There you go.
I didn't know. We're wearing hats. Let's wear some hats, man.
No matter what your crown looks like, no matter where your kingdom is located, you have control over it as long as you follow the process. The process is the same in Texas as it is in Kansas, as it is here in Florida. You got to start if you ever hope to finish. If you never start, 100% guaranteed, you will never become the best version of yourself.
That's right. It is a choice. And you got to take that first step. If you don't take that step, you're never moving. So I'm going to the back. I'm going to let you guys continue. But come on, guys, get that crown on. Rule that kingdom.
Absolutely. And you can, hey, if you need help putting your crown on, then go ahead. Let's sign on up. $250 is going to get you into our next event. You can have your face in the place. You can rub shoulders with Brenda. You can lock arms with Anthony. You can even come hang out and talk to me about how you can start the process towards becoming the best version of yourself. This will be the best ticket you will ever purchase in 2022. But you got to go. You got to take action. The universe awards those who take massive action. And we just want you to take a little action. Go to comechangeyourlife.com, put in that coupon code BTBY, and you get your ticket for the low price of $250. Anthony, you can't beat that with a stick, right?
True story. Or if you can't beat that with a lasso or a rope. I think I'm gonna do it with the cowboy hat on later. I feel like Brenda's got her crown. I'm gonna go ahead and be like, you know what? You're gonna take hold of your life and your ranch. You're gonna rope yourself a new life. That's what I've got.
Go outside and get a straw and put it in your mouth at the same time. Yeah, just do the thing.
Well, before you're done, T, because obviously you and I have done 75 events now together.
At least.
And your message, I love that you always bring a slightly different message each time that is all centered around the same philosophy. Since the beginning of COVID, I'm going to have you bring it all as a wrap. That's when we met. what has been some of the biggest takeaways, or what has been the biggest takeaway you have seen in your coaching business and in your career? How have you taken advantage of being somebody that embraces the idea of failing, much like I do? How have you actually come through more positive, and what basic secret can you give?
You know what? The one thing I tell people all the time is that nobody has gotten through this pandemic unscathed. But here's the difference. Some people have profited from it. Some people, of course, sadly to say, have not. But it didn't change. The one thing that didn't change before COVID, during COVID, and God willing after it is your mindset.
Yeah.
Think about how many businesses went out of business as a result of the pandemic because of their mindset. And then think about how many new businesses formed because people changed their mindset. They paused and they pivoted and did things differently because of it. Because of the pandemic, I met you online because that's where I was spending my time. I just did a trip last week into Tampa for this big event for this new magazine that's coming out called She Exists Magazine, for which now I'm going to be a contributing author in that magazine. How did that happen? Because I met the editor-in-chief online doing what I do. People that I would have never met if I had just relied on the physical get out and touch somebody methodology that was brought to a screeching halt because of the pandemic. So I think that's the biggest thing, the biggest change that really happened in my life and happened in a lot of people's lives. We recognize that we can't even let something as horrible as the pandemic stop us. And we just had to change our minds, pause, pivot, and move forward.
Pivot. Absolutely. Yeah. And I agree. And I'll talk about it a little bit when I speak a little bit later, but how the chain of events that have happened, and you just have to keep putting yourself out there until things continue to work in your favor, and always stay positive, take the hits, and keep moving forward. Awesome, T. I'm going to bring you in back, and I think I'm going to run a quick commercial before our next speaker because, well, it relates to her. And then I'll go ahead and give her the introduction that she deserves. So here's a quick commercial. I don't know about you, but I want to hire her design team. That's a fantastic video. Our next speaker is, her name's Tina Marie. She is the co-founder and president of Love Missions Global, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the abolishment of modern day slavery globally. She's a certified mental health coach, trained in suicide prevention, and certified life recovery trauma specialist. Tina is an entrepreneur and co-owner of Palette. I'm assuming Palette instead of Palette. I'm going to go with Palette Coffee Brewery and Palette Roastery in Sanford, Florida. Tina has a safe house, also known as the Sunflower House, for children brought out of the sex trade of South America, as well as Life Center, The Bridge, bridging people from pain to purpose for survivors in Florida. She teaches life skills, mentorships, counseling, coaching, art therapy, and giving a second chance to survivors for success in life. As she is one, she is a survivor, overcomer, and thriver. Her ultimate goal, which you're going to hear here, is to educate, empower, encourage, and show others that your past doesn't determine your future. Ladies and gentlemen, Tina Marie.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Tina. I'm going to give you the floor. I just want you to know you're preaching my language. First off, I love coffee. And second, I love your movement, what you're working on, any kind of abolitionist. I had Yaku Boyens on my show recently. So this world of survivors and human trafficking and trying to find a way to create change in it is probably the most important mission anybody can have. So I'm very excited and also honored to have you speaking here with us.
Thank you so very much. I'm very excited. My first time, so I'm happy to be here with you guys.
Love it. Well, the floor is yours, Tina.
Okay. Well, everybody, I'm so excited to be here with you today. I know this is becoming, you becoming the best you. And I hope that after hearing a little bit about what I do and where I came from, that you'll know that anybody can become the best you. And that you will be empowered, hopefully, today by the speakers. Terrence, it was awesome listening to you. And I'm encouraged that we can all be unstoppable. And so I'll just start with telling you a little bit. I come from a different perspective because I want to share about how my life began and where I am today. So my life began, I guess my first memory was at 4 years old. So my mom was a prostitute. So I was brought up in that kind of life. And at the age of 4 is my first memory when she sold me to the first man. So at that age of 4 years old, I can remember wishing, even at that moment in time when that happened, that I would die, wishing that I would die, not understanding what was happening to me, and just trying to disappear make my mind go into a different direction and pretend I wasn't even there. That continued on with my mom selling me, and I don't know what the reasons were. I know there was drugs and alcohol and all kinds of things like that, but I really don't know at 4 years old what motivated her to sell me the first time. So at that moment, from 4 to about 15, I was trafficked off and on, depending what was going on in my mom's life. And, I was at her mercy. She was the adult in my life. And so I didn't have choices. And it took me a long time to realize we have choices, even though people may have made choices for you when you started. That doesn't mean, just like the beginning, your past doesn't determine your future, and it doesn't determine who you are. It doesn't define you. So from that moment on, from 15, I ran away, thinking I could do better for myself. And when you don't know, when you're a child, you usually will run into the same situations because it's what you know. And that's exactly what I did. I ran into somebody who ended up taking me in and doing the same things my mom did to me. And there was a lot of drugs involved. So through those times, I tried to commit suicide several times throughout my life, thinking I had no reason to live. I didn't have a hope for a future. I didn't think that anything good could come in my life. The only thing I had known was abuse and torture. And so that's what life would always be like. And so I felt the best thing for me would be to die. So I tried several times, but it never happened. And I believe it was because God had a future for me. So he had a purpose for my life. And so today, becoming the best you, that's what we want to talk about. So a little bit about before, and now a little bit about today. So one of my favorite stories or quotes is, just when the caterpillar thought her life was over, she turned into a butterfly. And I feel like that's what happened to me. Just when I thought my life was over and there was no hope. And I know I'm not the only one in the audience that feels this way. And it may not be that you were trafficked as a child, but you may have had some other abuse, or someone may have done harm to you, or you may have even gotten yourself into some circumstances. So we believe that there can ever be anything better for us, but that's not the truth. Just when the caterpillar thought their life was over, they turned into a beautiful butterfly. And so I ended up, I was told I would never have children. And I ended up in my 30s. So you've got to think, from the age of 4 into my 30s, really felt my life was worthless. But at the age of 30 is when things changed. I ended up having a breakdown because I hadn't dealt with the trauma, and I ended up being put in a hospital. And at that time, that was the best thing that could have happened to me, because that's when they showed me that I had been a victim. Because with human trafficking, a lot of times you don't realize you're a victim. Even today, whether, a lot of times it happens from a boyfriend or a husband. And for me, it was my mom or a dad. It's somebody that you've come to trust. And so you think somehow you did something wrong. And so you believe that it was your fault. So I believed that until I got into the hospital. That's when they started showing me that I was a victim and that I didn't have to live this victim mentality, that I could change my perspective and realize that I had a purpose in my life. And overcoming trafficking was going to be one of my purposes. And so once I went through the healing process, I knew I wanted to help others. I knew of all those dark days when I felt there was no hope and there was nobody there for me. And I wanted to be a person that would be there for others and to show victims of trafficking or domestic abuse or whatever it may be, that there is hope. So I formed a nonprofit called Love Missions Global, which you heard at the beginning. And that started with me being able to help people. And today we've helped thousands of people. We help survivors. We go to other countries and we educate children in other countries, as well as here locally in our country. We teach them about human trafficking and online safety so that they'll never be lured in by a trafficker, because the best thing we can do is prevent it, not try to fix it after it's done. So I help go into the schools and talk to kids about things that they don't realize they're doing. When I ask them, how many of you have used an app and talked to a stranger online, unanimously, they all will raise their hand. And I tell them I know, and you don't know that person on the other line. You might think it's a 13-year-old boy or a 14-year-old girl, but it could be a 50 or 60-year-old man or woman that's trying to lure you into trafficking. So we put in safety measures for them and talk about those things. I have a safe house in South America where we have, called the Sunflower House, where we have 5 children right now, ages 3 to 12, that have been brought out of the sex trade, and they're living healthy and happy lives right now. So much better than when we first received them. They're doing amazing. I have a life center called The Bridge, and it's bridging people from pain to purpose, where I help survivors in Florida if they need their GED or they want to go to college or they want some particular life skill. We help them to do that, as well as mentorship and art therapies and anything to get them to feel successful so they can get out in life and live their purpose. I also have a coffee shop, which you heard, and the coffee shop is called Palette Coffee Roastery. We roast our own coffee, and we empower farmers in Panama that we buy the coffee from. So we also are doing that because there's labor trafficking with coffee. And then Palette also helps to fund Love Missions. So it's a big circle. So we're able to help people all the way around in our mission. So if you're ever in Florida, please come by and see us at the coffee shop. You'll love the coffee. It's so fun to make coffee and make people happy every day, because we all need our coffee, right? Always. I can't live without my coffee. Once I decided to do the change in my life, I knew that everybody can have the same opportunity that I did. It just starts with us. So to become your best it starts with us, right? We're the only one that can hold us back from our dreams. We're the only one that, if we don't take that first step, or we don't believe we're unstoppable, like Terrence said, then we're holding ourselves back from the purpose that we were meant to have. And it's only us that stops us. So I hope, as we have talked here today, that you would realize that you are unstoppable, that anything is possible. If you can look at me and see where I came from, you're not hearing all the ugly, but it was a rough life. And if I can overcome and do the things that I'm doing today, be an author, be a coach, be an encourager, help rescue children, it's not because I'm anybody special. It's because I'm living out my purpose, and so can you. So you can be your best you. It just is you taking that first step. So all it takes is having resilience, the courage to step out, because it does take courage. That first step can seem scary. And just like Brenda said, we don't want to live in fear. Nothing needs to hold us back. fear is a stumbling block for many of us. And if we live in that fear, we'll never accomplish anything. So put on your crown, just like Brenda said, and step out. So resilience, courage, and faith can help you to do anything. Dream big, because don't dream small, because your purpose is big. And so don't dream small, dream of that big dream, and then step out and do the dream that you have for yourself, and believe in yourself and be the best you. When my husband and I got married, I was young, and he was one of the first people that believed in me. And he would tell me, you need to be the best you. And that was before becoming the best you. But he would tell me I needed to be my best me and do whatever I wanted to do. And he encouraged me and told me that it was possible for me to do the things that I'm doing today, even though they were just dreams back then. And I knew that my start in life was rough, and we can't always change how our life starts, right? Because somebody else made that choice for me. I didn't make that choice for me at the beginning, but we can choose how we end. So we can't choose our start sometimes, but we can choose our ending, our middle, and do great things in life. So I hope this will encourage you. If you feel lost and maybe you're living in some fear, or maybe you've been abused, please reach out. There is a 800 number for trafficking victims. It's 888-3737. And I'm going to repeat that one more time, 888-3737. And you can call that 24/7 and get the help that you need. If you want to talk to another survivor, please reach out to me, because sometimes it just takes us talking to somebody else to help us take that step, because we're afraid. But I know when I talk to kids in the schools, they'll come up to me and tell me that they're being groomed, or they're in a relationship that is toxic, or they feel like maybe they're getting ready to step into what I've already lived. And because I've lived that life, they feel safe to come and talk to me about it. And so as you're listening out there, if you need somebody that maybe understand, you can reach out to me. But I know everybody that's here on this speaking at this conference, all of them are here to encourage you, empower you, and have you be the best you. So I don't know how long I took. I talked a lot. So I'm really happy. This is my first time of speaking on a virtual
I think you did a great
conference.
job.
So please bear with me. Courageous, and step out and be the best you, and never give up. Live your best dream. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tina. Well done.
Yes, indeed. Very great pearls of wisdom that you shared.
It's a little different. It's a little different doing it virtually.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You rock the stage. Give them that information again. Give them that number. I think it's really important for you to share that with them, because we all need help, and we all need to know where we need to go when we need that help.
Yes, it's 888-3737-888. I forgot to put the last ones. So they do it like that, 888-3737-888, because it's an easy way for you to remember it. And yes, please put it in your cell phones, because even if you're not the one that needs help, you might see somebody else that needs help. So yes, there you go, 888-3737-888.
I like that. That's clever. First off, thank you for sharing your story. And I think that it's important, because people go, is it really happening? Is it as really bad as some people say it is? And like you said, it was your own family. And I don't think people realize that there is, unfortunately, as much as we want to love mothers and fathers, there is some families with some serious trouble and trauma in them. And that kind of awareness to let people know that is happening out there is huge. And the ability that you have had firsthand experience and made it out the other end makes you invaluable to those people. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you very much. And yes, I live in Florida. Terrence, I thought I heard you live in Florida.
You're right.
Also.
I'm in Florida. What
and
part?
Florida's third in the nation for most trafficking. So,
yeah,
you know, behind California and Texas. So we have to be aware and know what we're looking out for. And that's one of the trainings I do, is teaching people what the signs look like. So if you're out on the street, you might see somebody that it's happening to, and then you can call that hotline, because it's nationwide, and get help for somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. And even despite what you talk about and what you deal with on a daily basis, you still have the love of the butterfly quote. You still have the optimism that says that you can keep going. And imagine if every caterpillar had that same optimism, that they knew that there was a butterfly at the end of their journey. I think that's important for anyone who's watching us, who is trying to become the best version of themselves. It's that don't give up optimism, because, you know, before you can see the light, that's when your tunnel is going to be the darkest. But if you have that caterpillar butterfly mentality, to know that once you come through the darkness, you're going to fly like a butterfly, then that's positive motivation. So thank you for keeping that top of mind, even when you bring such a heavy topic and awareness to our broadcasts. We appreciate you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not the funnest topic, but it's a very important topic.
Yes.
The more we ignore it, the more it continues to happen.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to share it with the audience and hopefully bring more awareness.
Absolutely. All right. So again, that's Tina Marie Kadoff. Go to use that number, 888-373-7888. It's easy to remember, but it's the most important phone call that you may make for you or for someone else. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, guys.
Ooh, sorry.
Absolutely.
Cut her off there.
All right. Yes. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Please put in the comments, what are you thinking so far? We've been at this now for about 5 hours. 5 hours of motivation, 5 hours of information, 5 hours hopefully that have started you on your journey towards becoming the best version of yourself. So how are we doing? Tell us how we're doing. Give us some comments, give us some feedback, and go ahead over while you're doing that and click that link at comechangeyourlife.com so you can be with me and the mustache guy live and in person in October, and we can really show you how to become the best version of you.
Truth.
All right. So one Facebook user said game changing. Tracy Randolph says, thank you, Tina. That was powerful. Another Facebook user says, thank you, Brenda Ringwood. This is great. Yes, give it up for Brenda for the brainchild. Yes.
Your man Corey, his 12-year-old's reading your book. Takes it to
right.
school every day. But you are hipping with it on the 12-year-olds for reading and motivational.
I love it. I love it. Whichever book it is, tell them to keep reading and don't stop there. Pick up the next book and the next book, because that's how you become the best version of you. Even at 12, it's possible to do. So you ready for our next speaker?
I was born ready.
You were born ready. All right. Well, you know what they say. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready to speak with power. And that's who we have coming up now. We have a powerful speaker, none other than the man himself. They call him Power Talk because he talks with power, and everything he says brings power to your life. He's affectionately known as David Solomon. He's a motivational speaker and entrepreneur, and his story is proof that success is not about available resources. It's about the desire to keep pushing to succeed despite the challenges that you're facing. Hashtag never give up. Now, briefly, he comes from two parents that were multi-substance abusers. And as a result, he was obligated to go live with his paternal grandmother in Henderson, North Carolina. And due to that home life, he was later sent to live with his maternal grandmother in Hyde Park Gardens, a low-income area in Newark, New Jersey. Growing up in Newark, David was subjected to gangs, to gun violence, to drugs, to theft at an early age. And from making poor choices, suffering tragedies, and loss of many close friends, David was placed in a position to change and realized that it was time to turn his life around. Inspiring. He has not only turned his life around by getting a degree in electrical engineering from Farley Dickinson University. He's done civil engineering, architecture, small business coaches. He's worked as a project manager for General Electric. And for the past 15 years, he's had his own construction and design company. And he'll say all of those things are great, but what he really is passionate about is being a leader in his community. And he speaks to youth all the time to inspire him through his own stories and challenges, because he believes that the importance of understanding the impact of having someone with a similar background, and it's vital to helping you become the best version of yourself. Primarily, he's going to speak to you and he's going to help you, teach you, and inspire you to turn your pain into power. And we welcome him to for the first time to the Becoming the Best You virtual conference, none other than David Power Talk Sullivan. David, mic check, mic check.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my brother. How are you?
I'm blessed, man. Thank you so much for having me. This is amazing. I love the energy. I love the speakers. I love what you guys are doing. The best version of you is going not only for you, but it's for your purpose, for everybody around you. Everybody need this. I just want to say I'm very grateful. I'm very blessed to be here right now with you guys.
Well, I know you are about to bring the heat, so we're going to turn the virtual stage over to you so you can help us turn our pain into power. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Power Talk himself, David Sullivan.
Yes, thank you guys. Listen, everybody watching right now, I want you to repeat this to yourself. I am powerful. I am blessed, and I am grateful because I'm alive. Say this again to yourself, right? I am powerful. I am blessed. And I am grateful because I'm alive. That's the first thing I want you to always remember. If you're alive, you got one more day, one more opportunity to give it one more try. Now, I hope people turn their pain into power. But power talk, what you mean pain is power? How is that? Pain is painful. I've been through a lot of pain in my life. And I want to bring you through my pain points before I show you my power points. So I'm pretty sure a lot of you on this live right now is watching this. You've been through some pain in your life. You might be in some pain right now, or you might go into some pain. As I was about 9 years old, I hear this loud noise. My first pain point. I come out, I walk out in the kitchen. It's my mother laying on the floor, half naked. She had 4 men standing around her. I'm about 9, 10 years old. They told me to take my little hand, put it in a bucket of ice, and rub it on my mother's chest. My mother was laying there lifeless, not moving. I didn't know what I was doing, but I kept doing it. I kept rubbing it. Mom, wake up. Mom, wake up. I didn't know what was going on. Eventually, she popped up. I ran out the house. At that moment, I realized that my mother was having an overdose, and my mother's addicted to drugs. But not only my mother, but my father also too was addicted to drugs. But my father wasn't in my life like he should have. So my mother had to go to rehab. My father wasn't around. I had to live with my grandmother, which was my father's mother, in a small town called Henderson, North Carolina. At that particular point, I felt abandoned. My first pain point. My mother wasn't there. My father wasn't there. So Christmas Eve, I get to go see my mother in rehab in northern New Jersey. Actually, Newark, New Jersey. My mother's mother. I go visit her on Christmas Eve. So on Christmas, we can go see my mother. But I get a phone call on Christmas Eve. My grandmother back in Henderson, North Carolina, she said, little David cannot come back home. He can no longer stay here any longer. I felt abandoned. The only place that I thought was home It's no longer home. My new home is now Newark, New Jersey, with my new grandmother. But see, my grandmother taught me one thing. She walked in the room. She said, Little David. See, they call me Little David because my name is David Solomon. 2 great kings. I'm named after my father. Even though my father gave me the same name, he was not in my life like he should have. King David, King Solomon. And if you know the story, King David had to fight Goliath. King David had to fight Goliath. He walked in there. And I had to fight a lot of Goliaths in my life. There's a Goliath right now in your life that's causing a lot of pain. You might be in your pain, going into your pain, coming out of your pain, thinking about your pain. But that's just your Goliath that you're going to knock out. I had to knock out my Goliath. One Goliath, my mother on drugs. Another Goliath, my father was on drugs. Neither one was in my life. So now I can't go back to Henderson. I can't go back to my hometown. My mother's in rehab. So what do? I become friends with somebody in the neighborhood. One of my friends, he steals cars. I'm not proud of it. We all made mistakes. If you made mistakes, raise your hand to yourself. You made some mistakes. I wanted just to be cool. So I make a new friend. My first best friend. I'm in a stolen car with him, making poor choices. 15 minutes in the car, I get out. I go upstairs to eat dinner. Then another 15 minutes, I get a phone call. He just had a car accident. He hit a pole. He's dead. I was just in that car. God spared my life. At that particular moment, I knew there was something bigger waiting for me outside of my pain. My power started to develop. See, my grandmother said something to me. She said, right now, you can see, right? But not everybody in this neighborhood has vision. I'm going to give you vision, Lord David. I'm going to let you look past your mother, past your father, past your best friend just passed away, past this environment. Because see, you're not a product of your environment. You're a product of your choices. At that particular moment, I had to make better choices. So around the projects, instead of me stealing cars or selling drugs, I got a job, picking up paper, working in the office, everybody else doing negative things. I said, no longer would I make poor choices. I went on to high school. I went on to college. I got my degree, engineering. My financial advisor and my academic advisor, they told me I was going to run out of money and I wasn't going to be able to get my degree because I declared my major too late. I was behind. But see, sometimes people don't understand how powerful you are. They don't believe in you. I looked him right in his face and I said, I will walk across that stage. And guess what I did? I walked across that stage because I'm thinking about my mother laying on the floor. I'm thinking about my father not there. I'm thinking about my grandmother told me I can't come back. So that's giving me my power. What is your power? Who has hurt you? Who has let you down? Who has defeated you? Maybe it's mental abuse, physical abuse. Maybe it's doubt. Maybe it's fear. You see my shirt, faith? We can't live in fear. We got to walk in faith. Because when my friend passed away, I went to the funeral. It was one casket. It should have been two. But God said, King David, King Solomon, now David Power Talk, I got something bigger for you. I'm going to turn your pain into power and your power into purpose. So then I went on to college, got my degree, started my own company. My mother, she got out of rehab. She no longer addicted to drugs. But then she went through a deep depression, became an alcoholic. So, but I held on to so much anger. I was just so bitter with my mother. I was never really there for my mother because I didn't understand the word addiction. Now, some of you might know somebody that's addicted to something, been addicted to something. You might be dealing with addiction. I wasn't familiar with it. I was just a kid that was heartbroken. I felt like I was abandoned. So therefore, I wasn't the best son. I can admit that. But I remember this phone call that my cousin called me on a Sunday. She said, Lord David, you sitting down? I said, yes. She said, your mother just passed away. Another pain point. Now, all that anger, everything I had built up inside, it no longer matters anymore because my mother's gone. So whatever you holding on to, whoever hurt you, You got to let it go. Because it was too late for me to let it go. I should have visited my mother more. I should have called her more. I should have came down every holiday. But I was so bitter inside that I stayed up north. I just kept working and traveling, doing everything. But now to this day, of course, I can't even call my mother to say, guess what? I'm a powerful motivational speaker. I travel across the world. I help people turn their pain into power. I said, I just got my third company. So what happens? I go through a situation. I go through depression. I lose everything. Everything. I have my own company. Young age, I make 6-7 figures. Entrepreneur. But I had the right mentor, the right role model. I'm in the garage, bottle of pills, glass of water. I'm ready to take my life. Because I'm holding on to so much pain. My mother's gone. I lost everything. Had to file Chapter 7. I had a man walking around my house to look at my valuables. We can sell this. We can sell that. I couldn't finish jobs. I couldn't pay people. I couldn't take care of my mortgage. They took my car. They took everything. My mother wasn't around. I'm an only child. But see, I was taking for granted what I just told you guys. Life. Life. So as I'm sitting there in the garage with the pills and the water, I'm sitting there with the pills and the water in the garage, car running. I'm sitting there, I'm about to take it. But something snapped inside of me. God tapped me on the shoulder. He said, my brother, I'm not done with you yet. And something, I don't, to this day, I don't know what happened, but I got up, I threw the pills away. I took a cold shower. Everybody say this to yourself. I don't care how bad it is. Get up every day and focus on small wins. I said, you know what? I'm going to rebuild my company. I'm going to rebuild my life because I'm going to never give up. Write this down. Don't you ever think about giving up. Because I was there. The reason why I could tell you that because I wanted to give up. I wanted to take my life. I felt like I was in the darkest place. I was in the middle of my storm. But what I forgot was I was an eagle. See what the eagle does? The eagle flies directly in the middle of the hurricane. You know why? Because the eagle used the hurricane to fly higher and higher. It allows the wind to come underneath its wings. An eagle goes into the storm. So I'm an eagle and you're an eagle. So whatever storm you in, whatever storm you coming out of, or whatever storm you about to go into, keep your head up, keep your chest out, my kings and my queens, because you're just an eagle. I didn't realize that. And if you look to the left, you look to the right, you see a pigeon, you see a bird, you're just flying too low. That's all. Because I had to learn to embrace my BS. I had to embrace my BS. And you know what my BS was? My beautiful struggle. We all go through something, but it doesn't mean it's the end. It's just the beginning. Every lesson is a blessing. You're never losing, you're only winning. I had to tell myself that. Because I felt like it was the bottom, but really your bottom is your top. There's another level you have to get to. But God is only putting you through certain things to make you strong because he knows you can handle it. So I had to use the faith. I had to turn that pain into power. And I got right back up. But see, sometimes you're going to get tested one more time. Actually, 8 days later, after my mother passed away, I get a phone call. My father got stage 4 cancer. He got 90 days to live. Now, I told you we got the same name. Now, even though my father wasn't in my life, guess what? When I went down to see him, I didn't go down there and say, why you do this? Why you beat my mother? Why was you on drugs? Why was you there for the birthday, the graduation? I got to know him. I got to know how you met my mother, what type of job he was doing, because I let it go. I couldn't let it go before my mother passed away, but I said this time when my father go, I was going to learn to let it go, and I did that. To the very last day, I took morphine to put in my father's mouth before they closed the casket because he had cancer, to numb the pain. I watched my father look like a perfect bill of health to the point where he couldn't even talk no more, couldn't even move his eyes. But God gave me those 90 days, and I'm so happy for that I got those 90 days. So one thing, guys, you know you cannot get back. One thing you cannot get back. One thing you cannot get back is time. So you know that you can't get back time. Do not waste your time on negative thoughts, negative energy, negative situations. No, you let him deal with that. But what I want you to deal with is what you can do in this moment. What's the power that's inside of you? What's that pain that happened? Who hurt you? Who let you down? Who don't support you? Who's not there for you? Right? What mistakes did you make? That's okay if you make mistakes. Because guess what? It's called a reset. The next day is a reset. When you wake up tomorrow, you got life and you got opportunity. You got life and you got opportunity. And you give it everything you got. Because you turn that pain into your power. Your power is to heal. Your power is to grow. Your power is to be a motivational speaker. Your power is to be a teacher. It's to be a police officer, entrepreneur. Whatever you want to do, it's all up to you. Because I know if you on this live right now, you watching me, you have the power to do whatever you want to do. I believe in you. You know why I believe in you? Because guess what? I know your mindset is going to change right now. Because you can feel the power that's coming out of me. And I'm only giving you some of my stories. I got 20 minutes and I might be over my time. And I apologize about that. But I had to tell you a little snippet of my life. Because I want you to understand, this man that's standing in front of you right now, this man was broken at one time. This man was broken down to his knees. This man felt like life didn't matter no more. But for some apparent reason, I was able to find my power. And I didn't give up. By me not giving up, I was able to rebuild my company, start a new company. Now I got 3 companies. Now I'm a certified motivational speaker. You see that plaque right there? Dr. Eric Thomas, one of the #1 motivational speakers in the world, he certified me. When I first walked on stage, he said, young man, you got the gift. What gift inside of you that you're not letting out? Every day you wake up is Christmas. I want you to walk and look at that gift and open up your gift. There's a gift that has been put inside of you that you need to operate in right now. Don't let time go by and waste it on people that don't deserve you. Understand your value. Understand your worth. Remember, you can't get back time. Write this word down to yourself, Cheerio. Before I leave, Cheerio. Remember this, Cheerio. Why Cheerio, Power Talk? Why Cheerio, Power Talk? That's your circle. Sometimes your circle got to be so small, it got to be a Cheerio. Because there's some people that's not going to be able to come on your journey on this life, on this mental health, on learning not to give up, to be the best version of you. But some people will get it. And when they do get it, bring them with you. And understand, it's okay. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay if they hurt you. It's okay if things happen. That's just your pain point. But it's not okay to sit there. It's okay to be stronger. It's okay to be powerful. It's okay to be blessed. It's okay to be grateful. Because you know why? Because you're alive. Remember this, right? It's okay because I'm powerful. Because I'm blessed. Because I'm grateful. Because I'm alive. Because I'm powerful, I'm blessed, and I'm grateful because I'm alive. I'm David Power Talk. Thank you for your time. I hope you got something from my story.
Wow, 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 wow. I'm powerful. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. Why? Because we were alive to hear David Power talk. What's going on? Let's give it up for David. Yes, 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 my brother. You brought the heat. I would say you dropped the mic, but you didn't have a mic in your hand. That's just how powerful you were. So listen, man. I just want to say congratulations first and foremost. That award from E.T. Thomas. That's great. I got a chance to see you in action with Della Toro McNeil up in Tampa. You did your thing there, and not only are you powerful on the stage, but you're powerful in a one-on-one conversation, and that's what I really love about you, and that's how we know you're living the best version of yourself. But how do you tell people, hey, man, Power Talk, that was good, rah, 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 I'm great, I'm motivated, I'm high, but tomorrow pain's gonna come back. It's gonna come knocking on my door. How do I keep that power going each and every day?
Yeah, that's why I always start off with words of affirmation, powerful words of I'm powerful, I'm blessed, I'm grateful, because as that pain creep back in, we got to understand the gift that we have about being alive. And I took that gift for granted by having dark thoughts and wanting to leave this earth. When you got some people that's actually waking up and praying for the problems that you have. So some people deal with depression, anxiety, they deal with financial problems, they deal with a lot of things in life. that seem like you're all alone, seem like nobody's there to help you. But like I tell people is that get a gratitude journal. When you wake up in the morning, don't touch your phone, don't look on the internet. Write down, like, what are you grateful for? Is it your kids? Is it you breathing, a roof over your head? You got a car outside, or you can catch a bus, or you can walk to the park, whatever it is. Like, it costs nothing to go to the park and sit there on a bench and clear your mind and just think, right? And think about and manifest where you want to go. Manifest about the healing. Manifest about your next journey. Manifest about being more positive, because the same energy that it takes to think negative, it takes the same energy to think positive. So I tell people all the time, take that energy away from the negative and put it towards the positive, and just focus on winning one day at a time. Don't complicate it. Don't try to when I had to fight back, I just told myself, I'm going to focus on winning one day at a time. And as I win one day at a time, I slowly was able to rebuild back my life. So whatever you're going through, whatever you've been through, whatever you might be in right now, don't overcomplicate it. Just appreciate what you have right now. Don't look at what you don't have, and just win one day at a time and get up again and fight again.
I love it. I love it. Anthony and I, we were talking earlier about what's one thing that we felt we achieved as a result of going through this pandemic. And
right.
you hit on a great word. I think the universe as a whole really rediscovered that word gratitude. Gratitude for making it through, gratitude for still having a business despite all the customers that have you've lost, being able to again still be able to go outside to a park after being locked down in many parts of the country for months and even close to a year. So that gratitude is a powerful word. Thank you for sharing your power with us. Anthony, you have a question or a comment?
No, I love that Corey said he speaks my language. I draw a lot of parallels between both of you guys, the way you speak. And I think that it's interesting that Eric Thomas really was obviously inspired by the way you spoke. And you guys have a gift. Corey has that gift. You have that gift. And not a lot of people have it. I could tell when things flow out of people and it's genuine. And I just, listening to you is the type person I could put in my headphones in the morning, work out.
Right.
And it's not even about lifting weights. It's literally about just getting your mindset ready, getting ready for what the world is going to hand you, whether it's on a set or a rep at the gym, or whether it's going to be the crap that we have to deal with afterwards, and we find a way to power through it. So I the way that you delivered your message is second to none. The fact that you're just kind of getting started in this is impressive. And I thank you for being a part of this. And hopefully I'll get to meet you in St. Louis.
Definitely. Can't wait to see you guys.
Awesome. So David, people can't wait till October. They want to get in contact with you now, brother. So how is the best way for them to move from pain into power and connect with you?
Definitely. It's David Power Talk on Instagram, TikTok, my website, David Power Talk. I would say if you're on IG, follow me on IG, shoot me a DM. If you're on TikTok, follow me on TikTok. If not, Facebook, David Power Talk. All my platforms, everything is David Power Talk, YouTube. So therefore, when you go to any of my platforms, my email, everything is there. You can get in contact with me. I have several events coming up. I'll be speaking all over. But listen, follow me, send me a DM. Let me know where you're located. Let me know about your pain. And then we're going to focus on that power. I love connecting with the people.
All right. Well, let's give it up again for David Power Talk. And thank you, man. Thank you so much for being and showing us the best version of you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Take it easy. It's a good looking Instagram too. I just followed him. He's got a well put together Instagram. I like it.
Yeah. Join the power train. I was already
yes.
Now we got you. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate you.
Take care.
That was David Power Talk on the Becoming the Best You conference. Man, this is like hot butter on some cornbread. Just good. I was just slopping up everything he said.
I feel like you just became down south Alabama talking about what you did with your mammy and pappy. We got some cornbread and butter. And oh man, that was just, I'm not gonna lie, it was delicious.
Well, believe it or not, up north in Chicago, we did have butter and cornbread. So yes, indeed.
Whatever.
Oh man, we are having fun. We have been doing this way too many times, Anthony.
Yes,
So
way too many.
listen, you guys, if you guys don't know now, if you're not really feeling the energy that we're talking about, you better check your pulse, because we are really helping you guys, giving you some phenomenal speakers here virtually. And this is just the virtual conference. Imagine being able to experience David Power Talk in person, live on stage, and then be able to reach out and have a conversation with them. And you can also experience Corey Fox, or you can also experience Brenda Ringwood. You can also experience Anthony Russo, and you can also experience our next speaker that's coming to the stage live and in person. Imagine. They say wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. So I want you to imagine your mind in St. Louis, October 21st through the 23rd. And I want you to imagine right now you're going to the website, comechangeyourlife.com. And I want you to imagine that you are clicking that link with the code BTBY, because you want to have your face in the place at a discounted rate of just $250. You got it? You got it in your mind's eye? Can you see it? Well, now that you can see it up here, let's make it happen here. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. Have your face in the place October 21st through the 23rd for the live in-person Becoming the Best You. All right.
You are one hell of a poet. I'm not going to lie. Those words were just streaming out of you. It was fantastic.
You know, it was downloaded into me to upload to you. What can I say? You're ready for our next...
I am. I'm going to let you introduce him, but I'm going to be here for it. And I'm going to go ahead and put the cowboy hat on to greet him. Feel like he would like it, so I'll do it for him.
You know what? I feel like you need a Marlboro, just or something, you know, some Spurs. As we introduce a man who needs no introduction, because yes, you have seen him many times on this platform as well as his own international platform, because he is the international award-winning Make Every Second Count speaker himself. He's a transformational speaker. He's an author. He's a coach. He's a youth mentor, and he is a walking miracle. If you ever thought there was something that you can't do, then he's going to tell you that there is no such word as the word can't when you're becoming the best version of you. He is none other than the one, the only, the phenomenal Jeff Martinet Jr.
I had to put my hat on to be like the mustache man.
Oh my goodness! And you're in full beard regalia. All right, Jeff, how are you, sir?
I'm taking that crap off though.
Wow,
I bid you adieu, Jeff.
He will not go with the bit. Jeff, Mr. Award-winning Make Every Second Count speaker, we are going to make sure that you have every second allotted to you to bless us with your message. So the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Terrence. And I seriously appreciate you, Brenda and Maud and Anthony, putting all this together, because this has been an amazing thing that you have done today. And this is just the first day, I have to say. So stick around tomorrow and you guys are going to love it. I promise you that. But I need you guys to do me a favor. I need you to go back to being a 17-year-old junior in high school. What were you doing? What were you studying? What were your plans as you got older? Did you have an idea of what you wanted to do when you got out of school? Out of high school, at least? Any idea here? Well, all right. So, when I was 17 and I was in high school, I was planning on being an engineer of some sort and joining one of the armed services and gaining my education through that. But that all changed. You see, the morning of January 7th, 2002, I was heading to lunch one day with a passenger, and a friend behind me actually honked to tell me the light had turned green because I was changing my music on the radio and I wasn't truly paying attention. So I went ahead and pulled forward. That was a big mistake. See, when I pulled forward, a semi truck heading towards me didn't stop. He had a red light. I had the green light. So I did absolutely nothing wrong. But I was still in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that can happen to everyone out there. So don't think that you're the lucky one and nothing is going to happen to you like this, because it very well can. It happened to me. But from that accident, that semi hitting me broadside, so he hit me right in the driver's door. He left me unconscious right away. And I would actually spend the next 2.5 months in a coma. I had a broken neck, a fractured jaw, 2 fractured ribs, a ruptured spine, and a punctured lung. And my worst injury is one that nobody could see. My worst injury was a traumatic brain injury. And that's what makes me talk a little funny, slow, whatever you want to say, and walk a little funny. I walk kind of weird. I know. It's all right, though. I survive. But those injuries, most of those injuries can be deadly by themselves. But I had them all at one time. I had a tube in through my stomach to help me eat. And I was, because my jaw was wired shut and I was in a coma for 2.5 months. I had a tube in through my side of my chest to reinflate my lung, and a tube in through my neck called a tracheotomy, and I was actually on a ventilator, unable to breathe for myself for a few days. So it was kind of scary. And my parents didn't know if I would ever come out of the coma. And if I did come out of it, they didn't know I would know who they were one bit. They just had to roll with it and hope and pray and do all those things that you do when somebody is down and out. So I've been going through physical therapy now for almost 21 years. And I have had to go through a lot of that, and it has been extremely painful at times, but I couldn't give up on myself. And that's something that you'll find in life. Whatever you are facing, and if you haven't faced anything yet, just wait. I promise something is coming. Something is just around the corner and it's heading your way. It might not be a car accident. It might not be a coma. It might not be a divorce. It might not be the loss of all your money, the loss of a car, the loss of your business, but it's coming. I promise you that. So you have to stay prepared. You know, Terrence says that, Terrence Leftridge, Coach Unstoppable himself, says that note takers are money makers. So I want you guys to write down these next 4 points that I have for you. Now, when I say 4 points, didn't come up with these quickly. It took quite a bit of thought. And I struggled with it. I thought, how am I going to tell somebody to beat something like how to walk again? And it was extremely difficult. And it took a lot of work to put this stuff together. But I did it for you guys because I want to see you get through and buy anything that you were dealing with. And it's my job and my passion to help people do that in life. So I want these 4 steps written down. Don't forget that. Now, number 1 is actually erase the word can't. You know, I had all kinds of people in the hospital and after the hospital, and they were doubting everything that I could do. And they're saying, no, you shouldn't try to do this. You're going to hurt yourself. Or, no, you can't do that any longer. But you see, I had to try and do those things. So what I did was I devised a little plan to get that word can't out of my vocabulary. Every time I would say the word can't, I would do 5 push-ups. Even if I said it to myself in my head and nobody else heard it, I still did the 5 push-ups. Now, you see, this was back when push-ups were extremely hard for me. And I struggled to get through 3 of them, so I made it 5 of them. I know, I'm an overachiever, and that has actually helped me out in life too. But so I did 5 of them, and you know, I've done them everywhere. I used to do them, like I've done them in the frozen food section at Kroger, which is a grocery store. I've done them in restaurants, in bars. I've done them all over the place. In fact, my mom used to get embarrassed because I would do push-ups all over the place. She didn't understand it, but I had to get that word out of my mind. So Henry Ford says, if you say you can, or you say you can't, or you say you can't, you're right. So if you say that word can't, you're making that even harder on yourself. So it's pretty cool. Get rid of that word can't. I know you guys can do it, and I cheer you on each and every day. So number 2 is sometimes you have to be your biggest fan. You know, when I was coming out of the hospital and coming out of the coma, I started in a wheelchair. And the doctor said, this Jeff is pretty amazing. You're in a wheelchair. We didn't know if you would ever wake up. And I said, yeah, I am in a wheelchair. But that's not going to be the end of me. And they told me, well, you've done so well so far. You might as well stop now. People live every day in a wheelchair and they're happy. I said, yeah, they might be, but I'm not. You see, I got bigger things in my future. So I got to walking with the walker. Amazing, I have to say. And everybody else was amazed too. And they honestly couldn't believe it. Honestly, I don't know if I could either, but I was doing it. And they told me, you know, Jeff, you can stop this therapy thing anytime now. You're walking with a walker, and people walk every day walking with the walker, and they're happy. I said, yeah, they might be, but I'm not. again, I saw something bigger in my future. So I got to walking with a cane. Pretty darn amazing, I have to say. I don't mean to brag about myself, but that's pretty awesome. Walking with a cane when they decided that you weren't ever going to walk again. But they told me, Jeff, you're walking with a cane now. You're doing so good. You can give up this therapy thing anytime. People live every day walking with a cane and they're happy. I said, yeah, they might be, but I'm not. I saw more. So I got to walking completely unassisted. Pretty freaking amazing, I have to say. It's great being like 20 years old and walking for the first time that you know of. And they told me, Jeff, you've done it, man. You're walking unassisted. I said, yeah, I am. You see, I saw that. I saw it in my mind. But they didn't think it was possible for me. See, I was my biggest fan. I cheered myself on all those times that they did as well, but they told me I could give up. You see, people are going to tell you in life that you can quit, that things aren't possible for you. But I'm telling you right now that they are possible, and you don't have to take that permission to quit unless you want to. You know, it's pretty amazing because honestly, there's good news with this. And that is you do not have to. No, sorry, I just messed up. But there's good news. So you are the only person that can stop you from getting past something. You are the only person that can hold yourself back in life. So when I started walking completely unassisted, they told me that that was amazing. That was probably the best that I could expect. And I should just go ahead and give up therapy now. And I said, no. You know, I saw it in my mind's eye. I'm going to run. I promise you I'm going to run. Nobody can stop me except for me. So definitely be your biggest fan. Push and test your limits because you never know what is possible for you unless you attempt things. So number 3 is celebrate everything. Your small victories, your big victories, or your big victories, your small victories. Yeah, it's so true. You see, that thing right there is my poster that I had when I was in Africa speaking. In Africa! You know how amazing that is? While that is cool, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not. Let's see, there's my black belt speaker certificate from learning to speak to people, from getting lessons from a master at speaking. And that's just as amazing as this thing. And I celebrate both of them the same way. So I want you to celebrate everything. Big victories, small victories, whatever they are, they're worth celebrating. Celebrate being alive. Just like David said right before me, you're alive. Celebrate that. So my number 4 point is don't be afraid. Don't be too proud to ask for help. There are going to be some things that you're not the best at. And that's okay. There's going to be some things that other people can do better than you, and that's okay. You know, Les Brown says, ask for help, not because you're weak, but because you want to remain strong. And ask for help, and don't stop until you get that help. So you gotta ask for help. You gotta let somebody help you out with something that you're struggling to do. Because in life, things aren't always easy. If you're stuck, you have to get help to get unstuck. I mean, you can go through it all yourself. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't. But you don't have to. You can get help with that. And there are people everywhere that are willing to help you. So, guys, this is Jeff Martinet Jr., the award-winning international Make Every Second Count speaker, reminding you that you need to make every second count. Why? Because you never know when those seconds are going to run out on your one life. Guys, look, I also want to remind you of one other thing today. I want to remind you that everything is possible, and you are the only person that is holding you back. And if things weren't possible, I wouldn't be walking right now.
What?
I think he just rolled out. I think he just left.
He roll out. Roll out. All right, Jeff. Jeff said he's not dropping the mic. He's leaving the stage. Let's give it up for Jeff Martinet Jr. making every second count. Oh, there he is.
He's gonna reappear. He's a magician.
Man, he's talented. He is just so talented. Hey, Jeff, thank you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Every second count, letting us know not to get rid of the word can't. Man,
great job.
You're walking, not only a walking miracle, a walking testimony. How can they get in contact with you? We know you've got this phenomenal book. How can they get in contact with you to get your book or to book you to speak at their next event?
So it's actually pretty easy. I have made it easy for you guys. So if you go to www.jeffmartinetjr.com, every one of my socials are up there on that page, right at the top. And they're links. You can go right to them, and it's pretty amazing. And I also have a shop on there that you guys can purchase this Make Every Second Count shirt, and you can purchase my book, and I have a lot of other Make Every Second Count things, such as wristbands that you guys both have, but you probably are not wearing right now.
I wear it every day. I literally took it off.
No excuses.
It's in Kelly's truck when I was rodeoing with her. She's got it over there, but I typically wear the red bandana.
So go on over to jeffmartinetjr.com. Get all that apparel, get his book, and you can also go there and get more information about his award-winning show that he does, Make Every Second Count, and learn everything you need to know about Jeff Martinet. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate you.
Deuces, Jeff.
All righty. So listen, you guys, we have given you phenomenal speakers. We've given you a lot of entertainment, but now we're going to give you the opportunity to take a break, give you an opportunity to network in the chat with some of the other people that you've seen during this event, and give you the opportunity to go on over to purchase your tickets for the October events, grab a snack, grab some water or your favorite beverage, and meet us back here right here in 20 minutes. And we got more becoming the best you can be for you. Hey, come on, Brenda. Any thoughts before we go to break?
Yeah, go on over and get those tickets. You get your tickets tonight. You get some free books.
Wow.
Oh.
The freebies keep coming. So go
They
on
do.
over. It's right there scrolling on the screen. Go on over, comechangeyourlife.com.
We'll know who gets them, and we can get those books out to you. We might know a few authors.
Yeah, we know, and we know the people who are ready to become the best version of themselves. So you guys go ahead, grab yourself some dinner, come back 20 minutes. We're going to start this thing right back up, right where we started. It's the Becoming the Best You conference.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. What are you going to play for him?
Let's see. We're gonna scroll some music, put up the banner, and then we'll come back and we'll play some commercials before we get started. All right?
All right, sounds good.
All righty.
What happened? What'd you do? You've got the music just on the side we can play as well. Just one of these.
Yeah, that's what I was scrolling down for. There you go.
I like that one. You can choose yours.
Keep it classy. All right, you guys. We'll see you in a few.
Hey, it is an unstoppable day. You know, preachers preach, teachers teach, and speakers speak. And whether I am speaking from my office doing videos like this virtually, or whether I am speaking at resorts doing retreats, whether I am speaking at family events, or whether I am speaking in front of large audiences. Speakers speak, and that's what we do. But depending on those situations, you may not have the confidence, you may not have the skills, or you may not have those necessary tools to be able to speak effectively in each one of those different arenas. Well, we've got you covered here at the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. Yes, Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. We have an 8-week speaker course where we will help you get the tools, the tips, and the strategies to not only become a better speaker, but to learn the business of speaking so that you can be effective in all those different arenas that I just told you about. I'm blessed to be able to be a speaker. I'm blessed to be able to be an MC, but I didn't learn those skills overnight. I had to get the training. I had to get the strategies. I had to get the tools to make me a more effective speaker. And we want to share those tools with you as well. So if you are a new speaker, if you are a new author, or if you're a new entrepreneur and you're looking to add speakers into your toolkit to make you a more effective entrepreneur, speaker, or author, then we invite you to come on over to www.btbspeakers.com www.btbspeakers.com and sign up for our next course, which is starting soon. Who knows, in 8 weeks, you could become the best speaker that you were created to be.
Hey, it's an unstoppable day, and we are back for the evening edition of Becoming the Best You Virtual Conference. I'm one of your hosts, Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge, and I'm going to ask that we bring up our special, our visionary. We call it the professor here at BTBY because she is always teaching. So let's bring up to the stage Brenda Ringwood, because she's going to tell you about some upcoming events that are happening right around the corner, featuring a very special entertainer that you've probably heard of. Something about a nose, right, Brenda?
Oh, yeah, you know, that red clown nose. We do. We have an event next weekend in West Virginia. It is called Picnic in the Park with Patch Adams, the Patch Adams. You know, the one from the movie that Robin Williams played Patch Adams in. So I got to interview him for the BTBY TV show. And I got told, because I said, was the movie real? He said, oh, it was conservative. So that should tell you a little bit about Patch. He's actually speaking tomorrow. You're going to be able to hear him. And go on over if you can't make it to West Virginia, which will be a phenomenal event. We have comedians. We have band after band after band. Man, just go on over to thingsbybrend.com and check out what's going on there, or just go on over to Patch Adams' Facebook page. It's all over the place. But you can buy a virtual ticket too, and it helps to donate his cause. He's looking to do free medical care. I've been to the property. It sits on 300 acres. Everything is paid for. He pays cash as he goes. He's got 6 buildings up already, and this is a fundraiser to build the teaching center, which will be a clinic, and they can start seeing patients. So let's get that going for him. It is in the mountains of Hillsboro, West Virginia. At the time that he started this, it was one of the poorest counties in the state, and West Virginia was one of the poorest states in the country. So things have changed a little bit for that, but still a great cause. He says the number one reason why people lose their homes is medical bills. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah, having to make the choice between where you're going to sleep and where you're going to get your medication from.
That's right.
That is something that millions of Americans are dealing with, even to this day. Pandemic just made it worse. So this is a phenomenal event. Go on over to thingsbybrand.com and you can purchase your tickets for Picnic in the Park with Patch Labor Day weekend.
And Dr. Marie Cosgrove is going to be the comedian. She's doing 2 sets.
Wow.
She's speaking here. We're going to get to hear her as well. So yeah, she does a little bit of everything. She's an entrepreneur. She's a business owner. She's known for the woman who bought the company that fired her. She's a product of rape. She's been raped, but she continues on. She does not let her past stop her. She doesn't let what other people say and do stop her. So you're going to hear more from her later, but you're also going to see the funny side of Marie.
Yeah, so many reasons. If you don't have plans for your Labor Day weekend, go on over to Picnic in the Park with Patch, and we've got a little commercial, so let's play it. It was a little commercial. So go on over to Things by Brand, purchase your tickets, and get ready to have some fun and picnic as you bring in Labor Day weekend. Picnic in the Park with Patch.
There might even be some mooning going on.
Well, okay. We call it adulting now. Back in the day, okay. it was a completely different thing back in the day. All right. As we welcome up to the mic our super producer, Mr. Anthony Roussel. How are you, Anthony?
Doing fantastic. Had a good dinner. What'd you guys eat? Did you guys? Well, Bren said she's been eating all day.
I eat all day.
Yeah,
I've been watching the show.
Bryn has really been basking in all of this because she's just been eating healthy throughout the whole 5 hours. I ate what was ever left in the refrigerator for me. I'm flying solo for the next couple of days while the better half is out enjoying some girl time. So
bachelor life.
So I rolled up some salami inside of some cheese, and that was it. Yeah.
Well, everybody's got to deal with they got to rough it once in their life. You know what I mean?
Yes. So we are back. We are looking forward to just giving you all of this great information, motivation, just like we did in the first half. We're going to bring it home strong this evening with the next part of our Becoming the Best You. So go ahead and invite a friend who might not have been in there earlier. Invite a friend in and give us those comments, show us some love. Let us know that this is really important to you and it's making a difference as you start your journey to becoming the best you. And Anthony, you've got our next speaker.
Yeah, I'm going to go and introduce him. I'll pull Brendan. Brendan, go ahead and I know you've got the group that that is part of the sign up. Let them know we got started again. I see the numbers starting to go up right now. Go ahead and share it out there for everybody. T, I will see you in a little bit. Pull you in back, and we have got our next speaker, Sarah Mingus. Mingus is the 2019's Best Poet of Kansas City nominee, former play therapist, and panelist for Lady Gaga's foundation. Born This Way, she's also author of 3 full-length collections of poetry and describes herself as a confessional spoken word poet and much sought after global motivational speaker and storyteller. Her life coaching company, Wonder Woman Rising LLC, helps women unleash their inner goddess by loving their stories. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to the virtual stage, Sarah Mingus. Oh, I got it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the BTBY conference. I'm so excited to be presenting to you this evening. My name is Sarah Mingus, and I am the founder of Playful Awareness and Wonder Woman Rising. Playful Awareness was created back in 2009 with the idea that if I could help people play with purpose or incorporate play into their everyday lives, be a lot harder to be sad and be a lot easier to free themselves from the emotional pain they were holding on to. So that's kind of how this all got started. And then back in 2017, a lot of really cool things happened. First, I started doing presentations in the community, specifically focused on teen girls and women about embracing your inner goddess. So I talked a lot about superheroes and why we're all superheroes on the inside and how we all have an origin story. We all have our own personal kryptonite we're trying to contain, and we all have our own special superpower. So around that time when I was doing these presentations, I decided I was going to dress up as a Wonder Woman when I went to deliver these presentations. So when I say dress up as Wonder Woman, I mean tiara, armbands, leggings, badass boots, the shield, the whole kit and caboodle. And let me tell you, one of the things I loved about those presentations was helping people to unleash the Wonder Woman inside of them, but also that they stood up and paid attention when I walked into a room. I mean, who wouldn't pay attention to Wonder Woman? But also because I did something different, very different. And in 2017, another really cool thing happened. I was hand-selected by the National Alliance of Mental Illness, NAMI, to be an expert panelist for an event called Kindness in KC, co-hosted by NAMI and Lady Gaga's foundation, Born This Way. So for those of you that don't know much about the foundation or the events, in 2017, the night before each of her performances, her foundation, which she started along with her mom, would do a kindness event, a mental health awareness event for the community. And so we had a Kindness in Kansas City event. And when I got the call, I almost thought it was a scam. I'd never heard of Born This Way Foundation. Of course, I knew who Lady Gaga was. And then when they mentioned Megan Marr, who had recommended me for the panelist position, I realized this was legit, that I had finally arrived, that the world was paying attention to me. And it wasn't really about me, it was about helping the world through the power of play. So that's how that got started. So I was very excited for this event. I remember doing marketing for it and sending out an email blast and getting really excited about the events. And 2 nights before the events, we had a meeting with all of the other panelists. And there was a school therapist, there was a parent of children, both biological and adopted, who struggled with mental health issues. And there was a preteen who struggled with Tourette syndrome and depression and anxiety. And so it was a really great mix of all sorts of different people coming together to talk about mental health awareness. So I was so excited for this event. So the day of, I had scheduled a makeover and with my good friend, my Mary Kay consultant. And I was in the bubble bath and I was all excited for this event. And I was in the zone. I was really thinking about the event. And I was probably writing some poetry and looking at my phone. And then I set my phone down so I could rinse out the shampoo for my hair and then rinse off and get out of the bathtub. Well, then when I started to try and get out of the bathtub, I realized that when I set my phone down on the ledge, sadly, some water had gotten all over the side of the tub, which I think the curtains, the shower curtain, just slid off, I think when I was rinsing some part of me, and I didn't realize that it was all wet. So when I realized this, because there was water just dripping down from the phone, I immediately grabbed the towel, took it out of its case, tried to save it, and I thought, oh, it's been saved. It's still on. Yay. But this is probably a sign that I need to quickly get out, rinse off, and then get dressed and then head over to my makeover, right? So it all was working according to plan until about halfway there. And by the way, I'm directionally impaired, so I rely on my GPS, like my BFF. And halfway there, my phone died and it wouldn't come back on. And when I tried to plug it in the charger, I got these danger alert messages saying unplug immediately. So I couldn't charge my phone at all. So then I tried to find a business to where maybe I could get on Facebook and send a message to my friends saying that I couldn't get there, hoping she could give me directions. And so I happened to find a beauty salon. And so one of the people there let me borrow her phone to log on to Facebook to send a message. And then she wasn't responding. So then I started sending messages to about 5 of our friends, and they weren't responding. And then the woman wanted her phone back. So I had no idea what I was going to do. And I was starting to panic because my friends were really, really important to me. And I didn't want her to think that I just abandoned her, been disrespectful over time, or anything like that. So I thought, well, what am I going to do? I need to do something. And I thought, well, I could probably get home from here without needing to stop for directions. So I then realized that there was a Metro PCS store close to where I lived. And there was a Walgreens right next door. So I went to the PCS store and convinced the sales guy to let me buy a phone and then open it up and download the Square app so I could transfer funds from a client in order to pay for the phone, and then so I could get to this event. And lucky for me, when I explained the story and explained where I needed to get to, the salesperson was very accommodating and allowed me to do that, even though he shouldn't have, because I hadn't actually paid for the phone yet. And luckily, Walgreens is right next door. So as soon as I was done there, and like about an hour had gone by, I quickly ran into Walgreens, got some makeup, put it on in the car, and it already started to get dark at that point, and then made a mad dash over to the event at the Cleveland Chiropractic College. So I get there about 10 minutes to spare. But I'm glad that I'm there. Hallelujah. Problem though is I knew all the vendors who were there, so I really needed to go and talk to all of them. On top of it, it was only 10 minutes before the event. And everyone was wondering where I was, and no one knew about the cell phone. And then the other problem was, normally I like to review my notes before presenting to just refresh my memory, and I wasn't able to do that because the new phone, I haven't even been able to download my email or Dropbox app or anything like that. So I'm sitting there in a internal state of panic because I have no notes to review. Oh gosh, I don't know what I'm going to say. And then my throat starts to get dry and my lips start to get dry. And I think, oh no, what if I can't talk when I get up there? Oh no, oh no, oh no. And the more I did that, the more my lips got really dry. So finally it was time. And I went up to the stage and I asked if there was any water. And luckily there was some bottled water for the panelists. Yay. And at the time, they'd already done a video about the Born This Way Foundation, and it had a keynote speaker. It was feeling a little bit better, but still kind of anxious and hoping they did not ask me to answer the first question immediately. So I was on the other end, and luckily they started with the far end, panelists at the other end. And when it got to me, somehow, some way, my grit and my resourcefulness kicked in because I calmly said who I was, how I love to help people bring back the sparkle, and it helped that I had on my sparkly shirts and my jacket that I loved, and talked about playful awareness a little bit. And throughout the event, I talked a lot about the importance of letting go, or of tech time and spending time with your family. I talked a little bit about my own story and my mother's struggles with mental illness and all sorts of things. Well, my dad was in the audience, and I love my dad dearly. And he's one of the reasons in the the forces that be that have helped me to develop the sense of grit and going for the gold and determination. And he's an introvert, and he's also a judger on the Myers-Briggs scales. So he's kind of a tough cookie to impress. And when the event was all over, I went up to him and I said, "Thank you so much for coming." And I asked him what he thought. And he said, he looked at me. And then I started to see his eyes smile. And he said, "Sarah, I think that's the best presentation you've ever given." Let me say that again. The best presentation that you have ever given. So I looked at him with these wide eyes of, oh, wow, I guess I fooled everybody. Or I'm just really good under pressure. And I know my stuff frontwards and backwards. And I'm passionate about the things I like to talk about and speak about. And I could probably do it in my sleep, because essentially that's kind of what happened. And I forgot to mention, they had planned on 100 people attending, and 200 people showed up. 200 people showed up. So the biggest speaking event of my career, I couldn't review any notes because I fried my phone 2 hours before the event. So I shared that story with you because one of the things I learned about that day is that you should always have a backup plan. That technology doesn't always work. Number 2, I learned that I've got grit coming out of my pores. And that when push comes to shove, if it all goes wrong, I can still get up and give a really great performance and talk and inspire other people and talk about the importance of mental wellness, even without any notes to guide the way or anything like that. So it taught me to love myself and believe in myself down to my core. I'm talking 10 layers deep down to my core. So that's the first thing that taught me. The second thing, and this is really important, that the research that came out of Born This Way Foundation showed that young people, when they struggle with mental health issues, one of the very first things they do is they use a creative outlet to deal with their emotions. Art, poetry, music, dancing, ballet classes, something that is creative and activates that creative part of their brains. And then if they're still struggling, they usually reach out to a friend, a good friend, a friend that can hold space for them. And then they reach out to a trusted adult, or that friend might reach out to a trusted adult on their behalf. Then they might end up going to see the doctor. And they might go see a psychiatrist, and then they might go to therapy. I say that because then they might go to therapy. That is the very last resort that families utilize and young people utilize when they're struggling with mental health issues. So somehow there's some sort of stigma about therapy versus other outlets and ways of dealing with mental health issues. So I thought that was very interesting. It also showed, the research also showed that young people are a lot more anxious than we think they are. The parents often perceive their kids as not being anxious at all, and their kids and teens report being very anxious. And a lot of that anxiety comes from the pressure to be perfect and do it just right, or not show any weakness, or not ask for help, or not talking about mental health in their families and in their homes. So I thought that was really important too. If you're exhausted, that's usually because you run yourself ragged. You're doing way too much. You may be avoiding doing the things that you want to do or need to do. You're dealing with trauma, unresolved trauma. Or you're not really loving yourself like you should because you're not taking care of yourself. What I mean is you're not practicing self-care. you're not getting 8 hours of sleep a night. You don't have a bedtime ritual. When the alarm goes off in the morning, you're exhausted and keep hitting that snooze button. You're not moving, you're not exercising, you're not eating and doing things that are important for your gut. And so you're feeling blah, you're feeling overweight, you're feeling unhappy. All those feel-good chemicals that get produced in our body, 95% of them get produced in the gut. So if the gut ain't happy, you're not happy. So those are the reasons why people are exhausted. And one of the things that I also learned, the keynote speaker was a neurologist, and his son died by suicide. And I felt like his story and the story of his family was very inspirational in talking about suicide happens in all sorts of types of families and not just families with limited means. It happens everywhere. And so then I got to thinking about therapy in the mental health system. And then it occurred to me that just because you're a licensed provider doesn't mean you're the best person to treat or to help someone with mental health issues. I say that because life coaches, or life coaches like me, who were therapists, you have a master's degree, you have additional training, you understand mental health. They help people by teaching them coping skills and life skills and self-care plans to help them to be able to better manage those rough moments. And I remember this because around that same time, there had been several suicides at several local schools. And I happened to talk to one of the school counselors at one of the schools. And one of the things she said was, it's not like the student was not in therapy. They went to therapy 3 times a week. They had a psychiatry appointment once a week. And they still died by suicide. So I discovered that something was wrong. That it wasn't about all the therapy or psychiatry. It was about being connected with life and your life. And having a reason to get up in the morning. And it only takes one. Forget the million reasons why. It only takes one reason to want to get up in the morning. And if you can feel joy for 15 minutes a day, and you believe tomorrow you could do that for 15 minutes or maybe even 30, makes it really hard to want to die. And because that event, that Kindness and Casey event, was all about mental wellness and how you can have important conversations with people, young people, about mental health, and how young people want resources. They want to be proactive. They don't just want to sit by and do nothing. They want skills and resources to help them to feel better. And they usually rely on themselves or a close friend before they would ever call a therapist or ask their parents to call a therapist for them. And then the last thing I want to mention to you is how important it is to love your lasso of truth. You know, the whole Wonder Woman thing. I'm a performing poet with the Prodigal Poets here in Nashville. And we perform all over Nashville, and we perform poetry, and that highlights different topics like mental health awareness and suicide prevention and domestic violence, surviving domestic violence, and all sorts of things. And it's important that you are loving that lasso of truth, loving who you are inside, 10 layers deep, and not letting anyone get in the way of that, and loving every part of your story, even if nobody else does. And just about out of time, so thank you so much for tuning in. You can find me at Sarah, S-A-R-A, at wonderwomanrising.com. You can also find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all those great places. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you, of course, to Sarah Mingus. Well done, well said. Terrence, what'd you think about that?
Oh, man, she always brings great information. And, you know, what I really loved about her and what I think our 12 speakers that were part of our speaker academy, they found out too, is that sometimes your best messages are the ones that just come off the cuff, the ones that aren't prepared. I know many times in my life as a speaker, I will spend days, even weeks, putting together what I think is the perfect presentation, only to get to the day of the presentation and everything that I wrote down feels like garbage. But if I just speak my truth as she spoke her truth, the subject that she was passionate about, the subject that she could talk about any day of the week and twice on Sundays, it always comes out and it becomes a message that is going to manifest itself to the people that need to hear it. So even the best speakers tend to speak without notes, without paper, because they speak from the heart and they speak from their truth. So I really got that was a great part of the message. But she also talked about really mental health and all the things that we're dealing with as a society right now, and it's important to get that help, to get that self-care, and to be aware of those things that are happening in your life around your mental health.
And Jeff had a suggestion to put that phone number up for the human trafficking number, that number. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that up again. If you are facing anything like that and you need a number to talk to, any of that stuff, so make sure you utilize that 888-373-7888.
Yeah, and don't let how the number is positioned on the screen fool you. It is still a great number, but it's an easy way for people who are definitely needing to use that number to remember that number. So we want to thank Sarah Mingus again for that information and that beautiful presentation. We'll share her information in the comment section so that you can reach out to her. And if you want to have a closer, deeper relationship with her, she'll be right there for you. All right, let's move on to our next speaker.
Yep. Hold on. Before you do that, sorry, Jeff is never super specific in his suggestions, but now he sent it to me. So I was like, what number are you talking about? This is, I guess, the number, the NAMI helpline. And I guess that relates to Sarah. So this is the easiest way to do it. 800-950-6264. So there we go. Okay. I will let you. I'm excited for the next one. Always a big fan of Coach Chuck. And I love watching him in the background, just getting all jazzed up. I'm ready for this. I will let you take it from here, team.
All right. Well, you know what, you guys, you are in for a treat. There are those coaches that you meet in the locker room. There are those coaches that you meet on the court. There are those coaches that you meet on the field that help you in the game of sports, whatever sport that is. But every now and then you get a coach that comes along who wants to help you in the game of life. And we've got a coach for you. We've got Charles Princeton, aka Coach Chuck, who grew up in Long Beach, California, where he received his diploma from the Long Beach Polytechnic High School in 1974. Now, he is the founder of Me Inc. Now Consulting. And Me Inc. stands for Me Expressing I Need Change Now. And if you know anything about Chuck is an agent of change, and he's going to bring a global message to you now that's going to not only impact your life, but help you start impacting the legacy in your family. He also writes several blogs, deals with child abuse, family dysfunctionality, and PTSD as suffered at the hands of an abuser. As a campus supervisor, Coach Chuck saw a need for someone to be an advocate for youth, someone to help them see their own past clearly. And in response, he started speaking publicly and mentoring in the entity that is now known Me Inc. Now. So if you are someone that is in need of expressing the fact that you need change now, then you're right in the right place at the right time. Bringing to the stage none other than our good friend here at BTBY. It is Charles Princeton, aka Coach Chuck. Mic check, Coach. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I'm here. Present, Coach. Present.
Yeah, baby.
I'm ready. I wore this rug out going back and forth waiting my turn. But you know what? It is what it is. Terrence, you couldn't have actually promoted me any better than talking about how you get yourself ready for speaking, just like coaches get themselves ready for game day. And all of a sudden they get a call that the video they got was last year's video, because sometimes the other team doesn't want to give you what, they're running, the scheme that they're running right now. So what do? Everything that you put together, you throw out the window and you add lib. And that's what coaches do. So I want to say I'm grateful for Brenda. I'm grateful for you. All of my BTY Ohana. Yes, I come from an island, because you introduced me to Brenda. And I've never stopped stepping since. So I want to try and put it to you like this. Good coaches coach X's and O's. Great coaches coach the game of life. And I've been coaching sports for over 43 years. I have young men that are playing with the Philadelphia Eagles. They're playing with the Cleveland Browns. I have young men that have called me to Compton, California, that I had when they were sophomores in 2006, and said, Coach, I'd like for you to campaign with me. See, that's what it's all about. Good coaches coach X's and O's. Great coaches coach life. And I have now turned that into coaching locker room style. So sometimes, in the locker room, whatever comes to us, and again, you couldn't have plugged me in any better, Terrence. What you said was absolutely true. So huddle up with Coach Chuck. I want to talk to you about changes that I made in my game plan, and it's generational cycles of negativity passed down from generation to generation to generation until somebody decides to step on the field and say, we're changing our game plan. That's right. What does it say? It ran in my family for years. And then my God, at 3 years old, listened to a prayer that when I was in a safe home, because I had gotten beaten by my stepdad and he got incarcerated. And I looked up and I said, I know you're up there, because he taught me this in Sunday school. Jesus loves me. Do me a favor, God, let me get old. And if you let me get old, I'll make it right. Well, BTBY is helping me make it right. So what you see on the screen is you see my father. You see my eldest daughter, which I was not in her life. My father never saw his father in his life, and he passed away at 86 years old, a day before my 65th birthday in 2021. Then you see my number 2 daughter. I wasn't really in her life. And then obviously you see me. So as I was growing up, I had no idea. When we come out of our mother's womb, okay, we have no clue. Or when we're in our mother's womb, we don't have a dry ease board, okay, that we can say, oh, I want love, I want the tooth fairy, I want Christmas. No, when we're born, our life is put in front of us, and we are sponges of the environment that we live in. And if we live in a negative environment, we're going to go through life as a negative person and do the things that were put on us are called traits or leeches, and I call them cycles. So as I was going through my life, I was being abused. My mother was being abused. 13 years of the most ugliest abuse, almost killed at the hands of my stepdad. I became abusive. So overcoming our challenges, sometimes you have to become aware of, what are your challenges? What happened to you? Why are you doing the things that you're doing? Have you ever heard you sound just like your mom? You look just like your father? It's true. We are traits of the parents or the environment that we live in, and as they were, and the parents before them, and the parents before them. And yes, I was anointed the opportunity to make those changes and break the cycles. Why? Because I became at 26 years old. That young man, or that man you saw right there, was heavy into drugs, was starting to become domestic violence. Look, I'm not proud of what happened to me, but I have become aware in the journey in my life to help others become aware that those traits will attach themselves to you, and you will do the exact same thing. So if your parents were alcoholics, chances are you're going to be an alcoholic. If your parents were incarcerated, chances are you're going to be, we're all talking negative here. If your parents were abusive, more likely you're going to become abusive than I did. At 26 years old, that man right there, that guy, started abusing a 6-year-old little girl. And then he started becoming a domestic violence. And he was doing a lot of drugs. And one day I ended up getting so mad because I'm dealing with PTSD from my childhood. Yes, it's in one of my blogs. Thank you for the plug, Terrence. In one of my blogs about how PTSD affected me. And I did bad things. I'm not proud of them. This is the reason why I coach this game of life, to help people become aware that change is possible. Me expressing I need change now came to me one day in a garage 9 years ago, came to me, came through me. And I've been stepping ever since. I've been stepping on football fields. I've been stepping in auditoriums. I've been stepping in high schools, middle schools, helping the youth of today, more so at-risk kids, become aware. And one particular day, I was at Banning High School in Southern California, and I was on stage, and then there was some workshops, and this one young girl was following me around. And she was listening to me. She was clued into me. And then this one particular workshop that I did, I talked about how I became abusive. And she looked at me, and her face changed. 9th grader. She looked at me and she whispered. I could read her lips. She whispered, "You're an abuser." And the energy turned off. And I see the negativity going. And I'm trying to figure out, why did this happen? Well, later on, I found out that she was abused. And I felt really bad. And at that time, I thought, do I really need to do what I'm doing? Do I need to keep doing what I'm doing because I just hurt somebody? And the answer was, yes, I do need to keep going. Why? Because when I threw my 6-year-old stepdaughter against the wall, I knew something was wrong with me. And I sought help. And I went to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I can't remember which one it was. And he listened to my story and he says, okay. He says, you have traits. I said, what's a trait? 26 years old. What's a trait? He says, well, you know, there's good traits and there's bad traits. And a trait is something that if you're around something long enough, you're around somebody long enough, it will attach itself to you. And you know what? Your stepdad is coming out in you. Whoa, what? I cut the line. And that's when I started becoming aware that the things that I had in my childhood was not my fault. Why? It was the environment that I lived in. So I'm now helping anybody that I can, more so our at-risk youth. I'm helping them change from negativity. You look on the left-hand side, you're looking at hate, anger, broken environment, self-worth, child abuse, domestic violence, substance abuse. Okay. It ran in my family until it ran into me at 26 years old. And I changed the game plan as I'm trying to help you or making you become aware that if you are doing things and you're asking yourself, why did I just do that? How did I, No, you have a trait. You have a generational cycle that was attached to you and you have no idea it was on you, the same as I did. And it ran into me and I said, enough. Then I started living in positivity. Okay. Family, love, Christmas, Halloween, Easter, even the tooth fairy. Okay. So as I changed, as I went through my life, there was a time at 16, 17 years old, I became a parent. Just like my father never saw his, I was a parent at 17, a junior in high school. And because I had the past that I had, I was very damaged. And life took me away from the love of my life, or the very first love, hers and mine. And it took us in a different direction. Life just took us in a different direction. And I had to learn along the way who I was. See, I have forgiven my stepdad for the abuse that he put on me and my mother. My mother passed away on Mother's Day, 1979, at 44 years old, from 23 years of the most ugliest domestic violence that you could think of. 23 years. And I ran away at 16 after 13 years, and I said I had enough. So life took me and Mapawana in different directions. Okay. And I chiseled and I grinded and I polished and I made changes in my life to become a more positive person. Change is possible. You have to understand who you were to become who you are. I have a very strong saying, don't judge me for who I was, accept me for who I have become in the journey that I've traveled. Well, our God is an awesome God. And 33 years after separating from the love of my life, she lost her husband. I went through a divorce and we reunited. What you see is 42 years after separation, her and I are at a high school prom, the school that I worked at in Vacaville, California, Willseywood High School. They invited me because they knew my story. Because I'm a mentor, I'm a coach. I help mentor coach at the schools. I work with at-risk kids. And they knew this. And they knew that I didn't have a prom. So they said, hey, how would you like to come to a prom? And there it is, me and Catherine Kahala Mapawana Momi Ko'o Kelly Yamamoto at our very first prom, 42 years after separation. You look at the far right, you see my daughter or our daughter. You see me and you see Mapawana. On the left-hand side, we have 17 grandchildren that we share. We have 6 great-grandchildren, well, soon to be 6 in October. And if you look on the far right, you see 5 generations. My father finally got to have family in his life. He finally had love. And like I said, he passed away, but he passed away knowing his family. I think that's on the far right. Yeah. And then on the far left, you see my father and you see me, you see our daughter, you see our granddaughter, and you see my father holding his great-great-grandchild. So I am living proof that change is possible. But first of all, you have to be able to change your game plan. And in order to change your game plan, you have to be able to be aware that you have an issue. So you need to check yourself. Are you doing things that your parents did? Again, have you ever heard you sound like or you act like your parents? It's true. And you're going to continue to do that, whether it's positive or negative. If it's positive, stay with it. If it's negative, change. You know, expressing change now means I'm going to get you. I'm going to help you. Now that I got you, because I got you, I'm going to help you incorporate me. See, it all starts with me. And you can't do anything else until you take care of me. So the message that I have now, I don't know what my time period is. I know that I'm kind of sort of winding down with myself because I don't want to babble. But there it is right there. Mapawana passed away December 24th, 2021 with a 12-year battle of cancer. And not long after I had a conversation with Terrence and he introduced me to Brenda Ringwood. I love that woman. I tell her that every single time I talk to her. I looked down and I saw that in Mapawana's yard in Waianae, Hawaii, on Oahu, on the west side of Oahu. I looked down after the conversation and I found that leaf and I still have it. And that represents the fact that love, true love, unconditional love can truly happen in your life if you make a change. So I really don't have much more. generational cycles of negativity are real. And they'll attach themselves to you, and it'll happen, and you don't even know it. You'll just live your life. Well, it was on me. It went through my father. It went through me. It went through my eldest. It went through one of my grandchildren, not knowing family, being taken away from their family, not knowing them. And we broke that cycle about 5 years ago. So you can get a hold of me. I'll go ahead and plug myself at www.meincnow, or you can get a hold of me in LinkedIn, Facebook, and chuckprinzen@yahoo.com. That's all I got, man. Let's break and let's go on in our lives and be the best us that we can be.
And the crowd says mahalo.
If you don't know what that means thank you. Aloha means I love you. Or
yes.
Or hello.
Let's give it up for Coach Chuck. Great job, Coach. Yes, yes, yes. We appreciate you so much, not only for being here and presenting to our audience, but being that coach for us in the background at the BTBY family. You do so much behind the scenes with BTBY, especially in our private exclusive Facebook group, always welcoming our new members and giving them your words of wisdom through your blog.
Love you too, Chuck.
You are just, I got tears coming down. Okay. I got chicken skin. I felt good. This felt good. Thank you so much for having me on. And yes, I will be with the Patch Man Labor Day weekend.
All right. Well, you know what? You are really, you're epitomizing becoming the best you. You took us on your journey through the abuse that was given to you, and then how you created the same paradigm against others, and now you found out that it was me that needed change now, and now you are working on being the best version of yourself. Give us one tip that you would share with the audience that is looking in their own proverbial mirror and finding out that it's me that needs to change. What's the next step they could do after they acknowledge that it's them that needs change now?
Don't get down on yourself. Okay. There's a song by Mercy Me that I play all the time. It talks about dear younger me. And there's a part in that song where it says, dear younger me, if I only heard, it's not your fault.
Wow.
If you're a victim of an environment, this is where I get a little choked up. If you're a victim of a negative environment, okay, and you understand it, again, don't judge somebody for who they were. Accept them for who they have become in the journey that they've traveled to make change within themselves.
That's poetic. That's straight from the coach's locker room. Coach Chuck, you guys. Brenda, you got anything you want to add or ask of Coach Chuck before we let him go?
Yeah, he's changed his life. He's ruling his kingdom.
Love it. Well said. So Chuck gave you his information. We're going to have him put it in the comments afterwards, how you can get in contact.
That's a challenge. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's why it's called overcoming challenges. We're putting you to work. And we're going to make sure that anyone who wants to, they can go into the locker room with Coach Chuck and improve the game of life and become the best them possible. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you so much. Plenty pleasure going to you and everybody that's been watching.
Bless you. Blessings to our Coach Chuck. That's Charles Princeton. We'll put his information in the chat so you can reach out to him. Recognizing is the first part towards making a change. Sometimes you got to change your situation. Sometimes you have to change your location. But most of the time, you just have to change the way you think about it. and recognize that it's me who needs change now. All right. Thank you, guys. We are going into our next speaker here at the BTBY conference, and you know him, you love him, you've seen him all day, you've seen that mustache in action, but he's more than just a mustache, ladies and gentlemen. He is a super producer, he is a hell of a speaker, and he's a hell of a guy. He's none other than the host of Blunt Force Discussions, and yes, it is hard-hitting discussions, a new podcast on all major podcast networks. He's the founder of hashtag Be the Change, because he believes that you can be the change that you're looking for in life. He's a motivational speaker in the expertise of getting people unstuck and overcoming failure with what he calls the double down strategy. He's spoken in front of tens of thousands of people at sporting events and concerts, but loves to make an impact on everyone he meets. And he's here tonight to double down on helping you become the best you can possibly be. So with his hat cocked to the side and his trimmed beard all ready, let's bring to the stage our brother, Anthony Russo.
I'm going to try something new on this one. I feel like I'm going cowboy hat. I'm going to get, I changed what I was going to talk about, and I went from my typical to a little bit more serious. So I figured the cowboy hat would make for a little bit more fun. What do you think?
I think it's working for you. I'm going to get off this here stage and go back there and get me a little hooch and listen to what you got to say.
Hooch, your wife's not there. Oh, that was mean. Just kidding, Terrence. Oh, he's laughing, just if you're wondering, in the back room. Guys, thank you for joining. It's interesting is the news in the world changes on a daily basis. It causes me to think about different things, which is why I wanted to talk about something actually completely different than I typically talk about. It's part of my speaking, which, as Terrence talked about a little bit in the beginning, I am a failure expert. I talk about overcoming failure, the power behind it. I'm a mindset coach. But there's a couple things, and I might be a little bit all over the place, but one of the first things I want to talk about is Coach Chuck. Coach Chuck is, I love hearing him speak. I've got the honor to meet him in Kansas City at the last BTBY event. And there was something he said different when he was speaking than when he put something in the chat. And I think this is a way to look at life. And I think that it comes with extreme responsibility to make the best of your life. And I think Coach Chuck has done that. I think the same of Jeff Martinet, who I'm going to reference in a minute. But he talked about his wife, or his soulmate, as he called her, taking her last breath. And he just talked about it. And he said that she passed away, I believe is how he said it, with 12-year battle to cancer. She had a 12-year battle to cancer and she died. In the comments earlier, he said she lost her 12-year-old battle. And I noticed he did not say that when he was speaking of how he lost her. Because ultimately, whether it's 1 year or 12 years, if you can manage to fight for that long, it's never a losing battle. Try to make whatever stuff that you're going through, whatever issues you're facing in life, don't allow that to be in any way, shape, or form something at the end of the chain, at the end of the line that you would deem as a loss. Because if you live the best life that you can with the most positivity, with the most love and the most people around you, you didn't lose the battle. You faced it. You won the battle and you went out in peace. And I noticed the difference between Coach Chuck, the way he said it in speaking, and when he said that statement. A lot of us are going through things. A lot of us are going through sickness. A lot of us are going through trauma. And some of us might be facing a terminal illness. But when you're facing it, face it with the intention that you will not lose it someday, but you will be released from all the gifts that you've received in that point. And this kind of does go into what I'm going to talk about specifically in this. I'm going to keep with a little bit more positivity to start. And I love that Jeff Martinet talked earlier a little bit about chain of events. And he brought up kind of how we all kind of meet each other and the positivity behind it. And it was interesting. Or actually, it was Terrence that brought this up, talked about how we got to meet each other at the beginning of COVID. And actually, Jeff is really the root of all this. And I sometimes forget how crazy this all was. So the beginning of COVID, people were like, what do we do? And Jeff was actually the pioneer of creating these shows. And he used an application that we're all using right now called StreamYard. And he had me on his show, and I did a 15-minute show with him. And it started from there, me looking up the software to starting to do shows that allowed me to then meet people like Terrence and Brenda and all of the people that are speaking in this event that I've gotten to meet a lot of them in person, and we'll meet more in St. Louis. It's the concept of taking what life throws at you and seeing the positives. The book, The Alchemist, is a perfect example. God, or the universe, however you want to look at it, is leaving you morsels along the way. Take those morsels and do something with them. People go, nothing good ever happens to me. No, things do. Things happen to us that are all positive. There's not a single person, and I'm sorry, somebody can give me their sob story and say nothing ever goes right. And I will tell you that 100% something in their life has gone right. And their life is better than somebody else's. And they just have to take the opportunity and find a way to thrive, be happy, find success in whatever window you have. And it doesn't always mean money. So what I actually came up with at the last Becoming the Best You event was something called soil. I said, because I always say that when I talk about overcoming failure, I'm essentially moistening the soil. I'm getting the soil ready, because I'm not a specific sales coach. I don't specifically teach on any of the disc training or anything like that. I'm specifically a mindset coach that gets your mind right, your head back ready to go and unstuck in life. SOIL stands for an acronym, and I never used to use acronyms, but thankfully, knowing Terrence, you have to. It's the acronyms, the phrase that pays. So SOIL stands for success via ownership and inspiration through lessons. Success via ownership and inspiration through lessons. Essentially, lessons is the failures, the mistakes that we go through in life. And typically, I'll go through all of these in a little bit, but I'm not. I'm going to talk about ownership. And this is what today makes me think of. And this is why I'm inspired to have this conversation. And as some of you guys know, I do a lot of political work. I like to keep my politics separate from my motivational speaking. Everybody gets to know pretty quick where I stand. But this is a very specific topic. And this is about ownership. This is about self-responsibility, extreme ownership, ultimate ownership, and what is come across the pike right now, as a lot of people know, is student loan forgiveness. And politically, I don't care what side you stand on, if you think it's good or if it's bad. But I'm going to tell you, as a person who thrives on the concept of ignoring what would be deemed victim mentality. This is the ultimate example of not having self-responsibility and expecting others to do something for you. And this is a macro level in the government, but let's talk about it micro in your life. A victim mentality will never get you anywhere. This is for people that are looking to make change in their life. And unfortunately, people can look at me and say, well, you've never been raped, or you've never had this happen to you. And I can say, well, you've never had a disabled father like I had that was compulsive gambler, etc. All these different things. We can't level trauma. We can't look at what other people have gone through in their life. And I can safely say I'm very blessed and lucky to have had the opportunities that I have had. But part of that comes from avoiding what is deemed a victim mentality. It doesn't get you anywhere. And this is where the student loan forgiveness comes in. And I'm not going to talk much about that, but it's stemming into this concept of ultimate self-responsibility and realizing that for most of the people that I think are watching or in this country, we have opportunities if we choose to take it. The idea of having somebody else bail you out on something that you agree to, no matter what age, and people use the excuse, well, they're 17 and it's predatory and it is what it is. It's not a way to live life. It's this mentality. It's this mentality that if anybody is looking to overcome that thing in your life that's got you stuck and to take their life in their own hands, this is the kind of ultimate victim signaling. And I don't want anybody to do that in their life, because if you expect or hope, not even expect, if you hope for somebody to bail you out of anything, you will never get anywhere. And this is a little sterner than I think I typically am in these messages, but it's frustrating to me to see people that are thinking that this is a positive. And it's such a dangerous lesson. And again, I'm not just talking about politics. It's a dangerous lesson for youth. It's a dangerous lesson for people that are in their 40s or 50s, because some people are going to feel like it's very unfair. There's people that didn't go to college that are going, why am I going to be paying tax dollars to those that did get a service rendered? So ultimately, let's think about where we can go from here. Let's talk about the fact that you have the ability to take risks. You have the ability to go out in the world and do things for your life. You have the ability to be a leader. That is the ultimate sign of willingness to create change in your life, is to not be a follower, but be a leader. And that doesn't mean you have to lead everywhere you go. Sometimes somebody that's part of a team also is a great leader. Every team has multiple leaders. That's just the way it is. You have to pick up the slack when somebody else doesn't. That doesn't mean you have to pay off their loans. I digress. So think about life like this. Take a deep breath. Realize that everything that faces us can be overcome. And tomorrow is a gift. It's not a guarantee. Anything you've gone through in the past, anything that would cause some people to feel like they're a victim, somebody else has gone through something similar. And there has people that have overcome everything. Nick Vujicic has no arms, no legs. And he's one of the best, biggest, most known motivational speakers in the world. Marie Cosgrove, who's going to speak tomorrow, who I've gotten to know pretty well, should not even be here. And then once she got here, things got even rougher and worse and harder. And she has overcome to get to a point where she gets to tell other people about what to do. There is nothing about that woman who's 5 foot nothing, pack of dynamite, that considers herself a victim in any way, shape, or form. So I want you to think about what you want to do with your life. And I hope this serves as a way of going, nobody's going to do what you want out of your life. Nobody's going to make the changes you want except for you. Ultimate self-responsibility. So you have to ask your question, who all has doubted you to this point, and what's holding you back? Those are the two things that you need to consider. What's holding you back, and who has doubted you? The doubters are going to be your fuel. Use the people that doubt you as those that you feel as though you have to prove wrong. Sounds catty, but I think there's a hunger behind that. Prove them wrong. And then what's holding you back? And I think all of the speakers today have had great examples of things that impeded them to a point and that they overcame from. So some was, drug use, drinking, abuse, family trauma that had gone on, generational trauma like Chuck. These are you have to identify what's holding you back. And then once you've identified it, you have to realize that those that doubt you aren't going to be there for you, but you have the ability to be there for yourself. You create a plan. So realize that everything in your life is a gift, like I said. Then you start moving forward and try to create progress and then to succeed, and realize there is going to be failures along the way. When my grandpa was very, well, actually before he was sick, when he was getting his knee surgery, I remember he was older. He was one of the few people that they did a knee replacement on into their 90s. And I heard a woman sitting next to us, and she used a quote from somebody else, but I heard her say it. And the quote isn't really accredited to anybody, so I never say it, who it is, because there's multiple people said it. But she looked at her, I believe, elderly mother, and her mother was a little panicked. And she said, if you're here today, remember that your success rate of going through tough days is 100% just by being here. And I want you to realize that too. And over the last several months, I could tell you I've had ups and downs, positives since COVID, some negatives, some serious bad business decisions, but I keep plugging and I keep plugging. I've been hit with sledgehammers, and I'm going to tell you that I feel probably better right now about what's going on in my life than I have in a long time. And I'm still in the thick of it. But I keep realizing that the more I keep getting hit and getting back up, the stronger I am, because I'm learning from each of these lessons. So one of the concepts that gets us moving, you say, well, Anthony, you're talking about these things, and you just say, make progress, do something. it's called the Spartan paradox. I used it beforehand. It's the idea of what's your first step? How do you do this? Spartan paradox is the Spartan races. They came up with the term, but I've been saying it for a long time when it came to marathons. People always said, Anthony, how did you get into marathon running? I've done 7 full marathons and 4 or 5 half marathons to this point. Started in my early 20s. What would you suggest the first thing that you do? And people say, do I buy $200 shoes? Do I start running? Do I just start practicing? No, you pay for the race. You buy a race that you look in the calendar and you say, I want to run. I live in Texas. I want to run the Austin Marathon. My first marathon was Houston. I want to run the Houston Marathon. Set the date and pay the fee. There is a level of commitment we have, and it's not spending the money on the shoes, it's spending the money on the date. And the Spartan paradox, they call it, they said they've got millions of people off their ass and off their couch by setting a date on the calendar. Once you do that, it changes things. It changes who you are. So then you got to think about mentality. You've now picked a date. How do you get there? And one of my favorite people to talk about is Kobe Bryant. We could think about the Mamba mentality, and rest in peace to Kobe. He had more natural ability than anybody. I still firmly believe it's him and Michael Jordan and maybe LeBron James. But what he had differently that even set him further apart, why they created that term Mamba mentality, was determination. He had a willingness to attempt something and a willingness to fail. So you might be great at things like sports, or you might be a great doctor, or you might be great at starting a new business or restaurants or whatever it is. You might love working on cars. I don't know, being an accountant. You might like numbers, small business owner, whatever it is. But if you love it enough to be better than the next guy, you must work hard and be willing to fail. That is why so many restaurants and businesses fail, is because fail permanently, I should say, is because when things start to go wrong, people shut down. People are afraid to move forward, or sometimes they have a failure to launch because they're so afraid of, what if I have to go bankrupt? What if I do this, that, and the other? What if I end up going into all this debt? You have to learn to step up. Part of extreme ownership is being that leader that I mentioned. The leader is responsible for everything that happens, successes and failures. They must acknowledge their mistakes and admit failures. This is part of leadership. People think that leading is strictly being in the front of the crowd and making sure that they're telling everybody what to do behind them. Taking ownership in those failures. Going back to my original point. Again, there's a lot of people that got to enjoy college that now doesn't have to pay $10,000 if it goes through. That thought process is so dangerous to teach to people coming across what is already a soft country. We are already soft people. We're already afraid of taking chances. We're already afraid of our feelings getting hurt. Again, I told you this is going to be a different message, and I usually say this is a little bit more on the political side than I ever get in something like this. But it resonates true to people looking for motivation. You have to take ownership. You cannot play victim. The leader in your own life doesn't mean you're the leader of the pack, but a leader in your own life bears full responsibility to enable the team to execute. If you expect that anybody is going to pick up your slack for you, you are destined for ultimate failure. Not failing, but ultimate failure. The leader always has to be able to check their ego. They accept blame. If the team realizes something is a matter, if your friends, if your coworkers, whatever, be honest about your mistakes and own up to them, and realize that over time you can pay back your debts. In the future, you want to analyze the mistakes. That's what I always say about lessons. Analyze the mistakes so that you can mitigate future errors. Realize that if we keep with the victim mentality, there's going to be a shock sent to the system when the quote-unquote breadlines eventually stop. That goes politically and in your actual life. So, real quick, as I'm just about done here, food for thought. One of the movies, and talking about failing and plugging forward and thinking that we all have to be perfect, there's a movie called The Irishman that I watched again recently. If you look up Rotten Tomatoes, if you ever heard of it, the 3 main actors in The Irishman, Pesci, Pacino, and De Niro, the 3 finest actors of our generation. All three of them have had 100% on the Rotten Tomato before. That means they had a movie that was so excellent. I think Irishman was very close to it, either 97 or close to 100. Fun fact, Pesci and De Niro had movies that scored 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, and Pacino had a 3%. We will not always be perfect. And you have to own these negatives and these mistakes. Realize they're going to happen. So just start to prepare yourself, own the mistakes, own the lessons, own the issues that you have, but be ready to excel in the future. I'm not trying to tell you you have to be the best. I'm not. Very few select people have the opportunity to be the best. It doesn't resonate with everybody. I want you to be your best. Become the best you can be. In some cases, your best is the best. But for some of us and most of us, the best is attainable. We can reach that level with ownership and continued hard work over time. So with that, guys, I have other stories that I'll dose throughout the day when I talk with when Terrence comes back on, maybe throughout the day, tomorrow as well. There's so many different anecdotes that match up to this, that realize you're going to fail and you have the opportunity to come back. So I'm going to ask you, why not you? That's the last thing I have to say. Why not you? In a country that loves to follow others, we're raised with frats, sororities, cliques, and meanwhile, what do? We follow. Yet who do we look up to? We look up to the leaders. We look up to the lions. We look up to those that step up, speak out for what they want, and they stand out. We look at leaders. So I ask you and I challenge you to be a leader. Thank you, guys. That's my time.
Love it, love it, love it. Anthony Russo, bringing the heat, bringing the bull, and kicking well, you know what, with the knowledge. Ownership. Before you can become the best you've got to take ownership for where you are. Then you got to take ownership towards getting to the next level. I love it, Anthony. Thank you so much. You said something in your presentation that just made me think, and it's nothing happens by accident. You said, what if we took ownership of our greatness? And I just recently had picked up this book by Dr. Shirley Davis, and it's called Living Beyond What If. And it says, release the limits and realize your dreams. And it was just so apropos with what you just said, because we've got to lose that victim mentality. Even after the victimization has happened, the victimization continues if you continue to have that victim mentality. But if you take ownership for any failure and you learn how to move forward to become the best version of yourself, then you can move past that victimization. And I love how you said, you asked the question, are you going to be the leader? Dr. George Fraser said, before you can be a leader of many, you have to be the leader of one. And it starts with that man in the mirror. It starts with that woman in the mirror. It starts with you taking ownership of your own leadership so that you can become the best version of you. Very well done. Very well done, my friend. Appreciate you. And you are getting a lot of comments in the group. Stephologist Regina Platt said, Anthony Russo, your difference makes the difference. And the Facebook user is saying, will do, Russo. Ownership helps show others how to lead. You really made an impact on their lives, my friend.
Dig it. I love it. And I can't wait for Regina, the stepologist. Got to meet her a couple times, Kansas City, and then also in Dallas. She always brings the heat, so she's next. I'm looking forward to that as well.
Well, let me
go ahead.
Let me get out of the way, and you can bring her on in.
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and introduce her. Also, guys, if you want to reach out to me directly, look at that cowboy hat on my hair. If you want to reach out to me directly, just go ahead and let's see. Go ahead and bluntforcediscussion@gmail.com. That's the new show. Things have been going very well on that. It's also follow that on YouTube, youtube.com/c/bluntforcediscussion and all that. Truth will set you free. You guys probably know where to find me, but if not, shoot me an email at bluntforcediscussion@gmail.com and I'll answer any questions. I also do mindset coaching, one-on-ones, group coaching, and I speak, MC, all the above. You can find me there bring it. All right, ladies and gents, I am there. God, that Terrence Leffridge or Brenda, whoever's doing that, they are Johnny on the spot back there. Thank you, guys. Blunt force discussion. All right, ladies and gents, somehow we have been through 39 speakers and we are dead on time. That takes talent. So let's go ahead and keep it moving. Regina Platt is next up. She is often referred to as the stepologist. She is a messenger of hope. She is a community leader, empowering individuals to take steps forward to obtain their desired outcomes. Regina is a trained restorative practitioner, public speaker, and one-on-one coach with education and business administration. Regina has a unique background working with individuals with mild to severe disabilities, primarily in therapeutic corrections and educational environments. She currently teaches Advocacy 101 to incarcerated students, delivering to them a message that being locked up in jails or prisons does not have to lock you out of your future opportunities to step into your own destinies. Sounds like the anti-victim mentality movement. Love it, Regina. So without further ado, guys, you're going to just love her energy. The stepologist herself, Dr. Regina Platt.
Well, hello, everyone. I need you to just jazzercise with me. It's your season to step. It's your season to move on up. Take hold of your blessings. Knowing your best is yet to come. Step into your rhythm. Step into your space. So I am, as he said, the stepologist, Dr. Regina. Hit those ones and twos, and I need you to come out here and holler at me, boo, right? We don't let destructive distractions bother us at all, because if they do, sometimes we all will fall. But here we go on today. Say, I am a winner. Hold on. I cannot hear you. Say it one more time. Say, I am a winner. Come on, one more time. I need you to digest this. You've been through COVID. You've been through lack. You've been through setbacks. You've been through sickness. You've been through confusion. I need you to yell it out one more time. I need every part, every cell within self to hear it. Say, I am. Say, I am a winner. It is not by mistake that I am here today with you, because you are each winners. Why are you a winner? Because, baby, it's your difference that makes the difference. As he stated, I am the stepologist, Regina Platt. And you see, he read an intro about me. And the intro that he read, that bio that he landed about me, see, I'm so different, and I understand that my difference makes the difference, that as swift as he read that, my life was changing. As swift as he read that, there was a setup for a comeback for me. I'm no longer in corrections right now. I'm in the community. Not only am I in the community, I'm everywhere you need me to be. Why am I everywhere you need me to be? Because, baby, I'm not just local. I refuse to be anything less than global. Are you hearing me? Say, I'm global. Come on. Say I'm the solution, because I'm global. Come on, clap one time. Say, come on, I'm a leader, and I am the one that is needed, and I'm willing to step before others and make sure that I landed, because I was brought into the planet to own it. Say, I'ma own it. Come on. As Russo was speaking to you all, he let you know that you can't put it on nobody else. In this season, it's time that you do what? Say, I'ma own it. Why am I gonna own it? Because I am a winner. Some of you have been set up thinking that you had to conquer the whole thing all at once. But as the stepologist, I will tell you, regardless of how long you've been going through it, regardless of how long it's been set up, it's time that you break those cycles. It's time that you break through those chains. It's time that you own it, because victory is yours. Because, warrior, I speak into the earthling of you, every part of your existence. It is today that you will begin the journey of getting your breakthrough. Why? Because you're a winner. Because you're a winner. You were brought into the earth realm on purpose. You are a winner. Because if you follow the instructions and you step in so that you can win, I promise you, you will land in the position that you need to land. Failures will happen, but when you fail, I need you to go back and review it, because there's a breakthrough for you and somebody's watching you. Come on. Come on. I don't care how long you've been stuck. I don't care how long it has seemed like you wasn't worthy enough. You wasn't enough. You wasn't that one. People landed and said some things to you. On today, I need you to lay that down. On today, I need you to break up that mindset. So we're going to start with step in. The stepisms is number one. We step in. Why I gotta step in? Because I gotta take control of my thought process. I gotta take control of my actions. I have to take control and understand where the things that I'm speaking over myself stem from, where my beliefs about myself stem from. I gotta step into me. See, when I step into me, I own me. Say, I own me. Say, I own me. Say, I own me. Society has done a ritual where they taught you some things, and you may have believed that you were only worth what they told you were worth. But on today, as we began with affirmations. You got to affirm some things about you. And I'm affirming today that I own me. I own me. That means if I own me, I own the rhythm of me. I own the steps of me. I own the transition of me. I own the success of me. And on today, to be a winner, I need you to step in. I know they hurt you. I know they left you. I know they abandoned you, but regardless of how long this has been happening, on today, baby, I need you to understand that you got to break the seams of that. Coach already been on here. Come on. Coach Chuck was already on here talking to you about these things. He was already letting you know, but see, I'm not going to play with you. I'm going to be with you. I'm going to stand with you. I'm going to break curses and chains with you. I'm going to lead you into your next. See, Dr. Maya Angelou said, do the best, right? Until you know better. Do the best until you know better. See, you thought the way you thought, but now you know better. Today, if you're in this space, you know better. You know that there's nothing limited about you. You know better. You know that that addiction can be broken by you. You know better. You know that those lies that were told about you do not have to continue to thrive. You know better because the stepologist stepped in the room and I told you that you know better. I told you that when the sexual abuse happened at an early age after my mother died, I had to figure out something better about me. Come on. When I had the baby at 16, and statistical data told me that I would be locked up or locked out of opportunity, I had to know better because my difference made the difference. And that child that was given to me would not be the curse or the breaking of me, but the manifestation of me because I know better. Come on. What do you need to know better about? Come on. Think about it. What do you need to know better about? I can't tell you what you need to know. You're the only person that can hear you or see you. What do you need to know and do better? Come on. When the marriage ended, I had to know better. He said that you would not make it without me. I had to know better. I was making it before he. And so now I know that I can step before he and through he because I am somebody. Come on. See, I'm so hyped on this. Step in the name of love. Step in the name of love. See, in that marriage, I didn't love me. I didn't see me. I seen him. I seen what he needed. I seen what my children needed. I seen what I had been talked about church and what the setup was that was needed, but that was not where I was going or where I was to be. And I needed to be something bigger than me, right? I needed to go in the dark places, and to go in the dark places, I had to understand that there was light in me. To go into dark places where people were locked up and locked out, where people had been lied to, where people were confused about who they were or who they could be. I had to learn a little bit something about me. I had to understand that I am light. India Ari sings the song and she says, I am light. She's light. Baby, you're here in this space right now on today. This is the Becoming the Best You, the Becoming the Best You virtual conference. And you didn't show up here by accident. You showed up here because you knew there was intention, that there was going to be power in the room to break you loose from chains that you have been holding on to. I'm light, baby. And if your light don't change after coming in contact with the stepologist, I don't understand what to do for you, boo. Come on. In this season, you got to see me too. See, some of y'all so busy looking out externally at everybody else, but there's somebody within you that's saying, see me, see me, see me. Come on, come on, come on. I'm a creator, but you don't see me. I'm an author, but you don't see me. Come on, come on. I'm a leader, but you don't see me. You're waiting for somebody else to see you, and then you within you is yelling, see me too. See me too. I was brought on earth to do something better. I was brought on earth to be the connector. I was brought on earth to shake up shackles and chains and lies and systems of confusion. I was brought here so you can hear this today. Come on, come on, come on. See, y'all see I'm wiggling the fingers because I say, come on. I say, come on in the room. Where you at? Come on in the room. Come on in the room. So let's go because we've already stepped in. But now you got to be vulnerable, right? This young woman was out there and she was running for a city council position, and they told her she wasn't smart enough and she was too black and she was too thick and she was too poor and she had too many kids. She didn't have enough help. But this woman called me, was out there, and I was in them streets. And the philosophy of stepologists came to me as I was stepping door to door, as I was feeling door to door. So remember, I said, right, we step in, we step up, right? We step up, we write it down. Come on, write it down. What's your vision? What's your plan for yourself? How do you see you? How do you talk to yourself? Come on, come on. You want somebody to believe in something that you don't even believe in yourself. Let's write it down. Write it down. Write it down. What's your vision? My vision was that I wanted to revive, restore, and unify a community. I wanted all voices to be seen, all voices to be heard. Come on, come on. I wanted people to know that there is power in them being their authenticity. I wanted them to know that they got to go so that they can grow, right? And some of you want to hinder other people so that you can get into positions. But if the position is part of the mission, others will be able to come along with you. Come on in the room. Hey, come on in the room. When you can be you, it don't matter what community you step into. They will value your words. They will value your creations. Come on, some people may not like it. They may not want it, but I need you to understand that there may be just be one person in the room that the word or the presence of you drops out of you and they pick up on it. And whatever is in the wound of them, the mind of them, the hands of them, the abilities of them, they get ready to step forward because you light them a fire. And you light them a fire as you. You've heard so many speakers, but not one speaker you heard today, not one speaker you will hear is me. Because I am me, the authentic me. I am the creative me. I am the energizing me. I am the game-changing me. I am the snap-back me. You may knock me down, but baby, there's another place for me to go, so I gotta let go. I can't spend time being bitter with you. Come on. So you've already stepped in. You've already stepped up. Now it's time for you to step out. Come on, move forward with the dream. They may not believe in it, but move forward. Step out of a position that you've been in for the last 10 years. You've been sitting in this position. You've been murmuring and complaining. Come on. You've been sitting in this relationship. You've been sitting in this city. Come on. You've been sitting in a location, in a destination that never was aligned for you. You was just sitting there trying to be there. But come on, right now, it is time. You are a winner. Step out. And I'll tell you the story about a woman that stepped out of a 10-year position. The number is the number of completion. 10 is the number of completion. After 10, you got to move on. You got to step your game up. You got to double up in another level. And after 10 years, I was stepping out into a 10-month grant position. I didn't know how it was going to land. All I knew was I was going somewhere. Come on, somebody with me. Tap in. Say, I'm going somewhere. Come on, I'm going somewhere. Where are you going? I'm going somewhere. And wherever my somewhere is, got to be better than my last. So if I step out vulnerably, if I just spread my wings, spread my beliefs, spread my creation, spread my words, spread my vision, somebody may want to tap in. Somebody may want to go with me so that they can win. Come on. Come on. There has never been a season that is better than the season you're in today. On today, you've already been through enough. On today, you've already lost enough. On today, you've already been attacked by enough. On today, people have already set up limits and limitations for you. But it's time you stretch. I mean, stretch. Stretch forth those feet, stretch forth that mind. It's time that you stretch. It's time that you strategize on those friendships, because one of the things you may have to do is let go of some people that's been limiting you. Somebody talk to me. Who been hanging out with haters and thinking they were congratulators? Come on. Come on. Who's been surrounding you? Come on. Who's been seeing you and believing in you? Who's been helping you manifest these dreams that have been deep down inside of you? And on today, I tell you, let them go so that you can grow. A great man said one time, and I loved it when he said it, and I just have to steal it. I ain't stealing it. I'm just using it, just laugh with me just a little bit because I'm a rhyme with it. But he said these words. He said, I'm a multiplier. He said, and I only deal with multipliers. And if I'm hanging out with zeros, then that means everything that I get or everything I do becomes zero. Ain't you tired of being a zero? Come on, ain't you tired of being a zero? Ain't you tired of being locked out of something that's in you to be the hero, the solution for something that somebody is needing? So come on. So he got to going through the little scale. He was like, 1 times 0 equal what? 2 times 0 equal what? And I'm like, hold up. And I made that decision before then. I had already said I only hang with world changers. I only hang with people that's on the move. Today, baby, the landing of this message, I need you to understand that you got to get on the move. You got to get on the move. And the people that are surrounding you need to be what? On the move, right? You don't need nobody that's complacent. You need somebody on the move. I don't care if they got a yoga business. The yoga business is on the move because it's about healing. I need you to get with somebody on the move. I don't need you to get with somebody that's looking for the next smoke or looking for the next drink or looking for the next complaint or the next little bit of confusion. I need you to get with somebody who's on the move. When me and Anthony Russo was sitting up down in Dallas, Texas, baby, we were with a group of people that was on the move. When me and Brenda Wood was having a conference in Kansas City called Save Your Health Self, we was on the move, right? And when I just came out of the mental real estate conference and I was speaking, we was on the move. Are you getting me? When I'm with people on the streets and we are standing up and stepping out for legislative changes, it's because we are on the move. And I'll tell you, revelation plus understanding will give you transformation. Revelation plus understanding will give you transformation. You can't tell me that you're reading good books. You can't tell me that you didn't land up in here and listen to good speakers and you go back and there's no transformation. Come on. Revelation plus understanding gives us transformation. We need to see something. See, I'm in a season of see me too. See, to see me too, that means we gotta see something. We gotta see something. You've been talking about it. It's time that you be about it. And as you be about it, you need to step to it. Come on. So step up. Come on, step up. Now it's time for you to step out. Now it's time for you to step forward. Step forward. That means, come on, you got to go so you can grow. You got to go so you can grow. Come on, step out, step out, step out. Step into going into doing revivals with Nigerian ministries. Come on, step out, step out. Go back to school if you need to go back to school. Come on, step out of the hood because you knew you could always make it in the hood, so you remain there. You can't remain there because you ain't going to never change there. Come on, step out, step out, step out, step out, and get into the presence of mentors who can mentor you into your next, who are going to be the gatekeepers as you walk through, as you level up. It's time. It's a new season. It's a new day. A fresh anointing is coming my way. Come on. A season of power. This is a season of power and prosperity It's a new season coming. It's coming. It's coming because you're going to step to it. It's coming because you're going to step through it. It's coming because you understand that when you think about stepology, baby, you understand that now you're going to gain the rhythm of your steps. You're going to own your movement. Come on, you're going to own your movement. You're going to document your movement. You're going to claim hold of your next because it's the best. Your next is the best to come. But what I want to tell you when I say that your next is the best to come, where you are right now is speaking into what you are to become. If you slacking right now, you can't tell me that you're going to be something tomorrow. I need you to step it up. It's level up season. It's level up season. Are you hearing me? It's level up season. Some of you are going to step in the elevator and you're going to go from floor 1 to floor 5, right? And you're going to think you got it because you had some network connections that helped you. But some of you are going to step into the elevator and you're going to go floor by floor. And you may get to the top before the one that got leveled up to the 5th floor did. But the thing is, that's the same that remains is that each of you will have to take the step forward. And I will tell you, level 5, don't get happy at 5 because, baby, there's another level for you to go before you thrive. It's a new season. And this is your season to step forward. Why? Because you are a winner. And I thank you for joining me in this space. I am Dr. Regina Platt. You can reach out to me at www.stepologist.com, or you can reach out to me on my Facebook, which is Stepologist Regina Platt. And I have Twitter. I have Instagram. There's all formations that you can reach out to me. But if you're ready to move forward, the coach is ready to coach you. If you need a speaker, a keynote, I'm here, baby. Just land me. And the other part, if you want a good poetry book, look me up. Look me up. It's released to thrive. Go on Amazon, Dr. Regina Platt. It was a pleasure to sit in your presence. I know you see me now, but I can't wait till you see me next time. It's a new gone, baby. Hey,
it's a new season. It's a new time.
You know that my ending.
Regina.
Hey,
we going down the line. It's your goal season. Yeah, let's give it up for the stepologist stepping into her new season.
Yes. That
was
beautiful. Very well said.
Very well. Any questions before I exit this landing? Because it's time for me to fly again.
How can they get in touch with you?
Again, they can get in touch with me at www.stepologist.com. Why is it stepologist? Because you have the step is moving you forward. The ologist is a system. And this was transformed by my ability to step through my storm. So come with me. Let's move forward.
Who's ruling your life? Who's ruling your kingdom, girl?
I'm ruling it. Hold on. Let me help y'all because I'm a true Christian girl, right? And so without my father, there will not be a me. And so I have my father that covers me, but he has me to step with my ability. It's a new season. Yay!
Absolutely. Looking good, feeling good, acting good. That it's just like a queen should. We thank you so much for that. You dropped a lot of nuggets. It's a new season. Step out, step out, step out. And when you step out, show out. I love it. Corey said you are on top of the mountain, girl. The top of one mountain is the bottom of the next, so keep climbing. Thank you, Corey, for sharing that. Absolutely. We appreciate you so much. You are really paving a way, not just in your own town, but across the nation and across the globe. You have blessed this spot this evening. So we thank you so much for what you do. Keep on singing, keep on preaching, keep on doing you, girl. All right.
All right. Blessings. You all stay high so you can fly. Peace out.
I love it. I love it. That's Dr. Regina Platt in the building. check her out, get with what she's doing, and you will truly be blessed. All right, you guys, we are going to keep it moving. We are coming around the turn down the track to the end of day one, but we ain't done yet. So keep those pens fully full of ink. And if you got to go get a new notepad real quick, then go ahead and do it. We are going to introduce to you another phenomenal speaker right now. But before we introduce her, let's let you hear a little bit of her testimonial of what she got from being a part of the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy.
Hey, it's Izzy, the Intentional Healer. I just want to jump on and just give a shout out to the Becoming the Best You speaker series. That was an amazing series that I just went through. It was 8 weeks. And when I say in that 8 weeks, probably what I took away the most, because, okay, I want to say this. It was my second speakers class. So for me, I was building on some other awesome things I had learned. But what stood out for me, what stood out to me the most and what has helped me the most, and I have used it ever since, every speech that I'm putting together, and that is the great Terrence, the Unstoppable, said never tell a story without making a point, and never make a point without telling a story. So that is on my checklist now, because before that I was just rambling on and, you know, I had a point somewhere. But with the help of the Becoming the Best You speaker series, I now can put together a nice speech. So I highly recommend the Becoming the Best You speaker series. Join now.
Yes, yes, yes. A great testimonial to becoming the best speaker you can be. Mastermind group, you can join us. We got a new class coming soon. Just go on over. It's right there on the screen, btbspeaker.com. And just like Izzy, you can become the best speaker you can be. And speaking of Izzy, let's introduce our next speaker. She is known as Isabel Black, Isabel Luz Camacho Black, aka Izzy, the Intentional Healer. Now, she's the owner of Gigi's Natural Hippie Essentials. She speaks on intentional living. She's the founder of Grace Yatam Foundation. And Izzy challenges you, to be the change in your life regardless. All right? Whether you are seeking relief from physical pain, emotional pain, or spiritual pain, Izzy got you. Better yet, you got you. All it takes is to believe change is possible and to engage or take the first or the next best step, regardless of the circumstances of your past. You can follow her on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll give you all that information at the end of her presentation. But without further ado, with no more rambling, we are bringing to the stage the intentional healer herself, Isabel Luz Camacho Black. Izzy.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Yes, I do encourage you all to be the change in your life, because no one's going to do it for you. So again, thank you for joining us. Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought I was starting, but I'm not yet.
Take a deep breath. We got you here. You got the virtual stage, and it is all yours.
Thank you, Terrence. Well, welcome, and thank you for joining us all at the Becoming the Best You virtual conference. As Terrence said, I'm Isabel Luz Camacho Black, or Izzy, the Intentional Healer. And I'm very humbled and I feel very blessed to be your co-host for the Becoming the Best You talk show with the Professor of Change, Brenda Ringwood. We interview ordinary people doing extraordinary things in life. I'm also the owner of Gigi's Natural Hippie Essentials, where we offer you an all-natural plant-based option to your healing and health. I'm a speaker on intentional living, where I share parts of my story and how I overcame and how I chose to be the change in my life, and I chose to change the narrative. And then I challenge or inspire you to do the same for yourself. The Grace Yathom Foundation is the thing that's very near and dear to my heart. It's a nonprofit I'm starting with my husband, and we have it in the works. We need tons of help, tons of support. Please reach out to me. As Terrence said, we'll mention ways to contact me at the end. But I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation with you about anything that I just mentioned. So I have dedicated my life to being a healer of humanity. I do that by first healing myself. I believe that when we show up in life actively practicing the healing of our past traumas and generational cycles, we will organically be activated into becoming the best versions of ourselves. In order to sustain and build on that organic growth, it will require things of you. For a long time, nearly the majority of my life, I searched and I strived for a relationship with God. And then I realized I am my relationship with God. I longed and I searched for peace. And then I realized I am peace. The power of I am is boundary breaking. Declaring yourself and your higher power, who you are and why, will release you from captivity and allow you to soar toward your highest potentials. Today for our session, I am who I say I am, creating and declaring your integritas. You will do a couple simple but very impactful checklists. I created and started practicing these checklists about 5 years ago when I started my intentionality journey. Today, you will use this checklist as a starting point to a new intentional life commitment. And please always remember that intentional living is a lifelong practice, and it's never a perfect. Once you have started practicing intentional living, it's important to inventory your checklist daily. You may add or remove to your checklist as often as necessary. The whole goal of the checklist is to intentionally maintain wholeness and completeness. So now that you have an idea of what we'll be doing in this session, let's go ahead and get started. Make sure you have a pen and a paper. So first, we're going to go ahead and get our breath right. So I have to do that. I get excited, as you can see. So let's sit up straight, plant our feet flat on the floor. I just rest my hands on my thighs. We're going to close our mouth, breathe in deep for 4 seconds with our nose. We're going to hold for 7 seconds, and we're going to breathe out for 8 seconds through our mouth. When you're breathing out, just feel and imagine any and everything that does not serve you and your ultimate purpose being released so that you can intentionally create space within you to hear anew and learn anew. So here we go. Okay, if you didn't get a chance to get your full breaths in, that's fine. You can keep trying. You could do it again while I'm talking. And this is something you're going to practice every day, as many times as you need throughout the day. No shame in that. Okay, I have had to restart numerous times a day and retake my breath to help me release anxieties. I deal with anger issues. I have a lot of baggage. But this breathing technique has really helped me release and create new space for me to learn anew, because I'm constantly in a growing phase. That's the goal, guys. So you should feel a little more relaxed. That's the goal with this breathing technique. And it's time to create our integritas list, or our integrity checklist. So the word integrity comes from the Latin word integritas, which means whole or one. So if we're one way inside and another way outward, then we're not whole. Rather, we've created duality in our life. We're existing in two places at once. Two truths or one lie, depending on perspective. Our first list today, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to write down all of our assigned roles in life, which are the roles that we were assigned. So what that looks like for me is I became a daughter first, right? So I wrote daughter, sister, aunt, mother. And then if you're in a relationship, I encourage you to add your partner in this also. So all of your roles in life, write them down. Obviously you have parents, so you're a son or a daughter. If you have siblings, I was the youngest of my mother and my father's, so I just wrote sister. I became an aunt before I became a mom, so I did mine in order. But go ahead and write that down, keeping it short and sweet, just the core. We start with the core, and it organically grows out everywhere in your life, so with all your relationships. Now, next to that role, I want you to write one thing, one word of one thing you will commit to do better with in that assigned role as things stand now, starting today. So what that looked like for me was, next to daughter, I wrote understanding. I commit newly today to be more understanding to my parents and why I had to live the life that I lived. Sister role. I picked the word leader. I want to be a good leader to my siblings. I'm already a leader naturally in my family, so I want to be an intentional leader. Oh, I'm sorry, that's sister, to my siblings. Next to aunt, I wrote supportive. A lot of my nieces and my nephews are getting into the phase of life where they're starting families of their own, and I know how important and crucial it is to have that support in a tribe to help you raise good human beings. So I put supportive. Next to mother, I put patient, because I'm going to commit newly today to be more patient with my children and with the experiences they're going through. And as a wife, I wrote compassion. That's something that I've been working on for a long time, and I'm getting better. But you know, we're here to grow through life. So every day we're growing. So yeah, just write one word next to that of what you're going to commit to doing better in that role, starting today, regardless of what the situation is or the circumstances. And then set that role aside. The second list we're going to write is a eulogy list. And I know it sounds so weird, okay? But I promise you, when I wrote this list for myself, it did something for me. So I want to share it with you. So with this eulogy list, you're going to write, list words you would hope to hear if you were a fly on the wall at your own eulogy. What words do you hope people use as they describe their experience with you? How do you see yourself showing up in life and in relationships? So the goal here is to get what you see, how you're showing up, and how they're experiencing you to align, or to get as close to alignment as possible. And we know that every day is a gift. So we're not going to take any day for granted, right? We're going to stay in gratitude. And whether you're aware or not, we are all actually in the midst of creating our legacy. We're writing a story right now, today. We're writing a story that people are going to tell for generations when we're no longer here. I know we like to think we're nobodies, but we all are somebody with a grand purpose. So let's gain control of the narrative of the stories that will be told about us starting today, newly. So to give you some ideas of the words that I used, and this is just as many words, just start writing them down. There's no right amount, wrong amount. How do you want people speaking about you when you're no longer here? For me, this is how I hope people receive me and how they would speak of me when I'm no longer here. Here's my list. Simple words is what we want to keep it simple. Kind, loving, fun, contributing, patient, peaceful, wise, leader, healer. So write down some words. Give you just a couple seconds to start jotting some stuff down. You can continue to work on this. And please reach out to me if you want me to help you go through this list, help you create it. Kind of, I hear I'm a good listener. So if you need someone to just listen, I'm good at that. I'd be happy to listen and help out any way I can. What we're going to do now with this list is we're going to pick our top 5. Maybe I'm jumping ahead of myself. Hold on. I wrote out my whole curriculum. Let me see. While you're writing that, I want to share with you what I've learned about integrity. So I've learned that we get to choose integrity for ourselves. We get to choose and create it for ourselves. Nobody gets to tell us who we are or why we should be that. The only thing is once you've created and declared your integritas, it's up to you to individually believe it and honor it. So if integrity is being whole, we get to determine what whole means for us. I think that's awesome. I'm a control freak, so I love this idea. Once we declare it, though, we must be it to maintain wholeness. And when you find yourself outside of your declaration, it's okay. You simply stop, pause, breathe, recommit, and redeclare. It literally is that simple. So now we're going to go ahead and take that list that you've made, and you're going to pick your top 5 words that you wrote down in your eulogy list. What I do is I have my big list and I add to it, I take away whatever I do with it, but I declare 5 words to myself daily of who I'm going to declare myself to be that day. And depending on what's going on with my life, the words interchange, because sometimes I need to be a little more courageous than peaceful. Maybe I'm feeling peaceful, but I need courage to stand up and do something that I know needs done that I'm finding excuses for. So that's the whole goal of sitting, making time every day to spend time praying, meditating, and giving thanks. So we take our top 5 eulogy words, declare ourselves intentionally to be that for that day. So we'll do it today.
and with what's going on in your life. So I'm going to declare mine real quick so you know what this looks like. And then I want you to declare yours, like where you're at. I want you to do it out loud enough for you to hear. Don't scare nobody. Don't scare the dogs, nothing. Just say it for yourself. I am who I say I am. I am love. I am patience. I'm a leader. I am peaceful, and I am wisdom. And I want to share with you something I learned about wisdom too. So wisdom is not how old we are because we've been around longer, or it's not because we've lived a rough life and we've been through it all. Wisdom is what you do with those experiences and with that time you have. So it's what you do with it. It's not just the fact that you had it, okay? So I just want to put that out there. And now I just encourage you to show up everywhere using the list as your core values for that day, of how you will handle that day and everything that day brings. So this is when the word regardless comes into play, right? Because you can say, but I got fired, but I got a diagnosis, but I this, but my father this, but my mother this. And this is the regardless part. It don't matter. No excuse is good enough. I'm telling you that right now. So just learn to believe that that is the truth now so you can move forward and growing in your life. Now, let's see. So intentionality is the next step. You must now be who you declare yourself to be so that you maintain wholeness, integritas, or integrity. It's time to find the gaps and the breaks, though, before we're done with this. So take your first list of roles out that you created, your assigned roles in life, and now you're going to break it down to all of the people that are on the other side of those roles. Who made me a daughter? Well, I have a mother and I have a father. Whether they were involved in my life or not, I have them. That's how I got here. So break down all the people that are on the other side of those roles. Once you have written all those, broken all that down, now I want you to go through and put a check mark next to every relationship you are complete with, meaning all 5 of your integrity declaration words are already being practiced and applied to that relationship. And if the other person is asked, they too will agree. There's the kicker. Because when you are in integrity, it's not your secret. People will see it. They will know. They'll recognize if you are practicing what you preach or if you are showing up as a phony. I don't like to be a phony, so I hope you don't either. All of the people on your checklist left unchecked, it's time to do some surgery and dissect where the break is. Going through your integrity declaration with each person and figuring out which part of you isn't aligned and why. See, everything in life has a why. When we are aware and acknowledge our why, we give it power. When it has intentional power, you can flip it and use it for good and ultimate purpose. You gain control. Again, please remember that intentional living is a life practice. It's a life commitment. So you're going to fall short and it's okay. The next step is where we're going to put in the day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute at times, because some days are heavy, work in to manifest this new commitment of intentional living, one breath and step at a time. It's time to slow down in life, guys. We're missing out on way too much. The stuff that we need to be mindful of and aware of, we're missing it all. We have our heads in our phones on social media, and I get it. It's the new age we're in. We need it, especially an entrepreneur. But what we need first is to put in this self-work.
If you, I'm a believer, I'm a Christian. I believer in God. So I'm going to give him my time first, because I can't say he's the almighty creator and put him second. That doesn't even make any sense. So you must dedicate a time at the start and at the end of each of your day at minimum, to, so reach out to me. I would love to talk more about this and get into your list.
Isabel Luz Camacho Black, you know what she was teaching you guys, and this is a powerful training that you were putting on there, and I know there's more to it, and there's definitely the excitement from the chat, from the feed, to definitely get into this and do it more intensely. So we thank you for your intentional healing exercise that you were providing for us this evening. Tell them again how they can get in contact with you. We know you you said your YouTube channel, but how can they get in contact with you if they want to really take this full course that you were laying out right now?
So and all this is me sharing with you what worked for me. So I'm not a coach, so I would love, just reach out to me and let's just have a conversation. I'll help you spark something and lead you to the coaches. We have wonderful coaches here. So the simple way to get a hold of me is through my website, Gigi's Natural Hippie Essentials.com. And that has all my contact information, all my social medias. You can reach me directly through there, and it's just the easiest way.
Great job, Izzy. Thank you. That's awesome.
And by the way, since she just mentioned Gigi's, let's play her commercial before we go into the next speaker. Thank you.
All right, I got it, Izzy. Thanks, Izzy. Take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Fun fact, by the way, we used that on the pup, and it was really good. The dog's nose. I want to leave you up there. We had a dog with some sunburn. It worked really well. Works on animals and humans. So take it easy, Izzy. Thank you again.
I appreciate.
All right, we've got another one coming up. I know you're going to do the intro, but she's also got a great little commercial about herself and about what she does. So why don't we start with that, and then T, you bring the heat for our final speaker of the night. What do you say?
I think that's a plan. Let's go and do it right this second.
You know when you find yourself, pushing and scrunching yourself down, putting you into this small little space instead of freedom and feeling safety and healed, like you're doing your best work? Well, how do you get to your best work if you keep having your mind coming at you? At the show, I'm so excited because we're going to be talking about your timeline and how to see how to heal your body, how to heal your mind, and how to stop being a naysayer to yourself. Hi, my name is Rhonda Liebig. I'm a vitality coach for superstar speakers. And before you can get there, you truly want to find the authentic you.
Yes. Vitality coaching with Rhonda Liebig. You're about to hear a snippet of what this powerful woman can do, and then you're going to want to get more information and spend time with her. So who is Rhonda Liebig? Rhonda brings into events her high energy vibe and her vitality approach to support quantum leap discussions for lifestyle, health, and business. Rhonda will come and play virtually and or live with your high vitality intuition while showing up in all her dance and playfulness as a 2-time published author, certified health coach, speaker agent, business coach, founder of the Fresh Inspiration Show, and CEO of Vitality Heart Hub. With over 10 years in the business as a CPA and 20 years in the health and wellness industry, she has overcome personal health struggles by learning how to stop, reframe, and revitalize for herself, her clients, and audiences that she speaks with. Rhonda was on thyroid medicine for 20 years, and she's going to share the key to vitality and success through using both physical and emotional awareness. A negative mindset will destroy positive intentions while working harder leaving fatigued with no quantum leap results. She speaks to audiences internationally on how to increase healthy cash vitality and clarity to the mind and live their life unapologetically, run their business as the passionate CEO that is ready to arrive and inspire. And if you are ready to arrive and inspire unapologetically with all the vitality that becoming the best version of yourself can bring, then you are in the right place at the right time, because we're bringing to the stage the vitality coach herself, Rhonda Liebig. Mic check, Rhonda. How are you?
I am doing awesome, Terrence. I saw that you run that commercial, and I was like, can I talk any faster? You only gave me 30 seconds. I'm like, can I put it all in there?
Well, that's just all the vitality coming out of you. And now you've got the stage. So we're just going to get out of the way, get our notes, and just listen to you. This is Rhonda Liebig.
All right, BTBY. I'm here at the end cap to give you love, give you energy, and help you feel vitality. And I love how Izzy started talking about, having a piece of paper and a pen. By the way, Izzy, I loved your stuff. I loved your energy, and you're helping us get into like that superstar space of really being able to see yourself. And superstar, to me, it's like a special word, and it's almost like embarrassing because it feels so big. But I love when we truly think about being big. We can hide from it, and it can embarrass us. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk about, when you want to be a superstar, like, if I could get to a certain space where I'm authentically being me, nobody else can be like me. Nobody else can be like you. If you start playing with this thing and believing in yourself, nothing's going to stop you from being a superstar. Here I go dancing. I just got to do this dancing thing. Let's have some fun with this. It's the end of the day. This is what I believe. And tell me what you think about this. I love that we have audience here. Is when you feel pushed down, just like the commercial I just did, and you want to hide under a rock, and you don't feel like you want to show up for the day, and you keep hearing this naysaying, these words that are coming at you, and maybe you don't hear those words. You just feel like you're wearing what I call like this saboteur suit. The one where your skin just feels so mucky. Have you ever showed up like that? Where you just feel like you just want to freeze, you want to be quiet, and you don't know exactly why. And you feel these things, and you're like, freaking A, I'm so tired of feeling like this. And I say, yep, me too. Me too. So I do want you to have a pen, a piece of paper. I really think a journal, because this is going to just knock your socks off. What we're going to do, let me tell you what we're going to do, and I'm going to get into some more motivation here for you. We're going to do a timeline for you. And I've been doing this to help heal and stay off of medicine for hypothyroidism. As you heard, I was on medicine for 20 years. And there's a lot of naysaying going on. So I want you to experience you and the things that freeze you, and actually the understanding of how this all started happening. Now, I know I only have 20 minutes with you. So I want you to know like what the conclusion is here, so you know what you're doing. On your piece of paper, if you put a straight line across, these are my notes, by the way. If you put a straight line across, and when I tell you and guide you and what I want you to do, there's 2 layers here. I want you to really start manifesting right now those questions you have about yourself, like, why am I on medicine? Like, what happened there? Why am I feeling aches and pains? Why am I feeling small sometimes? Now, sometimes you may be feeling superstar, like you. Then there may be times where you're just feeling shoved down. Why is that? And keep bringing those questions in. Bring it in, and feel that. And I want to have some answers for you. I want you to feel the freedom and the joy and the vitality, because as a vitality coach, I don't see how we can do anything else but bring in the vitality to explode the energy so that we can be okay every day. I want you to be okay, but I want you to feel superstar grounded, and that you feel like you're wearing your cape, and people will look at you and they go, yeah, you got it. And you go back to them. Yeah, you got it. And you may not even know them, but they feel your energy. We need you out there. Everyone, everybody that's here live, all the spirits that are kind of just gathering and just knowing that we're talking to them, right? Because even if we're physically not here, they're going to be seeing it at different times. Maybe this is going to be a recording, which I'd love to know about that, Brenda, if this is going to be a recording. But we're feeling those people that really want to hear this stuff. Because right here and now, if we can get this cleared and start knowing what our story is, that's the precious part. That's going to be in the timeline. So when I was really starting to do this type of work, I didn't understand why I would feel like I didn't want to go anywhere. I was almost scared. And I didn't know when these kinds of things started happening. I just knew that I felt like it right now. But I wanted to discover myself more so I could resolve things. And it's in the timeline. And the timeline is the blips in your life. And these blips are ways for you to be able to see the things that happened to you that weren't so good. And why we want to put those down, not to go into that space and do all that kind of work. That takes months and years and all that kind of stuff to get to. But in the short period of time, when you start putting down things about, well, this happened when I was this age. This was going on when I was this age. And these are things that have not served you in your life until you stepped into it and you realized it's time to reconcile that crap, that stuff that's on the timeline. The stuff like when I was in 4th grade, my best friend passed away. That goes on my timeline. I'm going to tell you the next layer is going to be, we're going to discover maybe some health stuff in my 4th grade that started happening for me. What are the blips in your life on your timeline that you want to write? I know when I was younger, I had some abuse in my life. That's when I started feeling small. That's when I started questioning myself. We don't have to go there, but in a moment, I'm going to take you to that next layer. But first, right now, on your timeline, we're looking at the blips that happen in your life. I know in 10th grade, when I lost my best friend, I truly thought that I should be with her. I started questioning things about myself and my life. That's going to be a blip. Maybe something happened when you're in 6th grade or when you were 24 or 29 or 40. Put it on your timeline. I know that I want to put on my timeline when my dad and stepmom split up. I wanted to be with them so bad, but they decided to divorce. But I noticed that something started changing in me. That's going to be your second layer. I know that when I started a new career at 29, that the career as a CPA, there were some really good things about it, but that's when I knew those were the hardest times in my life, because I recognized that I didn't fit with the community of people that were CPAs, the accountants, the people that just
held a different space. As you know, you can see yourself in different ways. So through your timeline, let's get those spots. And these are nuggets because you may not think of them all. Let's go in the second layer and let's start talking about this. Thank you, Beth. Do your thing. Yeah. So when you're looking at the things that are not working for you, and I'll tell you the reason why I started doing this is because I knew a year ago that there were still some things, and it's going to be like that. Even if I'm 90 years old, I'm still creating what is going on in my mind. So I have the best Zen in my life. So I started thinking about like, what are these additional things that are showing up? And I started hearing in my brain wishy-washy stuff like, well, I guess so. Well, I don't know. Well, maybe. And there were all these questions in my brain that really didn't mean anything, but that was what was going on and on for me. So this next layer, what I want you to do is look at your blips and then discover on that timeline, and you may not have enough time within our 20 minutes, but at least one. Look at one and recognize what was happening in your health. Maybe some emotional things were coming up, and give yourself a moment to bring it to current day and what maybe some things that show up for you. Now, as you go through that, and I know it's going to be an exercise even after you leave me, because it starts bringing up things because it's in the timeline. Now we get to basically discover ourselves. And when we start discovering who we are, guess what? You become a bigger rock star. Now, the reason why I say rock star is because I believe us that we're like in a movie, or we're like in a beautiful song, or vocals as inspirers, that we help people get away from the stress of the everyday today stuff. I call it hashtag speaker locking arms. Find us on there, hashtag speaker locking arms. Now, what I want to do is give this to you in PDF today. This is my second book. I'm going to give you a planning video, and it's called 14 Days to a Flat Belly. We can go into why that title is so big, but if I'm in that superstar space of like thinking you can be a superstar, I want to give this to you as a gift to be part of your timeline. And if you have this on your timeline, 14 days of motivation, 14 days of mindset stuff, of moving your body strategically, it's all in here. And of course, the eating plan for 14 days. I'm going to give you the PDF, and I want you to add it to your timeline. If you have 14 days of really taking care of yourself, what goes on your timeline? Are you going to find some really cool stuff about yourself? What's going to be your transformation? And the gift comes from rhondaleebig.com/14 days gift. You will want this because the PDF is really cool. There's even a story about my dad. So what would you do? I have a few minutes here. What would you do if you didn't have any more questions about you, except, we're still in discovery and we're consistently being challenged when we keep moving forward, but you start getting comfortable in that raw space. What would you do if you could live in that raw space, be open and know that you love you, that you can start healing yourself? Maybe you're on medicine. Maybe it's time to be off of medicine. I'm saying sometimes we do have to be on medicine. It depends on how deep you want to go in the mindset and the food discovery with the herbs. When you start getting in truth, there's so many beautiful answers for you. It's all in the timeline. It's all in the 14 Days to a Flat Belly. This is my second book. I want you to get the gift so that you can start answering questions for you. It's in the timeline. That is where you're going to start saying, oh, that's why when sometimes I walk in the room, this is what happens. Oh, this is why I have a trigger like this. Then you can start journaling and you're going to be a rock star. So imagine what can happen for you. What can happen when you start clearing those thoughts? You won't be hiding anymore. You won't be in that space of feeling like you want to be under a rock.
And when you have those moments, you start learning how to use the tools and what those tools mean to you, because those tools is what I feel save my life every day. I spend time every morning in a morning routine that serves the space of being. And when I feel the nervous system calm and flowing, I feel okay. I feel like a superstar. All my life, I've been living in fear. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd be in fear. I'd go through my day as an entrepreneur, scared. And I'd have some motivation and I'd be fine. But within an hour, I was back in my dip. Find your blips. Find what's going to help you get to that next level, because we need you out there. Hashtag speaker locking arms. I support speakers that are ready to be superstars. Maybe they're not soaring yet, but I want you to feel, even if you're not a speaker, I believe that we all are. This is how you take care of your whole family. And you feel sometimes you just want to go back to bed because something just doesn't feel right. This stuff is going to help you. I promise you. I've dug myself from out of abuse, out of losing 2 best friends. I just lost my best friend 2 months ago. I don't know how I go on, but I use those tools and it gives me answers. What if we can find freedom, safety, and vitality at the top level? We start going in our heart, and we start feeling things so that we don't feel numb. I was a master at not feeling anything. And when people would cry, I thought they're just wimpy. Like, now I cry all the time. But I don't cry like big because I've been already crying enough kind of breakthroughs. And so I'm just laughing at myself. I love crying because I can cry when I want to laugh. And my kids make fun of me all the time, which they love to. And then they'll say, Mom, laugh. And then all of a sudden I'll just be laughing. I was like, oh my God. And I just start laughing because life is love. We all need to get there. I am here. And if this isn't recording, I want you to listen to it over and over again. Remember, we are all locking arms. I love you. And I truly do. And I used to never be able to talk about that. But once we get into truth, this is the only way we're going to change the world. Isn't this about being the best you? Well, how are we going to get there? No, truly, like, this is not a joke. Like, how are we going to get there? Oh, I got the chills. See, it's truth. Come to yourself. Don't ever get embarrassed. I used to turn bright red. I just didn't understand how to get out of it. I remember one time there was this guy I had a crush on, and I thought he was really cute. And he would ask me these questions and kind of hang out and talk. I was so scared. I couldn't even hear him. I could hear buzzing in my ears because I was so shy and I was turning bright red. And I just knew, well, if I just keep saying yes, somehow I'm just going to answer the question, because I couldn't hear him. I literally couldn't hear him because I was so embarrassed. I was like, is my body looking perfect? Oh, it's not. Oh, you better be embarrassed. Oh, am I feeling, like I can't even have a conversation. You always think I'm dumb. Mm-hmm. I used to think I was extremely dumb. And so these things were coming at me. I was turning bright red. This guy was talking to me. And I just kept saying yes. And he goes, I didn't ask you a question. And do you think I was embarrassed? Yes. I want the best for you. I want you to feel like you can wake up in the morning and breathe and be, but do not fake it. No more fake it till you make it. It'll hurt your vitality. It'll hurt your energy. It'll hurt your heart. It'll break your heart. Wake up in the morning. Hold yourself. I love you. So then when you start your day, you look at your husband or your wife, you look at your kids, you look at your friends, and you truly, authentically treat them how you are learning to treat yourself. No more naysaying. Find the definition of what that means for you. No more naysaying. And when you stop naysaying yourself, Do you never feel embarrassed to say, I love you? You walk around, I love you. And people just start leaning in. You get to hold space. And you get to be. Let's learn how to do that together. And this may sound like woo-woo. And I go, yeah. But is it too woo-woo? Do you feel grounded? That's the sweet spot. We need to bring all this together. Keep grounding yourself. Don't get too high where it doesn't make sense. Keep yourself in love with you. Keep listening to what the communication is so that you can go out there and communicate. This is the only way we're going to change this world, is strategically knowing what the words are that you want to say. And then when you know what you want to say, you're going to be such a motivator. You're going to be such an inspirer. You're going to start seeking more, and we're going to keep educating each other. Then there's no more competition now, because that's important. When I started business 12 years ago, I was all in high competition, and I was trying to look perfect. You know this. I got it. And now I go, yeah, I got it, because it's playful, and you invite people in, and you get to shine bright, and you allow space for others to shine bright. That's what our world needs right now. There's too much shaming. There's too many things going on. So why can't we flip that? It's time to flip it. It's time to dance. It's time to be you. Yes. Oh, I got the guitar going. Here we go. End of the day. Woo! Yes, because I love dancing. Well, why am I not going to dance, for our community right now? Because I love it. You get to be you. I used to hide from that. I'd walk in a room and I'd say, oh, that person looks perfect. And so I'd walk around, trying to be that person. Nobody really liked me because they knew I was fake, but I didn't know it. I was trying to play the game. So I never felt grounded and safe among other people. So I would hide. I realized how lonely I was. I don't want that for you. I want you right here and now to really hunker in, get to your timeline, find out more about yourself, because you're going to find out more about yourself. There's just no way. There's no way you're not going to learn more about yourself and what you got to do and what you want to do and what's inspiring you. And then, I talk about this with superstar speakers. Did I tell you I work with superstar speakers? You may not know it yet, but we're all superstars. And when you get to just turn on, the video, and you just start making video because you want to run a business, you want to run a kick butt business, you want to be original, just be you and tell it like it is. And you're going to start riffing, and people are going to know that you're the real deal. And you know what? They're going to find more real deals, because we're going to keep it safe out there. We're going to find more people like us that are superstars, and we get to lock arms and we get to change this world. Who's in for that? I say I'm all in. There is no competition. It's all about being real. When we start getting there, then we know everything's going to be safe. I sometimes don't feel safe. I go back to the tools. I say for right now, because I was able to give you a tool tonight, go back to the timeline. RhondaLiebig.com, 14 days gift. I want you to know how it feels in 14 days to be nurtured. Get the PDF, read through it, get into action, add to your timeline something positive that's happening for you, and many things within that 14 days, so that you start making a change. Is this going to be forever? You're not going to be who you were yesterday or today. You're going to wake up tomorrow and be different. You're going to quantum leap. I believe quantum leaping is natural. Let's don't question that. but you got to be out of your way so that you can move forward. And changes happen really quick because you stop putting a stopper on yourself. You start feeling the flow. You start saying, yes, I got this. Yes, I got this. And it becomes fun. And you start playing with it. And you go, I got this. And you keep playing and play. That is the sweet spot. If you're ready to play, go all out. Don't, oh, my grandma's here. You know what my grandma says? Don't go half-ass. Brenda, can I swear here? I just did that, and I just hope, that that's okay, because my grandma says don't go half-ass. I'm partnering with you, Grandma. Grandma passed away 22 years ago, but she's here. She's saying don't go half-ass. Lost my dad when I had my baby girl in my belly. You know what he's saying? He's in this book, and he says, if you could change what's happening right now, if you could get into a different mindset that just serves you, that's you start seeing you. And then if you could do a little body movement, like a windmill, lift weights and things like that. And if you start changing your food, not what your taste buds are like, oh my gosh, I want that so bad. Oh my gosh, everything's a diet. But what if you listen to your body when you're saying, I love you? Your body tells you what you want. And you go and lean towards those foods that just feel so good. And sometimes you go, well, it doesn't really taste good, but for some reason, I'm attracted to it. I'm attracted to it. And because your body starts talking to you differently, starts purring. Now, I don't know if you think I'm crazy or not, but let me share something with you. When I say I love you, my body purrs. Anybody else yet? Hey, it's going to happen. Right, Terrence? It's going to happen. I love this stuff, Terrence. I appreciate you so much.
And we can see that you love it as well. We can see the vitality that comes out of you when you speak about it. And we want to give thanks to Rhonda Liebig for this great presentation that she gave us today. I love your transparency. I love how you are all in, and you had us all in with your don't half-ass, and to look at yourself, and to really to get this guide. And we want to make sure that we tell them a little bit more about what they get with that guide over the next 14 days.
20 years in the health industry, so they get really good guidance on a nice structure of food. And I feel like we kind of up-level ourselves already because we know so much about food. We have Google, but it gives you a structure and you don't feel judged. It's like, what if you could motivate yourself every day? So I have questions each chapter, and I have ways for you to look at motivation. And also you start looking at how your insides are healing. And so there's tips in there to actually start looking at yourself and knowing that your body's getting better. That's so powerful holistically, because as a doctor, you have to take medicine, you have to take blood and all that kind of stuff to be able to know, like, oh, is my blood changing? So I give you some advice through each chapter, how you can start seeing your body healing and starting to feel better. So you're going to get some really good stuff like that.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So you guys, you heard her. Go on over to what's on the screen, rhondaliebig.com, 14 days gift. We'll just show you real quickly what it's going to look like when you go on over to that page. 14 days is a guide that will bring connection into your food and your mindset. All you got to decide to do is that you want this gift. You want 14 days to a flat belly book. If you're ready to do that, then Rhonda is ready to help you definitely do that. But Rhonda, after they get the gift and they want to have a more closer relationship conversation with you, should they just go to the website, or what should they do?
they'll find a way to directly connect with me because you get emails and to guide, so you get a planning, and then a couple days later, and then as time goes on, you'll get another email. Hey, how are you doing? This is how you get to connect with Rhonda. Get on her calendar, and you want to be on my calendar and connect with me when you feel it, and you go, I'm tired of this, because you're going to look at your timeline. You're going to have your 14 days, and there's going to be some connection. If you feel that connection, you really do need to be with me. Let's start talking. Let's make some changes.
Corey Fox says he appreciates you, Rhonda. Definitely, we appreciate you. Your vitality, your aura was just full blown and on full display, and we just loved every minute of it.
Terrence,
yes.
I see somebody called me a Diamond Queen. Hey, is that going to be my new name? Hey, you never know. Diamond Queen. How's that fit, Anthony and Terrence? What do you think?
I think it works. Yeah.
It's fitting you like a glove.
I love it. Thank you for that new name. I'll write that down.
So go get your crown.
You
have a crown?
Crown. Yeah. Get your crown.
Right.
I forgot.
Before.
I feel like she's a spirit animal of many people.
I feel like Anthony, Brenda, and Rhonda planned this. This was the mic drop that they were going to put together, and they didn't tell us about it. I don't have a crown. Oh, here we go. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus.
It's called the cowboy crown right there.
Okay. Wait. I will not be.
Anthony's the Diamond King. Brenda, what's your name?
My name, I am just Bren because I am me. I don't care what others say, what they think, what they do. I'm going to be me. I'm going to rule my kingdom, and I'm not going to let their opinions rule my life.
All right.
Oh, there you go, Terrence.
And just not to be outdone, because
Terrence just became a cigar roller or a cocaine dealer. I'm not sure, actually.
I'm a holy roller, but that's a whole nother conversation. There you go. Rhonda, once again, go to rhondaliebig.com/14 days gift. Get your gift. See, you guys, you came on for free, and because you came, you got even more than what you paid for. That's what becoming the best you is all about. And Rhonda, we are glad that you shared this with us. Please come back anytime and share with the Becoming the Best You family. Maybe, just maybe, we might see you in a couple of months in the loo. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there to the vitality gods. But you know, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna have to do some more dancing. We'll just see how this all works out.
Well, dancing in person sounds so much better than virtually. I'm down for that. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Give it up again for Rhonda Liebig. Go on over to her site, rhondaliebig.com/14-day gift. We got it right there. We'll put it up on the screen again, so you'll have ample opportunity to go over and get your free gift and help you become the best version of you. All right, guys. So we have worked a full-time job today. It's been fully 8 hours of motivation, inspiration, and great presentations. Let's go around the room. Let's start with you, Mr. Russo. Any takeaways, any breakthroughs, any breakdowns or breakouts that you had from today's session?
One of my big takeaways is the fact that we know that COVID had an impact on people because we didn't have to do any coaching to get people to be here on time, know how to use the software. I mean, we gave them very basic instructions. So it shows that no matter how you look at what happened during COVID, we're coming out of it knowing how to digitally do these way better instead of call after call after call. Everybody was incredibly professional on top of bringing the heat, and everybody was on time. It doesn't get any smoother Brenda had a ton of preparation. Obviously, Maude put a lot of stuff together, but when the professionalism showed through, not only in their presentations, but with what everybody came to make our life a little bit easier. So fantastic job. And everybody's message was, of course, great. Jeff Martinet asked how he did. He messaged me, and I love that he's evolved as a speaker. I saw a lot of evolving from people that we've seen speaking in the past, and growth, and being able to kind of be a chameleon in their own messaging. So good stuff.
Yes. Breakthrough. Heather says it. I didn't think I could like Anthony more, but that hat brought him to a new level. All shucks, darling. Brenda, breakthroughs, breakdowns, breakouts.
COVID for speakers, people look at it like it was negative, right? But BTBY became possible because of that. And Anthony, this one's for you.
Thanks, Bren.
We broke out because people were refusing to let it stop us. And then when I say we, I'm talking about us right here in our BTBY family. All these speakers that have come together through virtuals, we've actually been able to meet in person, and we've grown something. And that is part of each and every one of us. It can also be part of each and every one of you out there watching. What do you want? That's what I'm hearing. I heard today, go after what you want. What's stopping you? Right here. Change that mindset. Change your actions, and I guarantee you it will change your life.
Yes,
that was my takeaway.
T, what about you?
I heard a lot of evolution. I heard a lot of speakers, and I saw a lot in the comments of people wanting to have a better health coming out of COVID. People are more aware of their health. They're more aware of their physical health and their mental health. And we have the speakers, we have the experts, we have the people in the industries that can help you with getting better at your physical as well as your mental health. All you have to do is show up. And so that's what I'm really loving. I'm loving how this is evolving from the first time we did it, where it was just giving the mindset of becoming the best you. Now it's really getting into the strategies. Well, how do I become the best healthy person? How do I become the best person mentally? How do I become the best person physically? And if we throw in safe in his arms that we did in between, how do we become the best person spiritually? So it's all coming together from the ideal now into the implementation. And that's what I'm really loving about this movement, the becoming the best you movement. It's not about Brenda, it's not about Terrence, it's not about Anthony, it's about us. It's about us. And that's my big breakthrough from this day one. It's just day one. You just had 8 hours with us. We've got 12 more coming tomorrow. So you got to stick and stay, but you can't come back without bringing a friend. So we've got a couple of different ways where you can join us. You can join us here on the Becoming the Best You Facebook group. We're going to work out the glitches and make sure that it's open for everybody who has registered. You can watch us on the 3 different YouTube channels. You can watch us on the Be the Change YouTube channel. You can watch us on the Things by Bren YouTube channel. You can watch us on my Terrence Leftridge YouTube channel, as well as you can watch us on the Becoming the Best You Facebook page. So there's no reason why you can't get access to us. Come on back. If you enjoyed today, tomorrow is going to knock your socks off. We've got just a sneak peek. Let's talk about some of the people that are coming up, coming out of the gate. We've got Charlotte White, the challenger herself. She's going to challenge you. She's going to take you around a virtual tour, just like she took us walking around the room at the in-person
victory walk.
The victory walk, walking in victory. And rumor has it, Brenda is going to be speaking bright and early. So you want to wake up and listen.
I figure I better go early so I don't make them go back to bed.
She may speak softly, but I've seen it. She carries a big stick. So you want to be there for her. We've got Velton Showell, the leadershipologist. We've got Dean Storer, and he's going to give us some great stories and help you learn how to just go better in your own world. We've got Lotus Richey. She's going to ignite and take flight. And then we've got the dreamer, Aaron Page, is going to be bringing it to us. And that's just the first half of the day. Join us in the afternoon. We got Patch Adams. He's going to be live virtually telling you about his event that's coming up Labor Day weekend, followed up by Jessica Moderer, and she's definitely got a message you want to hear. Tommy Morgan, he's going to come with his 6-packs. Hopefully he just
He's
won't
promised me he's keeping his clothes on, though.
Okay, well then that'll mean
we just lost a female audience.
Yeah, I know.
there you
He's
go.
got to at least show us something.
Well,
right?
you know, I heard that Anthony was just coming on tomorrow with nothing but the hat. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I don't know where I heard it. Lord Jesus. And then we've got Maud Miller, Stacy Watchke, and Dr. Rick Fulton, Todd Slayer. You've got to be here to hear this phenomenal person who is going to help you to not only think differently, but to become wired differently. And that's just some of the bevy of people. Dr. Marie Cosgrove, she's going to be here as well. Gary Arlblaster, he's going to be here. Dr. Jawanda Fells, she's got us live all over the world on her network for BTBY TV, coming to Roku TV near you. So you definitely want to hear her. Arcavius Armstrong, he's new to the BTBY family, but you definitely want to hear him. And we got a prince in the house. Actually, we're going to have 2 princes in the house tomorrow. So, hey, you're going to be among royalty. We have Prince Michael and Saccone Prince, both coming to share their messages of inspiration. Michael Green's going to be here. He's going to take us from the rodeo right into your house and show you how he has overcome a devastating back injury and he's still becoming the best version of himself. Abdul Muhammad is going to be bringing it home, as well as us 3 here, bringing you more tidbits of inspiration and entertainment on day 2 of the Becoming the Best You Conference. Any closing thoughts before we let the people go for the night?
Come prepared.
I think we're ready for tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Of course, one last thing that we got to remind you guys, this weekend only, if you like what you see, make sure you come to St. Louis. And if you purchase the tickets now, they're going to be $429, but if you purchase them now, they're $250 at comechangeyourlife.com. Would love to meet people. Everybody that you're seeing on the screen right now will be in St. Louis. There's a comedy show. There's how many total speakers? Over 20 between the 2 days?
Yeah, there's over 20, but this time not in it. In addition to Jeremy Nunez, who is a phenomenal, clean comedian, and that's funny. Not most of them are funny. He's funny. We have Diamonds and Whiskey that's going to come and sing. She's bringing her band all the way from Nashville. She's telling her story Friday night, and she's singing. She's giving us a concert.
Love it. So, guys, make sure you get those tickets. Tomorrow morning, Corey, we start at 9
Central
time. 9 a.m. Central time.
Absolutely.
I got for you guys.
Absolutely. So don't meet us there. Beat us there. And we'll see you tomorrow morning for day 2 of the Becoming the Best You Conference. Wherever you are in the world today, you know what I say. Don't just make it a great day. Keep becoming the best you possible and make it an unstoppable day. Take care.
Deuces.